Tell Council Berchiani. Order. Please rise for Mayor Michael Fougere. Did I say order? Do we actually have to? Let's debate. I know.
Please be seated, everyone. It's good to see so many people in the gallery this evening. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the December 10th meeting of City Council. This is a council meeting to look at our 2019 budget. If I could have a motion to confirm the agenda at the call of the chair, as well as delegation 1894, 1896, and 18113 be received and file. They are not delegations. We'll just read the motions from them.
Mayor, I would like to speak up a bit. There's a few of us that have hearing aids, and they only work so good. They're not very good.
Your voice is bigger than mine. Thank you very much. We'll do that. Thank you very much. A motion to adopt the agenda at the call of the chair with 3 delegation submissions to be received and filed. They will not be present. Report D 18-94, 1896, and 18113. Motions for that? Okay. Councillor Hawkins, seconder, please. Councillor Berchiani. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So before we get into the budget submission and delegations this afternoon, I wanted to go over a couple of comments. It's always important to begin with the end in mind, and I think the hope is that we can do this budget in one night. If not, we certainly have another evening set aside tomorrow night to consider the budget itself in its entirety. I suspect that we should check in at about 10:30 to see where we are, but I would ask we have a hard stop at 11 p.m. tonight and move into tomorrow night if that's possible. We have a heavy agenda. We have many delegations. We have the entire police budget, the operating capital and utility budget for the city of Regina to consider. And just knowing that, I just remind members that, of course, we have, in terms of discussion, a 5-minute discussion period for the main motion, 3 minutes for amendments, and 3 minutes to close debate. We will be hearing all delegations before we move into our reports. So the police report, their budget will be heard at the end of all the delegations tonight, not after the second delegation that's coming up. We are also going to be looking at the city budget in 3 separate parts. We will be debating the operating, then the capital, and then the utility, and members of council will speak each one of those. And just a reminder for delegations, as they're up here, that they're here for questions only, and that there is no debating with the delegation, and statements to give a context to the question are allowed, but no long preamble is allowed either. So, I'd ask for a motion to table report 18-120. This is a residential road renewal program alternative treatment options. This is not a budgetary item. Councillor O'Donnell, seconder for that? Okay. Councillor Frontier, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And so we begin. We start with our first delegation, Mr. Jim Elliott. You have 5 minutes to make a presentation, Mr. Elliott. If you could identify yourself, who you represent. The floor is yours.
Mayor Fougere and members of council, my name is Jim Elliott, and I'm here to present my personal comments as it relates to the City of Regina's 2019 budget. Now, in past years, the time to review this document is getting even shorter. This year, we only had 27 days to look through the document, and in fact 20 days to provide our brief to you. The document information is also getting less each year. This year we only had 148 pages worth of information, and included in that were 24 blank title or cover pages. And I'll remind you that 9 years ago we had over 300 pages worth of information. And as stated just briefly before me, the public is given even a shorter time to provide their comments to you at this podium. I also would point to you that citizen engagement is very limited with no access to committee meetings or council meetings on the internet. And again, most times when the public get a chance to comment on an activity of the city, it's usually after the budget's been approved. This city is still, in my mind, not dealing with their infrastructure gap, and I would assert that, in fact, it's widening. With the physical footprint ever expanding and the funds not effectively covering the increased costs, both of maintenance, repair, and replacement, this approach to managing, in my mind, is not sustainable for too much longer, even if it ever was. For some time, the residential taxpayers have been given an ever-increasing percentage of the tax bill to pay, with the ratio of residential to commercial taxes going from a 56-44 split in 1996 to 64-36 split in 2012, the last date I have numbers. So what this could mean, in fact, this year is that the increased tax burden and transfer to residential taxpayers has been over $18 million. Next, over the past 8 years, the cost of dealing with waste collection and landfill management has gone up by $3 million, and yet we still haven't, or still are not dealing with less waste. With the Regina Police budget going up almost $34 million in the past 8 years, while the national crime rate in Canada has gone down by 50% since 1991, and the police reported crime rate in Regina for 2016-2017 has gone down 7%, and the crime severity index has gone down 11%. My question is, where is the money going? As in past years as well, there's a projected $2 million remainder from the 2018 budget year that is not going to be put to cover off increased taxes in 2019. And this is very readily used by this and previous councils to either spend on their pet projects not currently covered, or is seen as a gracious windfall to taxpayers when the report to the media or the public goes the day after the budget. Only just 3.5 months ago, this council stated that it did not support commercial development in Wascana Park, and yet the so-called destination aquatic facility, in my mind, smacks of privatized commercial water slide parks.
You have 1 minute to go.
Thank you. And lastly, I guess I'll put this to you. We should be investing in active transportation rather than repairing and building more roads. We need to be doing more walking, more cycling, and more transit. And I'll leave it at that, but you have my recommendations in front of you.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott, for your presentation. Are there questions from members of council? Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. Through the chair. Jim, I just have one question. What would you see as an ideal process? If you could explain to me, how would you imagine a more transparent, open, and democratic budget crafting process?
I guess the best scenario, in my mind, is what's called our participatory budget. And in fact, what it is in some cities, what they do is they give over the budget development process entirely to the public, and then it's the public then presents it to the council as, this is what we want you to spend your money on. Not going that far, I could see us doing a much more an engaged, both education as well as engagement process, in say the 6 months leading up to the budget. At least in that way, give people an opportunity to understand what's going in the budget and where the money is actually being spent.
Right, thank you. Through the chair, one last question. The destination water facility proposal we're going to be discussing, what gives you reason to believe that this is a private commercial development rather than just a more expansive public civic recreation facility?
I guess the part of this that gives me that is the idea that it is a water park, and any experiences that I've had both in this city as well as in other communities, that is a commercial operation. I guess I would also see the way that it's being talked about in the sense of, tourism and all of those types of phrasing. To me, that talks about somebody wanting to get you to go to their center or their location. I'm not sure whether we necessarily would have to do that if in fact it was an internal or a for city resident park.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Flagel.
Thank you. I was going to ask a similar question, but I'm going to ask it a little bit differently. Do you see Wascana Park today as it commercialized, or any of the other city pools as being taken on by private? Is that what you're getting at, or with this water park?
That's where I would see this going. I'm not sure whether the plan specifically for the pool per se would change, but I could see the remainder of the water facility being a commercial operation.
So do you, if I could through you, I want to know if you see it today as a private or a public pool?
I see it as a public pool.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Thank you, Mr. Elliott. You can return to the gallery and we'll go to our next delegation. Can you hear in the gallery? We turn the volume up. Is everyone okay? Yeah. Good. Thank you. Next delegation is Florence Stratton. Good afternoon, Ms. Stratton. You have been here many times. You know the process.
Florence Stratton, I'm representing myself. Scrooge lives among us. He may even have had a hand in writing the City of Regina's 2019 budget. A budget that, in my view, reflects the meanness and injustice of the times that Charles Dickens so despised. Let me start with the budget proposal regarding swimming pools, that Maple Leaf Pool be permanently closed and Wascana Pool be rebuilt as a destination aquatic facility. Wascana Pool is located in Wascana Park and surrounded by affluent neighborhoods. Maple Leaf Pool is located in the Heritage area, a low-income inner-city neighborhood. Is this why Maple Leaf Pool can be sacrificed? According to the city website, Maple Leaf Pool is beyond repair. When authorities wanted to close Connaught Library, they said its foundation was crumbling. As it turned out, there was nothing wrong with it. Even if Maple Leaf Pool is in bad shape, it can be repaired or replaced. Inner city facilities should not be eliminated, period. Some city councilors say that heritage children can walk to Wascana Pool. It would be a 5K walk for some of those children. There's also talk about free bus passes for heritage children. To get to Wascana Pool by bus from Heritage, you would have to transfer. How many children are likely to use the bus option even without a transfer? Heritage children should not be discriminated against. They must keep a pool in their neighborhood. $16.5 million has been designated for the design and construction of the destination aquatic facility in Wascana Park. In the name of more generous and just sharing of the resources of our city, please spend this money instead on repairing or rebuilding Maple Leaf Pool and Wascana Pool. Then there is Regina's homelessness crisis. 286 people were identified as homeless in Regina in Regina's 2018 homelessness count. That's 54 more people than in the 2015 count, a 23% interest. In the 2016 municipal election, Mayor Fougere ran on a platform of ending homelessness. In 2017, Mayor Fougere brought a motion before City Council, the plan to end homelessness in Regina. The mayor's preferred solution to Regina's homelessness crisis is housing first. Neither the 2017 nor the 2018 city budgets allocated any money to Housing First. The 2019 budget doesn't either. Moreover, the plan to end homelessness has already cost taxpayers $60,000, money spent not to house homeless people, but to hire consultants. The plan was supposed to be released in September. We're still waiting. No one should be homeless in Regina or anywhere. As Charles Dickens showed 175 years ago, the price homeless people pay for their homelessness is horrendous in terms of their health and well-being. Homelessness also costs taxpayers a huge amount, according to some estimates, $50,000 annually for each homeless person. This same budget that proposes closing an inner-city swimming pool and provides no money for ending homelessness allocates $92.5 million to the Regina Police Service operating budget. That's 20% of the city budget. Chief Bray often speaks about the social determinants of crime. One of them is a lack of recreational facilities for youth. Another is homelessness. Near the beginning of A Christmas Carol, Scrooge receives a visit from gentlemen soliciting funds to alleviate the suffering of the poor. Many thousands are in want of common necessaries, says the man to Scrooge. Are there no prisons, asked Scrooge. Plenty of prisons, said the gentleman. A Christmas Carol tells the story of the transformation of Scrooge from a greedy, mean, and selfish man into someone engaged in the struggle to create a more just society. As is usual with Dickens, the poor and homeless are represented mainly as children. Tiny Tim, the youngest child of Scrooge's clerk, highlights the plight of those affected by the greed and meanness Scrooge exemplifies. There are two more children in A Christmas Carol, a girl named Want and a boy named Ignorance. While both are dangerous, for Dickens it is our blindness to the suffering and injustice experienced by so many of our fellow citizens that is the more harmful, as it allows their suffering and injustice to continue.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm going to ask that the audience please refrain from participating in the debate. I know we have some passionate issues coming forward, but please, no participation by the gallery, please. Thank you for that. Any questions of the delegation? There are none. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery. Our next delegation is Colleen Schmidt. Ms. Schmidt, if you identify yourself for the record who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and members of council may have questions afterwards.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm Colleen Schmidt. I'm with Cathedral Area Cooperative Daycare. Mr. Mayor, members of council, I've had the privilege in recent weeks to address you on the topic of daycare and tax assistance to them, and I'm going to give an overview of my written remarks. My key message tonight is that daycare tax relief is not a handout. It is an investment in Regina. There is ample data, social research, and leading economists who all point to the same thing. $1 invested in high-quality early years care can return $4 to $9 over the life of the child. This means the city's $40,000 tax reduction to daycare can return between $160,000 and $360,000 back to the city. This return on investment comes from lower crime rates, lower costs of policing, less poverty, less use of social programs like social housing. In other words, investing in daycare leads to reduced city spending in other areas. The cost is relatively small. The estimated foregone revenue is $40,000. That is 0.001% of the city's total general fund revenue. I want to take the time now to address a reservation that's been expressed in past about providing childcare with a tax exemption. That is what I call the precedent problem. If we help daycare, where does it end? What about the next group, or the next group, or the seniors, or whoever? And in response, I have 5 points to say. First, few others can present the strong, compelling case that daycare has. Having provided this brief to you and having read it, I'm sure you're aware that childcare supports children, families, businesses, and the economy like no other. Daycare is an economic generator. Without it, people don't go to work. It reduces the cost of lost productivity. It improves labor force participation, especially for women. Childcare yields high GDP returns and boasts the highest employment multiplier of all Canadian industries. daycare builds human capital by promoting a future workforce that is more highly skilled, productive, and innovative. This leads to higher earnings that boost a community's overall standard of living. Can another group make a case like that? Secondly, Regina's daycare tax practices are out of step with other Canadian cities. Can other groups make that statement? Number 3, Regina ranks last for childcare availability among other Canadian cities and is behind the Canadian average. Are other sectors in this poor position? Is services and support for seniors as far behind as daycare is? And if they were, wouldn't you want to try to do something about that? What if seniors' facilities were described as, quote, a collection of small, poorly supported community-based programs, often in poor facilities that struggle while public policy fails to support them adequately enough to ensure that the quality is high? Yet that is exactly how the Saskatchewan Institute of Public Policy has described Saskatchewan's daycares. If that standard wouldn't be good enough for our seniors, why would that be good enough for our children? Number 4, daycare is early years education, designated as such by the Minister of Education. We are part of the spectrum of learning. So much so that the Ministry of Education allows daycares to operate out of schools. Daycare is on par with schools the way no other group can claim to be. And 5th, and perhaps most importantly of all, the biggest distinguisher is this. No other sector in this city, no other group, can say that its members are out there paying full commercial property taxes while their identical counterparts are permitted to operate out of a school tax-free. Can you imagine the outcry you would have if some doctors' offices, say in the community, were subject to commercial property taxes, yet doctors' offices located at the Regina General Hospital were tax exempt? You imagine it would be quite a large outcry. So aside from all of the other excellent reasons for exempting daycare, no other group can claim this inconsistency.
Ms. Schmidt, you have 1 minute to go.
Thank you. Lack of fairness and uneven playing field. In closing, we very much welcome the proposal to have this matter referred to policy development. But that process is estimated to take 18 months. And as with all cost-saving investments, it is better to begin sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. There are questions. Councillor Donald.
Good evening. Thanks for coming back again. I want to ask 2 things, so I'll give you a forewarning so you can think about it a little bit. I want to talk about roles of government, and I want to talk about the effect that this would have directly in terms of daycares in Regina. So I'll start with that one. So, for example, if there's an exemption, however it is, commercial or whatever, will that result in more seats? Will it result in cheaper? How do I know where that money will go?
Right. As indicated in the administration's report, it's not going to directly translate immediately into more spaces. It will go towards quality of care, quality of programming. It'll go potentially to the reduction of parent fees. All of the daycare centers who are seeking this application are nonprofit organizations, so all of those funds are going to be retained for the use of the center itself. Any one of them, the needs are varied, of course. Any one of them is probably going to have different priorities. Some have to fix structural problems in the building. Some need to hire better train their staff. Some need to pay for better quality food.
Thank you. And because they are nonprofit, is there a record kept of where money goes and so on? Is it a public document?
It is very much so, to maintain your nonprofit corporate status, or in some cases the cooperative status. All of that material has to be filed with the corporation's branch. In addition, all but 2 of the applicant daycare centers are also CRA charities. They as well have CRA financial reporting and other managerial obligations as well. Of course, all of them will have audited financial statements. All of them are accountable to their boards of directors. And I think all of them have their stuff published online.
Gotcha. Thank you very much. Let's talk about role of government. I don't know all legislation and so on, but I believe that there is no national policy on daycare because it's different by province to province. I believe that the province has, although it has legislation and so on, but it has a clear mandate as to being responsible for daycare.
Yeah.
Where do we fit in?
That's a great question. They do have the oversight and the legislative responsibility for daycare. They fund us, regulate us, supervise us, monitor us. There's another aspect of financial monitoring going on there. And they do fund us, and they could and should, I think, fund us better. We have enormous problems with daycare being last in the country. We've got all kinds of quality issues. That's a big problem. It requires all levels of government getting involved. So, yes, I think the province is primarily responsible. We certainly want to, and we will, I will, continue to pursue them on this issue. Now, what does that mean for the municipality? Cities matter. As a relevant force in shaping our community, you have to tackle relevant community issues. And childcare is incredibly important to a huge number of people in this city. There are future leaders, workers and voters, there are citizens, so every level of government has a they benefit from them. Every level of government needs them. Every level of government has some role to play in supporting them. As the Regina's official community plan says, the community frequently turns to the city, the government that is closest to the people, for help and answers to local problems. And certainly the daycares we have, we're community-based responses to community need. And so we're hoping that the City Council will see that and support that work. Now, if I may, Section 13.5 of the official community plan also speaks to daycare, and there's a two-part sort of instruction there. One is for City Council to support the community work of daycare, so certainly tax exemption of some form would fit with that. The other one speaks to the city sort of lobbying the province to provide more daycare support, more funding, create more spaces. Again, totally an appropriate role for the municipality to play, but I think you have more credibility if you can go to the provincial government saying, look, we don't have many tools at our toolbox, we have limited resources, but we did what we could for daycare. Now, province, it's on you.
Thanks for your thought.
Thank you, Councillor Donald. Councillor Flegel.
Thank you and welcome back. I didn't ask this at executive, but you represent how many groups?
There are 21 daycare centers who've brought this request forward.
21. So if the report goes through today, what is the savings that you would be looking at for the 21 groups?
Well, I think we're talking about the $40,000.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So is $2,000 going to enhance the care of, that's what I'm trying to get at.
It doesn't make a difference.
Does it make a difference?
Yeah, absolutely. These are people who can pinch a nickel to the beaver poops. We are always got our eye on the bottom line. We always watch the dollars. Many of us are getting by fundraising just to keep the power and the lights on.
Right.
Absolutely, it would make a big difference.
Yeah. So of the 21 groups, they're all paying rent, paying taxes, is what you're saying.
Yes.
How many other groups aren't paying? They're sitting in a nonprofit or in a church or in a government building or somewhere, the schools. How many of those are there in the city?
There are 21 daycare centers paying tax that are here tonight.
Right.
There are an additional 10 that pay tax who, for various reasons, didn't join this application.
Okay.
All right? And those are the entirety of the tax-paying daycare centers. Of that, I think there's about 31 or 2 that are in some form of tax-exempt property, either in a school or in a YMCA or on the university campus.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure how this would work, and I know it would be legislation throughout the province, but if there was a way to go to the province and say, at least tax the portion of the daycare out of your non-taxable building, would that work? And let them pay the tax that you're paying instead of getting back $2,000. Does that work?
Sorry, I'm not following. Are you suggesting that the province would
Yeah, if the province was to
tax-
bring legislation to say, okay, we have a nonprofit daycare, just like you are in a
Yeah.
nonprofit world.
Yeah,
They don't pay tax because they're sitting in a provincial building,
like a school.
at a school
Okay.
or a church or wherever they happen to be.
Okay.
Would you be acceptable if it would play an equal playing field that they paid tax as opposed to you not? Going the other way.
Yeah, that would be the direction we wouldn't want you to go.
Sure.
I guess, I mean, if you're talking about leveling a playing field, that's one option to level a playing field, that's absolutely true. Those daycare centers, and I'm talking particularly the ones in schools, they tend to be small. because other than the ones that are new in the new schools, they're built for that purpose. The older ones have been sort of sandwiched into some marginal space, and they're tiny. To be quite honest, I think a tax bill on those little centers would probably put them out of business, which is, again, not what we want.
Thanks. One last thing through you. When was the last time you spoke to the provincial government about daycare?
Myself personally, or representatives to the daycare community?
Well, you seem to be the spokesperson, so I'm asking you,
Yeah.
but if there has been somebody, but when was the last time there was communication between the daycare system and the provincial government?
Well, it's been a while since I've had the privilege, probably more than a year, but I can tell you that on behalf of the daycare community province-wide, the Saskatchewan Early Childhood Association is in practice of regularly meeting with them.
Okay.
So there's definitely communications.
Okay, perfect, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flego. Councillor Berciani?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Ms. Schmidt, for coming forward and being an advocate for the daycares. One of the questions I have is, can you tell me a little bit of how Saskatchewan is doing as far as compared to other provinces with
Right.
daycares?
Right.
Just in general, as far as the actual commercial property taxes they get received.
Other provinces and how they handle the commercial property taxes, Nova Scotia, Alberta, Manitoba are all tax exempt for their non-profit daycare centers. Ontario and BC tax them at a rate that is comparable to the residential rate.
Is it fair to say that a large number of the commercially taxed centers are in North Central here in Regina?
There's a large cluster of them along Dewdney Avenue and in that area. I'm not entirely sure why. My speculation is because the property was affordable in that area, and that's sort of where they've ended up. It's led to a little bit of an odd circumstance, and again, in the brief I've provided, there's actually a map that highlights it. And what we tend to see is more of the highly taxed daycare centers clustered into the older and perhaps less affluent neighborhoods, and with the practice of putting daycare centers into schools, those tax-exempt centers actually happen to be in some of the more affluent neighborhoods in the city. And that's unfortunate because the inner city and some of those lower-income daycares is where it is the most difficult for the parents to absorb the increased tax bill that we had for some of us in 2015, but in general, it's a very difficult area to have parents absorbing the cost of daycare.
Thank you. Which would then help with the incentive, the exemption.
It would be tremendously helpful.
So, and just one last thing through your worship, just for an example, many of the taxes almost doubled, if not went up. So Ducky Daycare Co-op from 48 to 11,000.
Correct.
And again, up from 2,500 to 55, so doubled. And this obviously puts pressure. Would you, in your recommendation, or from knowing a lot of these, that they're just keeping the doors open?
It's always a struggle. Every penny, as I say, is watched carefully, and it was particularly difficult for the 5 daycares that were reclassified in 2015, because for them, on very short notice, their taxes doubled, and in one case almost tripled. That's a really difficult burden to bear, and there's no question that this money is going to be beneficial, even though it may seem small in the city of Regina budget world, but yet it's enormously valuable to us.
Thank you, and thank you again for your advocacy.
Thank you, Councillor Berciani. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. While we have you here, Colleen, would you just briefly tell us the difference between a licensed daycare? What does a licensed daycare mean? Because the motion that's coming forward later refers to those specifically.
Right. A licensed child care facility has a license issued to it by the Ministry of Education. We are required to follow the Child Care Act and regulations. We are under the supervision of the Ministry of Education and funded by them. Licensing can take 2 forms, in the form of centers, which is where the majority of spaces are, and there are licensed homes that do receive a little bit of funding and maintain the designation of license. Those licensed facilities are available to provide care to approximately 13% of the city's children, which means the remaining 80, how's my math? 87, thank you. 87% of our children are cared for in unlicensed childcare arrangements. And you can imagine what that is. I call it the gray market of daycare because we don't really know where they are. We don't really know what they do. They have no supervision to speak of from the ministry. All that they have in these home daycares is a requirement to have a certain number of children to adults, and even if you were in violation of that, the ministry doesn't really have any way of inspecting or enforcing that. So in this gray area of childcare is where the majority of children in our city seek care.
Okay, but licensed childcare centers are inspected by the government?
They are. Yeah, we have regular surprise inspections. We have government officials attending our AGM and board meetings, and we're required to follow all the regulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Massanelli.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I'm just kind of scared of labeling myself a chauvinist here, but I have to ask the question because I'm a little bit ignorant of the fact. You mentioned 31 or 32 tax-exempt daycares and schools. Was that the correct number?
Approximately.
Were those daycares set up to address a need in our society, maybe to help young mums along with their education and make sure they can transition, move through and everything else, so they're addressing that need?
That's an excellent question. And that is true of 3 of those centers. Those are the teen support centers. They're located in high schools, and they're a little bit of a different matter. For example, Balfour Collegiate has one. And it is only available to students enrolled at Balfour who are aiming to finish their high school education. They're not open to members of the public. Those parents don't pay fees. Those are all covered by the government. And those are 3. The remainers that are in schools or YMCAs or YWCAs or anywhere else are publicly available to the community. Now, here's an interesting note, because Balfour Collegiate has the Teen Support Center in their school. It's tax exempt. Across the street, across College Avenue, the infants are cared for in a building that used to be a house, just like my daycare used to be. And that operation in that house across the street, even though it's run by the same organization, that daycare is paying commercial property taxes, while the rest of the operation across the street is not.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's good information to have.
Thank you, Councillor Massanelli. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have 2 questions. The first, Ms. Schmidt, I'd like to give you the opportunity to clarify your remarks with respect to seniors. Would you agree with me that the seniors in our community fought and won our freedom, built our city, and are now the grandparents of the children that you represent? Would you agree that they've made an enormous contribution in that sense?
Absolutely, they have.
Thank you. And the second question is this. You mentioned that some of the proceeds from any reduction in property tax would go to reducing parents' fees in daycare. Would you agree with me that some of those parents are very well-to-do and would have no trouble paying their fees at all?
Mm-hmm. Well, on that point, absolutely it can vary, and it even varies by neighborhood where the daycare center is. Where you will find in some inner city areas the parents have very little resources, and in some other more affluent areas of the city, you have parents who have better circumstances. It's true. And that's why I think if we're looking at a policy for daycare, it's good to leave those questions in the hands of the daycare. If we have this exempt money, what is the daycare to do with it? In some cases, reduction of fees to parents is maybe the top priority. In other cases, it may be a program issue or a building issue or whatever, because fees aren't really the biggest problem you have. So I think in that sense, if we're talking about what kind of policy direction you'd be looking at, I think it would be wise to leave those kind of choices, to leave the daycares with the flexibility to make those choices.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Murray.
Through the chair, thank you very much. Thanks for coming again. Earlier, we had an opportunity to ask you questions at the last meeting, but this meeting is good because you've probably had a little more time to research in other provinces as well. With the other provinces that support daycare centers in different ways, are there any that do it through operations of grants as well as provincially mandating exemptions across the board? Is that a combination of them, or are they strictly through grants?
I'll try to, I'm not maybe the most knowledgeable person for this, but I can tell you that, like with Alberta and Manitoba, the daycares are nonprofit. The provincial exemption is for nonprofits, so daycares are just caught in that net as well. I can't speak to grants and what combination that would be. I can tell you that daycares in Regina have tried to apply for city grants and we've never been deemed eligible. So that's been always a barrier for us at
Because
daycares.
a potential commercial component, okay.
I'm not entirely sure what it is.
Okay.
Well,
We'll take notes.
it's probably not the time to discuss
Thanks.
it. Yeah.
That's okay. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Murray. There are no other questions. You can return to the gallery. Thank you very much. And we'll move on to our next delegation, Carla Steiner. Ms. Steiner, for the record, if you could identify yourself, who you represent, and you have 5 minutes as well for your presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Kara Steiner, and I'm here representing Prairie Lily Early Learning Center here in Regina. We have 3 centers in the city. I just wanted to start by saying that I will try and keep my remarks short this evening because you've heard us present many times on this topic. I feel very passionate about early childhood education. In the past several years, our center has grown to include 1 more new location in North Central Regina. I am currently managing all those centers, as well as I've recently joined a group called the Saskatchewan Leaders Caucus. So we are a group of child care professionals and related individuals like social workers and professors at Sask Polytech working together in our province to make change in how child care is approached and funded and all of these things. I have also recently joined the board of the Saskatchewan Early Childhood Association, and I look forward to working with them in 2019. I'm very excited to join that board because there are no other members other than Ms. Schmidt from Regina, and we can be in a unique position to represent the needs of Regina in our province. We are asking for this tax break on behalf of licensed nonprofit, commercially taxed centers. Licensed nonprofit centers in Saskatchewan are mandated by the Ministry of Education, and we have a curriculum guide that we follow. So tonight I'd like to speak a little bit towards what high quality programs are and what this money could go into if we were to receive this exemption. We follow this guide. It's called the Play and Exploration Early Learning Program Guide. It is a development initiatives, and it is based on high quality experiences for Saskatchewan children in their most formative years. And it was written based on knowledge gained from early childhood education research, examples from successful practice of ECE, and understandings that are passed on through community culture, values, and beliefs. The centers tonight that are asking for this tax exemption operate these high quality programs. The educators understand the importance of preparing a high quality environment where they can foster all areas of a child's learning. We are responsible as educators for maintaining facilities, meeting the basic needs of children, and also for providing a high-quality program that includes promoting positive social and emotional development, encouraging optimum physical development through indoor and outdoor play, creating an aesthetically beautiful environment that nourishes all areas of development, fostering language and literacy, stimulating intellectual and cognitive development, engaging our families, allowing children to develop healthy relationships with adults and peers, planning activities and outings based on these observations of interests, and personal professional development. So as you can see, early childhood educators have a lot on their plates every single day. The money that we would be able to receive through this tax exemption could go directly back into our educators, building them up, allowing them to increase the programming in all levels that I previously mentioned. We would be excited to work with the City of Regina to have them come alongside us as a champion for childcare. I think that Regina has an incredible opportunity to be leaders in this province and to help spur on a more universal childcare system that our province could follow. When we look at other Western provinces in Canada, they are introducing more of a $10 a day, $15 a day pilot program in many of their areas where parents are going from paying upwards of $1,000 a month in fees, to $200 a month in fees, which they can take that money and put it back into their economy, into their cities, back into their families. I look forward to seeing Saskatchewan develop something like that, but what we are looking for from the City of Regina tonight is support from our local and municipal government, and that we continue to build on that when we meet with representatives from the Ministries of Education and Social Service and show them the work that we are all doing together here to help our province grow. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Other questions for the delegation? There are none. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery and move on to our next delegation, Jean Clive. Good evening, Ms. Clive. You can identify yourself for the record who you represent, and you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Well, my name's Sheen Clive, and I'm the mayor of Montreal Street. And Mayor Fougere, members of City Council, ladies and gentlemen. Well, folks, here we are again, discussing the same thing we talked about 4 or 5 years ago, closing the Maple Leaf Pool. While I understand about cost, dollars and cents, I do not understand why the residents of this community in which I live have to write letters, make phone calls, do presentations to beg City Council to keep up a city facility currently in use for which tax dollars have paid for many times over. A little background, our family are farmers. We have a business, and all business owners understand costs very well. Every farm or business to be productive requires inputs. If there are no regular inputs, eventually the farm or the business stops producing anything viable, and in my opinion, it's the same with neighborhoods. A thriving community has a hub, a place for people to gravitate to. The heritage community does not have a dedicated community center like some other inner city community associations. I've been made aware of that there's supposed to be 1.5 million dedicated to direct funds to programming in the heritage community. The heritage community, right at the moment, operates out of the fire hall downtown. And I'd like to know which closet they're going to put the programs in, because it's a very small space. The skating rink and shack left a few years ago, and the only remaining recreation facility is the Maple Leaf Pool, surrounding park, picnic area, and play structures. In the summertime, Maple Leaf Pool provides a balance for the programs that are offered in the winter to the school and the seniors. And I have a question, is why can't children and adults just play without being programmed to death? My son William and the neighborhood children grew up at the Maple Leaf Pool. As generations before him, the generation right now, and that is following him, and hopefully the generations to come. From a real estate point of view, which is my profession, anyone considering locating to a neighborhood, especially with a family, looks at what's available for their children. If there are no amenities to attract them, such as recreation opportunities like the Maple Leaf Pool and surrounding park, the potential buyer looks elsewhere and we all lose. Physical activity is being promoted to offset the overuse of electronic devices for everyone, adults and children alike. The residents of this community believe it is the duty of the mayor and the city council to be more forward-thinking in preserving the Maple Leaf Pool as one of the city-owned recreation facilities. We've wasted 5 years again, and nothing's been done. My suggestion going forward is that the dollars and cents from the tax base from parking and other revenue streams generated by Ward 3 be earmarked for repairs and projects in the ward. As decision makers, should something like this occur in your neighborhood, would you want to lose something vital to your community?
Thank you very much for your presentation, Ms. Clive. Other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery. Our next delegation is Stacy and Lila Fayant. Hope I got that correct. I did not get that correct. I'll be corrected. You state your name for the record. Who represents you? You have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Hi, it's Lila Fayant. I'm Stacy Fayant. Lila couldn't make it this evening. She's only 11, and it is a school night. She also had dance. My daughter Lila and I have used Maple Leaf Pool since Lila was born, and I used it before that. We bought our house about 17 years ago in the neighborhood. It is in our neighborhood. It is affordable daily recreation in the summer, and it gives my daughter an opportunity to practice swimming skills she would otherwise not have an opportunity to practice. When I broke the news to her that the city was closing the pool, she was devastated. You may have seen her in the news. She was the sad kid crying. But she was devastated that night, and she cried. She cried until bedtime, not a tantrum, but just the saddest cry you could see from a child, silently crying as she went about her evening's work. She knows that when I get home from work in the summer, we can throw on our swimsuits and walk to the pool for a fun swim before supper. It's easy and doesn't require planning because it is close by and free. I don't drive, so getting to Maple Leaf is the best option for us in the summer. On weekends, she can spend hours there with friends, having free and easy fun, being active and outside. My partner works most weekends and evenings, so Lila and I have to find activities that don't require a car. Maple Leaf was that activity every summer for the past 11 years, and we were not alone at the pool. Most days it was packed with families, kids, and seniors. I'm not sure you have correct stats for the amount of people using the pool, especially in the last year, as I did not see anyone counting people coming in at the front at all. The window was covered up with a wooden board. I understand that the pool is perhaps beyond repair. That's what I've heard. It doesn't, as a person who was swimming in it, I was perfectly happy. What Lila and I are asking is that you make the commitment to replace Maple Leaf Pool, if it's beyond repair, with a new pool in the same place that the pool is currently located, or find ways to fix the current pool. It doesn't have to have fancy slides or frills of any sort, just a pool with a deep end so that children can practice important swimming skills. Swimming in a pool in the summer outside is so beneficial in so many ways to people young and old. It provides cardiovascular exercise in a low-impact setting, and water resistance helps encourage stronger bones for older adults. Swimming and diving as exercise are also great for kids, allowing them to expend energy and blow off steam, and allowing everyone to cool off in the hot summer. A spray park would not be adequate for all of those things. Please do not replace it with another spray park. I'm also aware of the suggestion to build a destination water park of some sort in Wascana Park. I'm against this, and Lila is very much against this as well. And don't get me wrong, she loves a water slide. But our city needs places for children to play and learn swimming skills on a daily basis, not as a destination their parents can only take them to once in a while because of both cost and travel time. Yes, Wascana is sort of close to our house, but there is no way that I could get off work at 5 and take Lila there every day. To go there, we would need to plan a trip, pack a meal. It would turn into a day trip. I have asked Lila to present on this topic with me because her voice is important, and she was sad not to be able to make it. She was also nervous about crying in front of you guys because every time she talks about it, she cries. This morning we were on the radio, and it was the first time she didn't cry about it. So it's been really hard on her. Taking away the pool is taking away something so important to her and to all of the kids that we see at the pool. It's their joy. It's their summer. It's life to them. I can't adequately explain it to you. I'm sure many, many other children in our neighborhood feel the same way as Lola. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Again, please ask that people not participate in the discussion, please. I know you feel very strongly about this, but that's the rules of decorum, so I appreciate that you would abide by that. Any questions of the delegation? You made yourself very clear. Thank you very much. Next delegation is Shayna Stock. Good evening, Ms. Stock. If you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent, and you have 5 minutes for your presentation time as well.
Hello, my name is Shayna Stock, and I'm the Executive Director of the Heritage Community Association. Good evening, Mayor Fougere and City Councillors. It is not an overstatement, as you've been hearing, to say that Heritage residents are devastated and outraged at the planned closure of Maple Leaf Pool. As the only recreation facility in our neighborhood, Maple Leaf Pool is a lifeline for many families. Many children spend all day, every day at that pool, providing them with safe, supervised recreation while their parents or guardians work or take care of younger children. 1/3 of Heritage families are single-parent families, and the pool is a major support for these and all families while school is out. The pool is also well used by seniors, many of whom live in one of several nearby seniors complexes. I have spoken to Police Chief Evan Bray about the potential impact of the pool closure on crime and safety in our neighborhood. He agrees that the pool is vital to keeping people active and busy, especially youth, and engaged in safe, positive activities during the summers. And he's here to answer any questions if you have any about the implications in terms of safety and crime on our neighborhood. In a neighborhood and a city that can often feel very divided by socioeconomic and racial lines, Maple Leaf Pool offers a central, neutral meeting place where people from all backgrounds and ages play, exercise, make friends, and socialize with one another. This is about more than losing an option for leisure. Residents' concerns are coming from a place of real fear for the health and safety of their families and our neighborhood, and also from a place of deep pride and appreciation for what is an exceptional asset in our community. The core Neighborhood Sustainability Action Plan, endorsed by the city in 2012, calls for the rehabilitation of Maple Leaf Pool, or the building of a new recreation facility and pool on that site. The city's own official community plan identifies complete neighborhoods as a key community priority, which it defines as safe and inclusive neighborhoods that are easy to get around and that have a mix of housing choices, amenities, and services. The plan explicitly identifies recreation as one of the daily lifestyle needs that residents of a neighborhood should have easy access to. The OCP also calls for the city to ensure access to a variety of recreation programs and services in all neighborhoods. One of the stated objectives for the core neighborhood or heritage within the OCP is to enhance community-based recreation to meet the needs of core neighborhood residents. We appreciate the city's offer of programming in our neighborhood to meet some of the needs left behind by the pool, but programming will not replace the unstructured, drop-in recreation opportunities and community hub that a pool provides. I also want to emphasize the value of the pool being a place of supervised recreation. Several lifeguards were planning to speak tonight but were disallowed due to a policy preventing city staff from speaking publicly about city activities. All of these lifeguards reached out to me unprompted when they heard about the news of Maple Leaf Pool. Some of them have long-standing relationships with the regular patrons of the pool and were deeply concerned about the impact of its closure on them. I learned a lot from these lifeguards and the value of the lifeguard, about the value of the lifeguard-patron relationship, the mentorship, the friendship, the positive adult attention that lifeguards provide to young patrons in addition to water safety. My conversations with kids who use the pool regularly confirmed this. One of them talked about getting her nails painted by a lifeguard during her break. Many identified their relationships with the lifeguards as one of the main highlights of the pool. It is unfortunate that we couldn't hear from these lifeguards tonight, but I hope all of you have read their submissions, which I believe were provided to you. The city's current plan calls for the pool to be replaced by another outdoor recreation facility or mix of facilities that costs much less to build and maintain and will likely be unsupervised. The proposed timeline means that facility wouldn't be built for at least another 4 or 5 years. We believe strongly that the city needs to keep the value of Maple Leaf Pool in the heritage neighborhood. If a pool costs $4 million to rebuild, we do not want to see the cost of that removed from our neighborhood and reinvested in a citywide facility. We also believe strongly that 4 or more years is too long for our neighborhood to wait for another recreation facility.
Ms. Stark, you have 1 minute to go in your presentation time.
Thank you. Even 1 year will have a significant impact on our community. We respectfully request that the city invest in rebuilding the pool with a goal of reopening in 2020 or before. We also request that in 2019 or until Maple Leaf Pool reopens that there be free transportation and admission to Wascana Pool for residents of Heritage and Al-Ritchie and an investment in programming in Heritage. A destination leisure facility should not happen at the expense of a neighborhood asset like Maple Leaf Pool. Maple Leaf Pool needs to be prioritized. Regardless of Council's decision tonight or tomorrow night, I want to emphasize that the Community Association is eager to continue working with city staff on making the best of this situation and meeting the needs, the recreation needs of our community to the best of our collective ability. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right on time. Thank you. Questions of the delegation? Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. Through the chair, Shana, could you comment a little bit on your capacity and the Heritage Community Association's capacity to facilitate programming? So if the stopgap in the near future is escorting one way or another kids to the Wascana Pool, Do you even have the capacity to lend to that? Have you been part of the consultation to make that happen?
I've been in communication with city staff recently. I'm very willing to work with the city on figuring out whatever's next, but I'm also the only staff of the community association, and so our resources are already really limited, and I'm very eager to work with the city, but it's within a very limited capacity in terms of our organizational, financial, and human resource capacity.
Thank you. Have you, through the chair, been involved in any discussions or consultation about leading up to the announcement that it's going to be closed and proposed solutions?
I met with city staff the day before the budget was released. That was the extent of our communication prior to the budget being released. So, and I've been at the Community Association for 2.5 years, and to my knowledge there hasn't been any communication since this conversation came up in 2013, 2014. So yeah, to my knowledge there hasn't been anything through the Community Association since then.
Great, thank you. Through the chair, if we go forward, assuming that from an infrastructure perspective the Maple Leaf Pool is toast, what role does Heritage have to play in your mind in facilitating a public consultation, a meaningful public consultation going forward in terms of soliciting resident feedback on what they wish to see replace that site?
I would hope that the Community Association would have a central role in that. We have great contact with our residents, and we have our newsletter that goes out to every household twice a year, and we have great ways of reaching people through social media and email as well, so I would hope to be a central part of that, and I mean, we don't have money, but we would help facilitate for sure.
Thank you. Final question, what do you imagine needs to be invested in that community in addition to a pool? That's clear we need that. If you were to put together a list of amenities for either winter, summer, both, what have you been hearing from residents?
Anytime we talk to residents, we hear about the lack of a full recreation facility in our neighborhood, meaning indoor space to have activities all year long as well as outdoor recreation facilities. So Maple Leaf Pool is the only outdoor rec facility that we have. The core Neighborhood Sustainability Action Plan, which was based on immense amounts of consultation with our community, it's a few years old now, but it's still really relevant, I think. And it includes a full community center where the offices of the Community Association could be held, as well as maybe some other nonprofit organizations that work in the neighborhood, adjacent to a park, so there's outdoor space as well, and lots of, like a gymnasium and lots of indoor space for activities. We currently are really limited in what we can provide as a community association because most of our programming runs out of Thompson School, which currently is unavailable to us in the summer. And we don't have our own space to use, and yeah, there aren't that many spaces in our neighborhood where we can do that type of thing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Bershani?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for coming forward. So one of the questions, how many members would the Heritage community have? Like in your association, how many members would you have that are active? And
well, like the Heritage community has 5,300 or so residents. We have, like, our membership in terms of, we don't really have a set number of members. Like, people sign up for a membership to vote at the AGM, and otherwise there's not much benefits that people get from membership, so the actual memberships are low. But we provide programming to hundreds of people throughout the year, and we have about 600 that show up every year for our annual Harvest Moon Festival. We do youth programming for dozens of kids weekly throughout the school year. So there's a lot of people that are engaged. I don't know if that's what you're asking or if you're talking about specifically memberships, but
thank you. So you would indicate that it's an active community, and you know the need is there. That people are still, and the kids are still involved, and people are very, very, I guess, engaged.
For sure, yeah, and yeah, I think that is also shown by the number of people that showed up and spent an hour outside on Saturday morning for the rally, which was organized by residents, showing support for Maple Leaf Pool. We had dozens of people out. The estimate was about 50, and so I think there's a lot of people, and also there's a lot of people in our neighborhood who are just busy meeting their everyday needs for them and their families, and so for people to be able, that many people to be able to come out on a cold Saturday morning, I think is another showing of how important this is to people.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bresciani. No other questions, you can return to the gallery.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation and answering questions. Our next delegation is Evangeline Godwin. Ms. Godwin, if you could identify yourself for the record. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Yes, the Maple Leaf Pool has existed since 1946, which is 72 years ago, 4 to 6.5 generations, depending on how long a generation. It's about the only public pool that's practically in the backyard of a subsidized family housing unit and the backyard of a senior Embry high-rise, and it's behind the senior center, more or less. So it serves many generations, and a lot of the seniors have told me that they went there as children and are still going sometimes, but more often as children. It also serves many ethnic groups. It's only a 12-minute walk from Thompson School, where during recess or breaks you can hear 24 different languages. So I would say that the world has appreciated the pool, and it would be great if it could be repaired or rebuilt as is, enlarged or whatever. By whatever means, keep the pool. That's what I have to say, so that those old people can see their great-great-great-grandchildren there, and the little children can see their grandchildren using the pool. That's about all I have to say. Keep the darn thing.
Thank you very much. Are there questions of the delegation? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll move on to our next delegation, Leslie Fairley. Is Leslie Fairley here? Looks not like she's not here. Perhaps we'll just set this aside, and if she happens to come back before the end of our delegation, we will have her come up and speak. So we will, though, move on to the next one, Charlotte Daubise. I hope I got that right. Nope. Okay, we'll move on to the next one. These two will hold if they do appear before the end of the delegations. Jordan Feisler. If you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation as well. And maybe questions from council after.
Thank you, sir. Jordan Feisler, but no one gets it right. Hello, Mr. Mayor and everyone else here today. I just have a letter from my 10-year-old son, who lives 2 blocks from the pool. Dear City Council, I come to Maple Leaf Pool every summer. I really like going there. It's been a part of my life forever. Before we moved, it was practically in my backyard. I really hope you don't close it. I've gone there every summer my whole life, and it's a really big part of me. I love that it's free, and I love that I can go there and see a lot of my friends. I love that I can just walk there anytime I need something to do. I love swimming a lot. Please don't shut down Maple Leaf Pool. If you do, I'll be very sad. Asa Forrester, age 10. And from my own experience, I don't have really much to add from other people, but I guess the only thing that came to mind was just having to do with a specific age group of people. I think of that kind of 13 to 17-year-old age group is pretty hard to motivate in positive ways, and that's a lot of the people that I see down there. And for me, it's a great opportunity. I've lived in the neighborhood for a number of years, and the number of kids that I see there again and again really provides an opportunity for me to be of service in the community and to connect with them. lots of really great kids down there, have a really great time. And I guess when I was thinking about coming here, that was the thing that really stood out in my mind. Like, a spray park is great if you're 5. Same with the play structure, it's great, but if you're 14, if you're 16, like, good luck getting kids into that spray park. And yeah, so I guess I'm just doubling up on what Shayna had to say about the positive relationships with adults that happen at that pool, and just getting kids outside. And as my son made clear, you know, there's nothing like being 10 years old and walking down the street and getting into the pool. And so I just really hope that City Council, and I don't know what the answer to this question is, but I just really hope that City Council has been putting the money into the infrastructure that was necessary, as opposed to the money not being there and then us coming to a place where we're saying, okay, we need to replace the whole thing. And I don't really know what the answer to that question is, whether the money has been going in there that needed to be there year after year, or whether it's been let to fall down and now we get to this place and we go up, well, too expensive. So I don't know what the answer to that question is, but I certainly hope that that's not the situation. So that's all I have.
Thank you for your presentation. There are questions. Councillor Berchiani has a question. Councillor Berchiani?
Thank you for coming forward, and please thank your son as well being an advocate for the pool. One of the recommendations coming forward is suggesting that these children would be able to take a bus and go to the larger pool. Can I ask, you've obviously probably had the conversation with your son, or what are your thoughts as a parent in that regard?
Well, I mean, for a number of reasons, I think it's really below optimal, simply because you have certain kids. I mean, what, you're going to stick like a 7 and 8 year old onto the bus? They're going to go down to a different part of town. I mean, maybe. Another thing is that the pool's a lot bigger. You know, how busy does it get? I'm not sure. I haven't spent much time there because I'm at Maple Leaf Pool. So I kind of think about, what's the cost of that? Upkeep, staff, the bus, you know what I mean? It's like, how often are you going to be running that? Environmental impact. It seems like it's, at least in my eyes, a stopgap measure that really doesn't meet all the needs that have been brought to the table here by all these intelligent people. So.
Good. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Berchiani. Councillor Massinelli.
Thanks for coming out through you, Mr. Chair. As you indicated in your comments about whether there's a pot of money waiting to fix the pool or if it's been kept up enough, it's my understanding that it hasn't been kept up enough. It's not a decision anymore. It comes to an engineering report which states it's no longer able to be safe. I'm not the engineer. That's my understanding, and I've been wrong before. That is my understanding. You mentioned you had a 10-year-old child. One of the things administration mentioned is that they were going to look at measures to bring some of the children from the neighborhood over to the Wascana pool during the course of the time the Maple Leaf will be closed. I'm just wondering, is that something you'd give a try to? Would you try to see how your children would fit into that plan, if it would be amenable to them, or if they would take advantage of that, or do you think that's just totally wasted?
Well, as I answered in the last question, I think it's pretty subpar. I mean, it's not really up to me if this baby gets closed or not, so if it does, I mean, I'll do my best. My son's getting older, it should work for him, but I'm kind of curious, actually, about your statement there. Were you just kind of telling me that you guys have been neglecting the pool and that the money hasn't been there to keep it up? It kind of sounded to me like you said, we haven't been putting the pool money in and now it's not
it's my
in good shape.
I'm sorry for cutting you off.
So no debating.
It's my understanding the pool's over 70 years old.
Yeah, sure.
Even if we had the money set aside in an account right now, it's not built, so it wouldn't be open for the next year. So it's a moot point in essence.
Well, not really, because I mean, there's 400-year-old buildings and they're up because they've been kept up. You know what I mean? So 70 years is not that great a time frame in the span of the world.
No debating, Councillor Massinelli.
Here again, I'm not an engineer, so I'm just understanding it's come to the end of its life cycle by engineering reports.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Massinelli. Other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery.
Thank you, everyone.
Next delegation is Josh Campbell. Mr. Campbell, if you could identify yourself, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Yeah, good evening. My name's Josh Campbell. I'm speaking on my own behalf and behalf of my family who were supposed to be here, but they didn't make it. Busy night. And I'm also speaking on behalf of my students at Miller High School, many of which have used Maple Leaf Pool throughout their childhoods. I recognize that this evening I'll be speaking from a privileged place. I did not grow up in the Heritage neighborhood, but rather moved there with my wife in 2012. Since then, we've had 2 children. We've come to love our neighborhood. We live on Quebec Street, just a few houses down from Maple Leaf Park. Our daughters have grown up using Maple Leaf Park and Maple Leaf Pool. While I'm angry to see the plans for the pool to go, it's not for my family's sake that I'm most upset. While it is inconvenient, my family has the means to both travel and pay for swimming in another area of this city. It is a large number of people who don't have those means that I speak for today. Some of these include people like one of my students who you'll hear from after I'm done. From our backyard, constant cheers can be heard throughout the summer from the hundreds of kids that use Maple Leaf Pool every day. Council, I understand that there are safety issues with the pool as it is, and that the cost of repairs is high. But respectfully, what I'm asking for is, what is the cost of not doing this? What will taking this pool away mean for kids who call this place home in the summer? If your children used this pool and thought of it as a home away from home, would you not do all you could to restore it and renew it? Please consider putting money into restoring Maple Leaf Pool. And if this is an impossibility, then please consider replacing the recreation area of the pool with something else which can give the kids of this neighborhood a safe, supervised place where they can enjoy the summer and partake in activities that all children of our city deserve. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. There are questions. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. Through the chair, Josh, if you were at a public consultation, you're at a forum where people are asking you, what would you like to see invested in that community? Could you think of alternatives? You suggested what might be appropriate. What do you think as a teacher people would want to see in that facility if it's not a pool?
Well, I think, just what I'm hearing from my students is why not the pool? Why not the pool? So that would be a question I could take back to them and get back to you with, because it's hard for me to speculate that. I think what you've heard here tonight, and it's probably not news to you, Andrew, but it's just that Spray Park isn't going to work for a lot of kids that make use of a pool, and just the importance of that space is a pool where people can learn to swim, and it has a deep end and all these very practical things. But I know that's not answering your question, but it is something I could talk to some of my students about.
Okay, fair enough. Say we're going forward, there's a public consultation process. Would you be willing to participate both as a resident as well as a teacher and bring your students along to actually think about their role in shaping policy and recreation?
Definitely. As long as my students were participating, then I would be a part of it. Otherwise, it's, I think it's their voice that's really important, and the young man you're going to hear from next, especially. Yeah, but I would be interested.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. There are no other questions. You can return to the gallery. Thank you very much for your presentation. And the next delegation is Victor Robertson.
Hi, my name's Leslie. You guys already said my name.
Okay, we'll get back to you just after this one, okay?
Back?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Victor Robertson. Mr. Robertson, if you could identify yourself, you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
My name is Victor Robertson. I'm on behalf of myself and most of my friends here. They couldn't show up, and that's kind of sad for me, but Maple Leaf Pool is important to me because I love to swim. I come from a poor family. I never have any money to spend on other pools. I really started to swim when I was 6 or 7 years old. I'm 16 now. I really don't want to see this pool go. It means a lot to me. I have so many memories and other things. I had great times with my brothers I spend together with. We go there every summer. I don't want this to be our last swim. The pool is really close to me. I walk there about, it takes 4 to 5 minutes to get there. If it's going to move, it's not going to be easy for me to get there, or many of my friends. I think the pool should be fixed. Anyone who wants a pool should have a pool, not some spray park that not much people are going to be going anyway. Why can't we have our own swimming pool in our neighborhood? If you guys are going to spend $16.5 million on a new aquatic facility, why can't we spend it on rebuilding our own pool or fixing it? And look around, look at the elderly place. Where are they going to park? Where are they going to be going down? At the pool, there's usually about 100 to 200 people every day spending there. It depends on how the weather is. Where are they going to go if you're going to take it down? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you, everyone. Any question of delegation? We have a couple of councillors. Councillor Bresciani.
Your voice is very, very important. Just tell me a little bit about, you obviously swimming is a life skill. Did having that pool give you the opportunity to learn how to swim? Do you think you would have had that opportunity if the pool was not there?
Yes, I learned to swim there for a long time, but I feel like it should be there.
Okay. And can I just tell you, as a youth and a young person in that area, what did the pool do for you each and every day of the summer? As far as what did it help you with?
As far as me, every day I swam there, it gave me a place to swim, it gave me a place to make friends. Without that pool, I wouldn't be, I don't know where I would be. I don't know if I've ever met one of my friends and everything. It meant everything to me.
Great. Thank you, and thank you again for coming.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Stevens.
Victor, thanks a lot. So let's go through a couple of questions here. If pool disappears and we're talking about what might replace it, say a splash pad goes up, would you use it?
No, honestly, no, I wouldn't.
Would you use a skate park?
No.
Basketball court?
Nope.
Can you imagine any other summer recreation facility or structure there that you might use?
Honestly, no.
So if we're talking about a plan to temporarily shuttle people over to Wascana Pool, can you imagine barriers? And let's say it didn't cost you anything to enter Wascana Pool. And let's say it didn't cost you anything down the road to enter a large aquatic center. Would you consider yourself, would there still be a barrier to accessing that facility?
I would kind of go, but depends on travel.
What would be the barrier in terms of travel? Not having a bike, access to bus?
Honestly, I would bike there, but if going with the bus, no.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens, for that. No other questions of the delegation. Thank you so much for coming forward and answering questions. Thank you. So we'll go back up to the list here. Leslie Fairley.
I'm confused, what?
No, I'm just asking another delegation to come up. You're finished.
I'm finished, so.
Ms. Fairley, if you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent, you have 5 minutes as well for your presentation.
My name is Leslie Farley. Mayor Fougere, members of City Council, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Leslie Farley, and I believe the city is making a huge mistake in wanting to close Maple Leaf Pool. According to the city website, the Maple Leaf Pool is the second best attended pool in the city per capita based on the amount of people who can be in the pool at the maximum capacity. Wascana Park Pool has a maximum capacity of 915 people, and on average, 273 people use that pool a day. At Maple Leaf Pool, the capacity of the pool is 250, and 134 people use it daily on average. The most attended pool per capita is Massey, but part of the reason for this is because most of those swimming lessons take place there every summer. With this information alone, I question why the city would want to build a Wascana pool expansion. Why wouldn't the city rebuild a similar size Wascana pool in the park? And also, why wouldn't the city conclude that Maple Leaf Pool is a popular destination hub and that the Maple Leaf Pool must be fixed and rebuilt, one or the other? I made calculations of the city property tax revenue that comes from properties in the north part of the heritage area. This area includes the South Railway Avenue to the end of 11th Avenue. And that goes from Broad to Winnipeg Street. So this is 3 blocks north to south and 9 blocks east to west. And for this one area, in 2018, $1,377,997 were brought in property taxes to the city alone. Okay, so 60% of those taxes go to municipal use, and that leaves $826,798 for the city to use on projects like our pool. According to the city's outdoor pools facility plan update from 2014, the cost to rebuild Maple Leaf Pool is $3.65 million. That means we could pay to rebuild our pool that could last another 70 years with the property taxes from this small area in 4.5 years. We could also, with that $16.5 million that you guys want to use for a Wascana pool expansion, we could build Wascana Park Pool just as it is, which is just under $9 million. We could build Dudney Pool 2, which is axed next, I'm sure, with you guys. And we could build our Maple Leaf Pool. All 3 of those pools are important inner city pools. Lots of poor people use those pools too, and we need to keep those pools. A lot of people internalize that we are a poor neighborhood, but we generate more than enough tax revenue for a new rebuild of Maple Leaf Pool. We are not looking out for charity or handouts. Another thing that people chronically ponder is the question of why parents in our neighborhood can't get it together to get their kids to a Wascana pool expansion. And some people get really angry that we should feel so entitled to have our pool fixed or rebuilt. And I also hear outsiders remark, why do those parents not look out for their kids?
Ms. Farr, you have a minute to go in your presentation.
Why are those kids alone at the pool? And why does the city have to provide them a lunch program? The bitterness and overlooking of evidence regarding what is going on for poor people, and specifically poor First Nations people in my neighborhood, to me, is blatant ignorance and systemic white supremacy. The Maple Leaf Pool was not built for First Nations people, but today the pool is used mostly by First Nations people, and simultaneously the city wants to close the pool down. A year or so ago, a magazine, The Economist, researched and concluded that kids in low-income areas often do poorly in school because of lack of activities in the summer, whereas kids in more affluent neighborhoods are able to get more stimulating activities in summer, and that directly correlates with their better academic outcomes.
Ms. Farr, your time is up. I'm sorry, I've had you 5 minutes. Okay. There may be questions that members of council will have to amplify your presentation, but I have to stop you at 5 minutes. Any questions of the delegation? Councilor Bresciani.
Your Worship, I know you didn't finish. Is there anything else you wanted to add?
I just want to say that if you close our pool, it is like an ancestral history repeating itself, and that is not a good thing.
Thank you. Other questions? Thank you very much for your presentation.
You're welcome.
Move on to, again, I'd ask we please not participate in the discussion. Matthew Norwick is next. Mr. Norwick, if you can identify yourself for the record, who you represent. You have 5 minutes as well.
This is just some research that I want to pass on to you. I don't know if this is proper or not. I've never spoken in front of the council before, but I'm going to be talking about a lot of research. My name is Matthew Norwick, and I'm a healthcare practitioner, and I'm speaking to advocate for the children's health who is going to be affected by the closure of Maple Leaf Pool. The Canadian Pediatrics Society recommends that 5 to 11-year-old children receive vigorous intensity activity at least 3 times per week. On the website, they only list a few activities which they consider vigorous physical activity. The list of activities includes running, aerobics, intense dancing, basketball, hockey, and swimming. On the hottest days of the year at Maple Leaf Pool, the pool is packed. These are not the kind of kids that are squeezing in play dates between summer hockey camps and dance practices. You guys are probably familiar with the population that lives near there. People spoke about that before. You can check your own statistics on the matter. Their mummies and daddies didn't load them up into their Honda Pilot with the other kiddies in the neighborhood to go to Massey Pool. They walked there. In fact, research time and time again shows that public pools are very unique and sensitive to this phenomena. The research asks the question, does proximity to a pool increase its usage? Does the distance your home is to the pool predict whether you'll actually use that pool? The research in this field has been repeated over and over and over with similar results. And it's quite shocking because it's so clear. Have you guys read the research? They have reliable predictive models that can predict how many people will use a pool based on how far they live from it. Have you guys looked at that research? I would like everyone to, well, the City Council, I guess, to look at Appendix 2. Actually, you can just go to the chart, Appendix 3. You see that big plunging line? See that big plunging line in there? Yeah. It states clearly, and this research has been repeated 10 times. I listed other people who've done this research. It's been repeated frequently, that if you live 1 mile away from the pool, you are 2/3 less likely to visit that pool. That is a lot. This is the current distance from Wascana Pool to Maple Leaf Pool, about 1 mile. So, if you double that, the people that are right next to Maple Leaf Pool right now will be 2 miles away. You can see the dot. They have no more likelihood of visiting Wascana Pool as anyone else in the city. This is research. This has been repeated over and over again. Take away this. If you take away, the takeaway from this research is that people living east and north of Maple Leaf Pool, probably the blocks which have some of the lowest household incomes in these areas, they will be the most affected. They are also the people with the largest social determinants of health. Now I'm going to change gears here a bit. And I want every one of you guys, everyone in attendance, to imagine what it was like to be a kid in the hot summer days of Regina. Is everyone doing that? I'll tell you what every single kid wants to do. There's only 3 things, okay? No matter who you are. You want to go to the beach, you want to stay in an air-conditioned basement and play video games or whatever, or you want to go to the... That's right. That is right.
So Nork, you have 1 minute left in your presentation time.
Science clearly explains why... Oh, in the pool, you do vigorous activity. Science can clearly state why kids are not likely to engage in vigorous physical activity when it's hot out. and that they will engage in vigorous physical activity in a swimming pool. And I'll tell you why. Have you ever noticed that when it's hot out, you're really lazy? You know what happens to the body when it's hot out? Our body has to use the energy we have to do whatever we're doing, but it also has to use an enormous amount of energy to cool our bodies down. Kids have to use twice the amount of energy to cool their bodies down, and it tries to conserve that energy. Kids in the summer, when they would be using Maple Leaf Pool, aren't going to be engaging in vigorous physical activity that the Canadian Pediatric Association recommends. They won't be. It's against their nature. You wouldn't have done that when you were kids. They won't do it either.
So Nork, your time is up. 5 minutes are up. Thank you very much. Are there questions of the delegation?
Sorry, I just wanted to speak to a little bit about how the science of cooling our body down.
Your time is up, though. I'm sorry.
Okay.
We have to keep the rules the same for everyone. I apologize
Sorry.
for that.
Thank you.
I know someone will ask you if you want to continue on, and I think Councillor Stevens is going to do that right now.
How'd you guess? What else would you like to say?
I think I missed a few points. One of the points is that the research shows that people outside of the zone that are likely to visit the pool, like people that would be, right now they'd be 1 mile from Maple Leaf Pool. Those people, if we take away that pool and we have Wascana Pool, they're now 2 miles away. Well, they could be more depending on where, but people out east and towards the core, they're going to be further away. Research has looked at, okay, what happens if we offer these people free transit? What happens if we offer these people free transit passes? Do you city councillors think that they're all going to go to the pool now? No. Actually, the research shows that there's an insignificant amount of those people that visit the pool. So I know I hear all this talk about, hey, we're just going to give these kids transit passes and free trips to the pool. Research shows they're not going to use it. This is science, you guys. Okay, another point. Okay, the only exception, I was talking about how the body uses energy, and kids use twice as much energy to cool their body down when it's hot out. There's only one exception. There's only one activity where the kids on hot, warm summer days don't need to use twice their body's energy to do activities. So they know, their brain says, oh, okay, we don't have to conserve energy. We don't have to sit in an air-conditioned basement to conserve energy. Guess what that activity is? Yes, it's swimming. Yes, it is. So the conclusion that I'm bringing to you guys here is that, point one, the Canadian Pediatrics Society says that we have to, for the health of our children, offer them options to engage in vigorous physical activity 3 times a week. The pool needs that. It needs that. And we're going to be taking it away. Who's going to be affected? It was pointed out before that it won't be the big houses on College, it won't be the people in the Crescents. People who know Regina, they can imagine it. You go to the core, you go out east near the L. Ritchie Center, those are the people that won't be visiting the pool anymore. Those are the people that what do they call it? Let me get this right. The determinants of health. They'll have the most determinants of health. Those are the people that their health will be in they're the most jeopardized for not getting enough exercise. Those people are going to be affected. A transit pass isn't going to do it. So we need to get that out of our heads. The city council is going to say, okay, well, we have $60,000. We'll just give it to you guys, and you guys can decide, the heritage neighborhood, you can decide on how you're going to use that money. But in the summertime, the pool is open from noon till, 7 or 8. And during that time, that's the hottest time of the day. Unless you're going to pay each kid $100 to run laps with that money, they're not going to engage in vigorous physical activity. Their health will be affected. My argument isn't to come up here and tell you guys that, hey, my daughter's going to be sad that the pool is closed. I'm telling you that this is going to affect children's lives, okay? And it's based in research. Research is what the Canadian Pediatrics Society tells us that we need to do to keep our children healthy. The research is what the Canadian government lists as determinants of health, social determinants of health, which you guys know from the statistics in the neighborhood that those children need. They need that. It's for their health. If we don't do it, children will die earlier. They will get disease. This isn't about leisure. It's about saving kids' lives.
Thank you for that. Now, we do have other questions. Councillor Flagel.
Thank you, and welcome. Just to clarify, what did you say you do for work?
I'm a health practitioner.
What does that mean?
I'm a registered acupuncturist in the city.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. And my title is R.AC. And a little bit about traditional medicines is a lot of it's focused on prevention.
Okay.
So there's 8 modalities that I can practice under, but the top 3 modalities in a lot of natural medicine practices are actually prevention. So diet and exercise are actually a lot more powerful than getting an acupuncture treatment. And
Thanks.
That's one of the reasons I'm here today.
So I have to ask, I want to know that you've commented on this paper that you gave to us, and the first, if I go first 4 pages, is this current information?
Yeah.
If I could, just hang on a second.
It's the most recent information I could find on the topic.
Okay, because the reason that I asked that is because the graph you're using is 1987, and lifestyles and everything has changed a lot. And I'm going to go back probably even a few years before that. I was a kid that lived 1.5 miles from Maple Leaf Pool, and I went there 3 times a week. And I was 1.5 miles away. So your argument may be a little different today. Do you have anything that would bring this into even 2005, 7, 10 with a graph or a chart?
Yes, in fact I do. I don't have it with a graph or a chart. If you look at appendix number 2, it says...
You mean the first page?
This one here. It's kind of like, I think it says appendix 2, resources and fashions. This comes from a book. It's like the main textbook for the geography of tourism and recreation. So it's kind of like the main body that it's kind of considered like the definitive source on this, okay? And the graph as well as the information, the research there comes from the book called Geography of Tourism and Recreation, Environment, Place, and Space by Michael C. Hall and Stephen Page. And it's from 2006. You know, there's textbooks, they kind of update them every 5 or 8 years. You know, they take a lot of time to do. But anyways, in what I highlighted here, you can see all the people who support the research. The research starts with 71. There's someone who repeated it in 83, 94, 87, 79, 2003, 2005, 2006, 2006. So right when the book was being made, the research was still applicable. Something that's really interesting about the research is that if you look at that chart, you'll notice that there's 3 lines, hey, in that chart? This one here, but the plunging line, the line that just like plunges right down, that's for swimming pools, because swimming pools are a little bit unique amongst recreational facilities as far as geographical research goes, because they found that most people walk to swimming pools, which is really interesting. And if anyone's gone to Maple Leaf Pool before, or as the one gentleman talked about it, you usually walk to a pool or bike ride to a pool. And on the busiest days of the summer, Maple Leaf Pool, that little parking lot, wasn't always full, but the pool would be full, you know, because most people walk there. And it's really interesting because you can see the other 2 lines. They don't slope off as much. Those other 2 lines are leisure centers, you know, like the Northwest Leisure Center and the Sandra Schmirler Leisure Center. Most people actually drive to those, regardless of where they are. But pools, the research shows time and time again, and it's repeated time and time again, that the closer you are to a pool, the more likely you are going to use the pool. Mm-hmm. And I think there'll probably be more research that would be probably closer to the day, but the textbook was published in 2006. So I'm not a researcher by trade.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for that. There are no other questions. You can return to the gallery, and we'll go on to our next delegation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next delegation is Wilma Staff. Staff, you've been here many times before as a former councillor. You identify yourself who you represent tonight, and you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Good evening, Mayor Fougere and members of City Council. I am Wilma Staff. My purpose in being here this evening is to present my case for the retention and upgrading of both Wascana and Maple Leaf pools. I'm pleased that Council has decided to make a significant commitment to improve our recreation facilities. However, the $16 million committed to renovate one pool should be revised so that both Wascana and Maple Leaf pools can be refurbished. In the 1980s, I too faced the dilemma of preserving or closing city pools and replacing them with spray pads. The need to constrain costs related to a growing city led to a recommendation to close both Maple Leaf and Wascana. According to the report we got, Wascana had lighting and electrical issues, and Maple Leaf had reached the end of its life. Although, like yourselves, we always respected our administration's advice. However, we decided city pools were too important to close any of them. As a result, with some repairs, both pools have continued to operate for the past 34 years. That said, I think the decision you make this evening should be considered in the following context. Recommendations related to a development, as defined in the zoning bylaw, must comply with the governing policy document Design Regina, authorized by bylaw 2013-48. The guiding policies related to recreation are in Goal 2. The stated objective is to ensure access to a variety of recreation programs and services in all neighborhoods. That would support a decision to refurbish both pools. The primary goal of the OCP, to develop complete neighborhoods, would reinforce such a decision. Here is part of the recreation chapter prologue. It states, historically, the city's outdoor recreation facilities have defined the spatial landscape of the city. Today, Regina's recreation opportunities are some of the most cherished. Going forward, the city will need to ensure it maintains this legacy for future generations. In addition to the OCP policies, an argument for retention of both pools can be supported on the following basis. Pools give children the opportunity to learn the principles of water safety. In a province with drowning rates higher than the national average, a decision to retain both pools would be prudent. Also, municipally run and supervised pools provide an opportunity for our new immigrant families to learn those principles and, more importantly, learn to swim. Having said that, given the aforementioned OCP policies, it could be argued the adoption of a proposal to close a pool in any neighborhood is a breach of bylaw 2013-48. Due to its location in Wascana Park and that it offers a recreation opportunity to anyone visiting the park, Wascana may warrant a higher level of restoration. However, at the community level, and no less essential to the city's recreation options, Maple Leaf, Dewdney, Regent, and Massey are neighborhood pools that also offer a valuable recreation opportunity. Mindful of Council's commitment to maintain the integrity of Regina's neighborhoods, and to those who help to keep those neighborhoods livable, I'm asking City Council to renovate both Wascana and Maple Leaf pools.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? Councillor Mancinelli.
Hi. Thank you. Thanks for coming out. Through you, Mr. Chair. So you mentioned the 80s was when you served on council. This was once before, and at that time the pool had already shown degradation. Do you remember what kind of investment was needed back in those days to get it back into usable?
In response to your worship, no I don't. But I will say one thing. We not only did not close Wascana and Maple Leaf pools, we also renovated Massey Pool. Mm-hmm. We were determined we were not closing pools in this city. It didn't matter where it was.
Do you know if anyone ever set aside something for maybe 30 years later when a fund would be available to replace this pool, or was things just left to go that long?
Well, I'm glad you asked me that question, Councillor Mancinelli. When I was on City Council, Dr. Don Hunter was our manager of recreation here in the city of Regina. Dr. Don Hunter was hired by the city of Regina back in about 2009 to do a study. His company was called PERC. And Dr. Don Hunter recommended that money be set aside by the city of Regina to build a recreation facility in the heritage neighborhood. And I don't know how much money that was, but here we are standing here tonight and we're closing one thing that those people in that neighborhood, and by the way, I live in El Ritchie, and the children also in El Ritchie, are going to lose.
Totally agree with you. I was just interested to know. As far as I know, no one's ever set aside either. And there are many papers written. Anything else to add that you might think we might find interesting?
Yes, I do have. As you know, I took the time on Sunday afternoon to go back. I take a keen interest in what's happening, particularly in the area of recreation and planning and development in the city of Regina. And I went back and I started looking at the Master Recreation Facility Study. And I did send to council a page. I called it the backgrounder, okay? And it says here, Recreation Facilities Master Plan. This is on page 22. Outdoor pools serve the north, that's Regent Pool, Central, Maple Leaf, and Dewdney Pool, and South, Massey Pool areas. Technical research conducted for the city suggested that Wascana Pool is near the end of its lifespan and would be uneconomical to retrofit. Dewdney and Maple Leaf pools can be preserved in the short term through life cycle investments, and Regent and Massey pools can be maintained into the medium term. The research conducted by PERC, along with the city's public consultation process, has revealed that outdoor pools are of high importance to Regina's citizens. And I will say, Councillor Massanelli, I wouldn't be here tonight. I don't come to this chamber unless I feel it's important.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilor Massanelli. Other questions of delegation? Thank you very much. You can turn to the gallery. We'll move on
You're
to our
welcome.
next delegation.
And Merry Christmas to you and members of council, sir.
Yes, thank you. Same to you. Rick Ostland. If you could identify yourself as well for the record who you represent, and you have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Sure. My name's Rick Ostland. I'm here as a concerned citizen and also representing Hillsdale Community Association. Tonight, I've submitted a report to you. I'm just going to go off of that. I've enjoyed listening to many of the delegates speaking tonight on the Massey, or not Maple Leaf Pool. Massey is the pool in close to our neighborhood and that I use quite a bit. We share a few concerns with the Heritage Community Association, and not just our acronym, HCA. Some of the concerns that I've heard tonight and are aware of over the last, becoming more and more prevalent the last couple of years, is the apparent infrastructure deficit that's in the city and around. And as a result, Maple Leaf Pool is a victim of that infrastructure deficit. What I'm hearing and seeing is a lack of consultation with the Heritage Community Association. As a Hillsdale Community Association member, we stand with them and think that they need to be part of whatever goes on to make their community a better community. The consultation process, I think, is lacking. Closing the pool is short-sighted. Yes, I understand there may be some type of engineering report out there that says it's at its end of its life cycle or useful. I'm not sure if that's representative of the actual facts, if it can't be maintained for a period of time until a replacement facility or the consultation with the Heritage Community Association has been established and a viable alternative has come forward. So I won't keep too much time. I want to say that They're not one voice. They're a voice that is speaking for a lot of people in the city. When they hear this, there's many people around who aren't here tonight that are in lack of understanding of why the Maple Leaf Pool needs to be closed, because as you've heard, swimming holes have been around for a long time. People use those. They're an important part of the community. I do have a connection to the Maple Leaf Pool, and I understand a lot of the things that are going on there. But I'd just like to say thanks for listening, and please reconsider your decision to close Maple Leaf Pool. I don't believe it's a viable long-term solution.
Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Rosslin. Other questions of the delegation? You made yourself very clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Shelley Johnson is the next delegation. Ms. Johnson, if you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent, you have 5 minutes as well for your presentation.
I'm representing End Poverty Regina. My name is Shelley Johnson. I want to thank you, Mayor Fougere, and fellow councillors here. Our family is a fifth-generation immigrant family of Ukrainian-Irish descent. My grandfather, while working on the CN, built 2 homes for his children and later grandchildren to live in downtown Regina. Today, my son, my brother, and grandchildren also still reside in the area. I should say I'm speaking on behalf of this organization, but also as a grandmother of 8 children. I would like to sincerely appeal to all of you to rebuild the Maple Leaf Pool where I grew up, where my friends grew up. I've had emails from the Northwest Territories and from Vancouver and from India on this pool staying open, so I wish I could have brought them all to you to share, but that's how strongly people feel about that. They grew up in this area. This would truly be a long-term investment for the future sustainability and development of this area if you rebuild the pool. This decision to rebuild this facility would support a safer communities concept and is an integral part of the daily work performed by Chief Evan Bray and the Regina Police Service so well in this community. Summers are for swimming and a safe place for friends and family. There is a child in every one of us. It's like the movie Field of Dreams. If you build it, they will come, and they do come. They come every summer by the droves. Kids who have no money for swimming, they come and they enjoy that pool. Maple Leaf Pool is one of the few green spaces in the heavily populated area and the only recreation facility. It is surrounded by Miller and Balfour High School to the south, Thompson Public School, where I went, on the northwest, and St. Augustine, and our Arcola School on the east. That's a lot of kids. It has been the center of many community events. The Heritage Community Association gathered statistics, Canada's census information in 2016 on trends in population in this area. 16.4 of the children are under the age of 15 years. 22.5 of the young adults who don't want to go to this splash pool are going to be aged 15 to 29 as compared to the overall Regina City statistics at 21.1%. Therefore, in 2016, approximately 38.9% of the upcoming population is between the ages of 1 and 29 years of age. And we see a growing increase in immigrant population in this area as well. 60% of persons residing in the area have remained in the same dwelling for 5 years. And that is higher than the Regina statistics too. Though some people paint it that it's a transient area, these people are staying there. They're living there for a long time. 40% of those dwellings are unaffordable as compared to the overall Regina City statistics. Unaffordable is defined as those residents who are required to pay more than 30% of their income to housing costs. 17% of the residents are First Nations heritage, 5% Métis, 10% visible minority, 32% are from diversity groups. This projection identifies there is a definite need to provide recreational facilities on an ongoing basis. A new facility would increase the number of residents utilizing the pool, especially if you include inclusive adaptations and design. Railings and inclines into the pool with a graduated level of water for the little guys would provide opportunities to those also with disabilities and the elderly as well as the tiny toddlers to enter safely. I think they've done these kind of adaptations at Regent Park School, or Regent Park Pool recently, which I hope isn't also on the next group of cuts. Suggesting that schools and churches can provide facilities to offer playscape programs.
Ms. Johnson, you have 1 minute left in your
Thank
time.
you. Thank you. Operating a few hours a day in other areas across town is not a viable option, as many of the churches are aging, as I am, and do not have the capacity to meet the demand. St. Mary's, St. Augustine, and Thompson School are also not open to children, only for limited time, if at all. Whereas the pool is accessible to all for many hours a day. Building a splash pool or skateboarding area requires a large and open area, which would be primarily unsupervised throughout the evenings, which for the seniors center may cause some concerns for their residents next door. And transporting children to Wascana School by city buses and shuttle buses from the Maple Leaf area is not a viable solution nor a fiscally responsible one. See the list of neighborhood centers included in the City of Regina, and what you'll see is they are not designed for gymnasium use, nor long-term high-intensity recreational use. These are neighborhood centers which include meeting rooms, boardrooms, game rooms, and kitchens that can house up to 16 people.
Ms. Johnson,
So
I have to stop you
close.
there. It's been 5 minutes, and
Yeah,
maybe
I would
questions to expand upon that, but I appreciate your presentation.
Thank
Other
you.
questions? Councillor Murray?
Chair, if there's anything you still wanted to add to your
Oh,
presentation.
yes, always. Always, thank you. Thank you for that opportunity. I did, and I wanted to use the example, and Councillor Bryce would be aware of this, and you know, we saw sort of a Pied Piper approach to, I'm going to call it the devastation of an area in Regent Park that happened a few years ago, where we built the Luvan through the neighborhood, and then the city asked, well, where does the neighborhood begin and end and all the rest of it, and we had to bus school kids. I was involved in lunch programs. They closed down the school. First they closed the library, the services to the community, then they closed the school, and then they bused the kids across town, and now we're probably going to be looking at this pool pretty soon too. And they relocated the library to 2 miles, well, it's on Albert North. So not many of those kids from the low-income housing can walk over to Albert Street North to access that kind of facility. So when we talk about what can happen and what should happen is that we need to invest in these communities, and you know, I think we heard someone say, well, you know, the pool is old and it needs parts and it needs maintenance, it's 70 years old. Well, I'm almost in that category, so I'm just going to say I feel that I can still go on, and this pool should too. That's my last word.
Thank you. Councillor Bryce?
Thank you. Thank
Hi,
you.
Sharon.
So you mentioned in your report, not in your speech, about Pasco Rec Center
Yeah.
being torn down.
Yes.
So do you not feel that community who was promised investment in that community to replace that rec center deserves priority as well?
I'm sorry, in what respect do you mean? They tore it down and there was lunch programs running out of it?
I mean, the rec center was torn down and the promise was made from the city to have a recreation type center based on community consultation around what that community wants for a recreation space. Do you not think that deserves a priority, having been promised since it was torn down?
Does it need is it a prior? I don't think it's a matter, honestly, Councillor Bryce, of priority, one group versus another, excuse me. For instance, like Wascana Pool, people going against Maple Leaf. I don't really see it that way. I know what you're saying. I live in the Regent Park area as well. So I wouldn't put one before the other. I would say, how can we best meet the needs of all the areas, right? Because I know you only have a limited amount of money, unfortunately, for infrastructure. So I think, how we design that, like you're speaking to that as a community, how we design that. I think for this downtown area, it has been forgotten. It is a forgotten area. And I think that if you're going to prioritize anything, it's better to do a forgotten area first than an area, that has already had some development going on. They have some basketball courts. They have the pool. There is still the golf course. We're not sure for how long. There's some things going on still there that are, viable for younger people. And I see those basketball courts used lots. They're great.
Thank you. Having just said what you've said through you, Mayor Fougere, so do we need to find out what the community around Maple Leaf and Heritage need for their recreation needs to be met?
I'll tell you what my fear is, okay? And I'm just expressing what other people have said to me. It's a bit of fluff, okay? Because hiring a bunch of consultants to come in, spend a lot of money, and meet, I know because my daughter's one of these people in another city, to get some, feedback, and then they have to come back to City Council and sell it, and you folks only can do so much, right? So it's kind of like building a sandcastle and knocking it down. It's very difficult. Of course you would go to the heritage people, the associations. I think they're the best voice for the peoples that are there. Hiring a bunch of consultants and having these kind of community consultations, it's one approach, but I wouldn't want to see a bunch of money spent on it. I'm just going to say in that process.
I wasn't suggesting that. I was going by what you had said, that you need to find out what the community needs. So how would you go about that then?
Through the associations, the Heritage Association.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for your input. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilor Bryce.
Thank you.
There are no other questions. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery.
Thank you.
And we'll next talk to Riley Monroe. Mr. Monroe, if you can identify yourself for the record, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. My name is Riley Monroe, and I'm a former lifeguard. And I'm actually really sad to hear that the current lifeguards didn't have this opportunity. I was absolutely gutted to hear about Maple Leaf Pool. I had the opportunity to both work and manage Wascana and Maple Leaf Pools, and they're really dear to my heart. Now, first of all, I'll speak very briefly about Wascana Pool. It has been in need of significant repairs forever. I remember being there every year and they'd say, might close next year, it's pretty nasty, and it opens up and it does fine, and again we make it work. And I'm really excited to hear that, there's this opportunity to maybe have a new Wascana pool. It might be, fancy and bright and pretty and what have you. But I'm not convinced it's right for that neighborhood. I'm not convinced it's right for the park. I'm not convinced it's right for the patrons who actually use that facility. So we need more pool space for lots of different groups. Speed swimming, synchro, user groups. We have lots of people who swim who need a Wascana pool. They probably don't need water slides, just saying. And it's a quite costly replacement. Now, my most significant concern is my beloved Maple Leaf Pool. Maple Leaf Pool is a unique facility that services a diverse clientele of predominantly children, up to early teens. So 3-year-olds show up. We don't really want them, swimming by themselves, but they come with their 6- and 7-year-old siblings. And the children who come to this pool are most often unaccompanied. They're usually by themselves. Those older children are coming there with their caregivers being older children. So Maple Leaf Pool fills this important role in the community. And when the schools close for the summer, it's filling a gap of care that needs to be created. So what ends up happening is pools close and there's no adults necessarily looking out for the kids, looking for things like, whether there's abuse going on. So in my role as a lifeguard there, I called social services more than a few times where I was worried that someone was being abused. I was in that role where I could see that. Now, I'm not sure what other adults those children would be seeing during the summer that would have those opportunities. Now, the other thing there about that pool is the young adults who work there, every single one of them love it there. They always want to go back, like it's top choice every time because of the relationships they have the opportunity to build. So staff often are placed in this role as the friend, confident to many of these children for really complicated home situations. And it's a safe place. Maple Leaf is a place where the children know there's going to be caring adults there to take care of them, to worry about them, to ask them questions about their day, ask them questions about their friends, actually care what's going on. Now, people have said things about, painting people's fingernails and playing games and playing catch. It's a huge part of that. My first summer there, I noticed lifeguards were bringing extra lunch every day, and we kept on bringing more extra lunch until one of the lifeguards said, "This is ridiculous. We need to have a lunch program here." And we've had it since. And those are the types of things that Maple Leaf is for that community and for those kids. And there's neighborhood pressures in this neighborhood that these kids are experiencing, such as bullying and violence. And they hang out at the pool because they know it's safe. And they might not swim, but they'll sit in the front and they'll chat with you because they're scared. And they want someone to take care of them. They want someone to ask them the right questions. And you know what? Things get better. So the proposed changes to the services that are being counseled include a possible spray pad or playscapes. My concern with the spray pad option is it removes adult supervision from the park, and it addresses only the needs of the youngest Maple Leaf clients. The option for a playscape, on the other hand, does account for the need for adult supervision, but the problem here is it requires a parent or guardian to register that child, to take them there, and to pick them up afterwards, and that's not always an option. So Maple Leaf is a much-needed service for this particular neighborhood that provides free lessons, swimming lessons, provides free lunches, diving lessons, and so much more. So I really feel very strongly about this place. Please, please, please reconsider. I understand that there might be some concerns about how long it's viable to stay open for, but you need to have a plan in place. You can't just close this facility. You need to have something in place to say, hey, we're going to close it next year, but this is our plan. We're going to have another facility to open up. So please think about this.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. Your time's up. Thank you very much for your presentation. There are questions. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. Through the chair, Riley, good to see you again. I guess being a previous employee here, I understand the need for the amenity in the area. It's been made very clear, and there's a decision to come there yet, whether to go with the Wascana rebuild or what to do. Right now, my more concern is to do with the information I've been given about Maple Leaf Pool. Working there, what was the facility like? Was it run down already? Was it safe? Were there problems?
It was fine. So it's a pool, and pools have problems. So maybe 1 year it leaks, and they patch it up, and it works. But my concern is we've been talking about this a lot. Why hasn't money been placed aside for these facilities? Like, we know, and we've known for decades now that these are problems. So it seems really shocking to me that all of a sudden it's closing and it can't be replaced and we don't have the money for it.
I guess I kind of feel the same way. That's why I ran for council. So, as a councillor, I remember a few years back there was a story in the news about a parkade that was... There was a news story about a parkade down east that had been judged by an engineer and fell apart. It was a safety risk to the community. When getting the engineering report on Maple Leaf Pool saying it's unsafe, I don't really feel confident going against that. As a person who worked there, how would you feel about that?
I'd be curious to hear about that and to see the actual engineer's report. My leeriness comes in having heard this over the years and then seeing it reopen again. You know, you keep on hearing these things, it's not valid, it's not going to work, these are things, problems. Why does it still reopen every year if these are always problems, right? So I guess what I'm saying is I distrust what's being said to me. And I think I have reason to distrust it.
Reasonably, do you think that would have got progressively worse with age? 50 years old is one thing. Over 70 might be another thing.
Certainly. Okay. But when you invest in infrastructure, it tends to last. When you throw Band-Aids at things, they don't really, right? So as a homeowner, I usually don't look at something of, yeah, I'll get around to it next month. I'll get around to it next year because it's going to get worse. I look at the problem and I fix it. And I have a feeling, based on my experience, there's always patchwork. So throwing a sandbag in, throwing, you know, a little bit of paint on it, saying, yeah, it's good enough. So there wasn't that investment in that community when it should have been.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Massinelli. Councillor Bershani.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Riley, for coming forward. So tell me, how long were you a lifeguard there?
A little too long. My first summer, I was working at Wascana Pool in '94. I have no idea what years I was at Maple Leaf, but it's been a while. I haven't been working for the city for over a decade now, but I was there for about 5 years maybe. So anytime was always a place I wanted to go, because that's the one place where I knew that I was going to make a significant impact, building great relationships, having a lot of fun, and meeting really great kids. So I was really touched listening to Victor speak, because chances are I probably saw him around the pool at one point. And it's really great to see young men like that grow into really wonderful adults like that. So it's fabulous, and I'm glad he got the opportunity to have that pool.
Thank you. So can you tell me also, because you spent a lot of time there seeing these kids, tell me a little bit about what you saw in the kids that were coming there, and maybe the kids that maybe if it wasn't there, or what you experienced in the impact of maybe doing other things that weren't as productive as swimming.
Thank you for that question. So a lot of the children we would see going to this facility were unaccompanied during the day. Around 5 o'clock, a lot more parents showed up after work. If that facility's not there, I'd really wonder what they'd do for leisure, because they were there every single day. You'd get to the pool and they would be there before you'd get there. I'd get there early for things and they'd be waiting for the door to open, and like I'm an hour early doing paperwork. So they were waiting for this facility. I have no idea where they'd be. I have no idea where they'd go. I don't know what leisure activities they'd have access to. And we have talked about Wascana being an option. In my experience with Wascana being an option is when the facility was closed for maintenance issues, which happen on occasion, we'd give out free passes to go to other facilities. They never went. So even though it was now free to go to those facilities, they didn't go because they couldn't get there, and it wasn't convenient or anything else. So I think if that facility wasn't there, there'd be nothing for those children to do, and I would worry that they might get into some sort of mischief, which would be so detrimental when they have this wonderful opportunity for them right now.
And you made one comment in your presentation that there's a parent that needs to go and sign. Can you just elaborate what your...
Now, my understanding of Playscapes previously is you have to register online, that you have to pick up your child and sign for them, or drop them off and sign for them, and same thing, picking them up. So the Playscape option might work for some parents and some children. I would assume it wouldn't work for a majority of children that I saw in the neighborhood who didn't necessarily have those guardians who would be able to do that for them.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bershiani. There are no other questions. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery. And we will ask Jackie Monroe to come forward, please. Ms. Monroe, if you could identify yourself for the record as well, and you have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Hi, my name is Jackie Monroe. I usually don't public speak because I cry. I'm representing myself, and I am also a former lifeguard at Maple Leaf Pool. I'm a regular swimmer at Wascana Pool. I go about 3 to 4 times a week, and I'm also a professional accountant. Thank you so much to the previous speakers, some of whom I know from the pool in the past, for sharing their experiences, and by extension, the potential harm in decreasing the services that take place at Maple Leaf Pool. I just want to fill in a gap that I've noticed, which is the sort of scant financial information that I've seen available on the closure of the Maple Leaf Pool. I have seen stated that a spray park could be built for $1.2 million in the proposed plan. In a memo to the City Council members on December 8, 2014, regarding the outdoor pools facility plan update, there were 5 options presented. Option 3 was to rebuild all 5 outdoor pools. Option 4 was to build all 5 pools with Wascana having the 0 depth and the water slides, our super facility. And option 5 was to close Maple Leaf and rebuild the other 4 pools with Wascana having 0 depth and the water slides, that super facility. Now, the city has cited costs of $4 million to rebuild Maple Leaf Pool, or I've heard today 3.6, 3.8. I don't have a really good idea of what that cost is or how it's comprised, but when I look at the differences in estimates between options 4 and 5, which is rebuilding Maple Leaf and not rebuilding Maple Leaf with the same super facility, Wascana Pool, the difference is only 2.7 million of total capital, some of that taking place over 35 years, and 2.4 million in initial capital, so that would be the initial investment. That's only twice the stated cost of the spray park. Likely that 4 million includes demolition costs, which are avoidable. They have to occur whether Maple Leaf Pool is rebuilt or not. So I think that we can be clear that the initial expenditure is not $4 million. And the cost that I've estimated to rebuild Maple Leaf Pool, based on the estimates from Stantec and your own internal documents, is only 2.4 million. So that cost is 40% lower than what is being reported elsewhere. Overstated costs and lack of disclosure of financial reports represents one reason for future consultation. The strategic plan cites risks of option 5 of closing the pool as having significant negative public reaction to the proposed closure of Maple Leaf Pool, potential long-term negative effects of the neighborhood due to the loss of a neighborhood hub facility in a neighborhood that's representative of Regina's high-needs communities. These long-term negative effects will necessitate further policing. At this council, the city is proposing an increase of policing of, I believe, 3 million and capital improvements as well. I say an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. In specific, busing won't replace a hub facility. These kids, their remarks and their gestures, I'm not going to mention any of them today, now, in this company. They aren't tolerated elsewhere. These kids aren't socialized the same way as Wascana Pool users, and I think that that is problematic and definitely a drawback for these kids trying to use those services. The hub services the needs for childcare so parents can work. These families can't afford day camps, and I should say that I'm from the Creeks. I'm not from this area. But services need to be monitored by responsible adults and have zero entrance costs. So kids attending Maple Leaf Pool don't come in bathing suits, they wear their cutoff jeans. We can't expect them to come to a skate park with a skateboard or to a basketball court with a basketball. So otherwise these kids are on the street, and I ask, what's the cost of removing graffiti? What's the cost of, thank you, gang fights, and what's the cost of restoration of property? Also in this document, it says, given the previous strong reaction to the outdoor pool discussion on the community, the administration recommends that public consultation on the outdoor pool program be postponed until it can take place as a part of a larger discussion on choices and trade-offs between the mix and level of sport and recreation provided by the city in relation to financial sustainability. But I think we need to have an idea of what the finances are on this, a good breakdown of how these costs are incurred. And I think that there are issues around disclosure. I didn't see signage at pools, particularly at Wascana, where I swim 3 to 4 times a week, requesting feedback from pool users. And I don't think a suitable alternative has been proposed for the heritage community. There have been no consultation. There have been consultations on indoor facilities with user groups, but I'm not sure that this consultation is actually included.
I have to stop you there.
Thank you, I'm done.
Thank you very much for your presentation. If there's any questions, there are. Councilor Barshandy.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for coming forward. So you indicated, was there anything else that you wanted to add?
No, I actually just finished reading. Thank you very much, Laurie.
So can I just ask, you indicated that Stantec, you kind of had an estimate done by them, and it came out as 2.4 million. Can you elaborate on that?
Right. So I teach managerial accounting as a day job. And so we talk about incremental costs, right? So what is the cost of choosing one alternative over another? And so I'm looking in this document, and we have 5 different proposals. The first 2 aren't viable because, I mean, the pools are old, right? Eventually they have to be replaced or we shut them down, right? Option 3 allowed for all 5 pools to continue to operate. But options 4 and 5 are interesting because in option 4, the option 4 is identical to option 5, except that we drop Maple Leaf Pool. And the difference in the capital cost was only 2.4 million, which is a 40% decrease. It's a big difference between 2.4 million and the 4 million that we're proposing. Yeah.
Good. I just want to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you, Laurie.
Thank you, Councilor Barshandy. Councilor Stevens.
Thank you. Hey, Jackie. Never thought I'd say this, but I'm glad I'm friends with an accountant, so thanks a lot for walking me through this. That last point, I just want you to repeat it for me. So you're suggesting, just so I'm clear, if we build Wascana Pool in terms of the footprint, like for like, it's actually saving us money in the short and the long term. Is that correct?
I'm saying two things. I'm saying the difference between option 3 and option the difference between option 3 and option 5. Option 3 being we keep the 5 pools, no super pool. And option 5 where we drop Wascana Pool and we do build the super pool. Option 5 is still coming in more expensive. I think it's about 3 million or so. I can't remember exactly what it is. But also the other thing is, what I was stating is that the difference between option 4 and option 5, where the only difference is that we lose Wascana or we lose Maple Leaf Pool, is a difference of 2.4 million. And so I just believe that the 4 million is overstated. And we need to go back and we need to look at a breakdown of those costs.
Thank you. With your expertise, could you comment on how much we should be, as a rule, setting aside for the long term if we want to maintain the infrastructure? So the comments have been, going back to the 80s, everything's been on an imminent collapse situation. What do we need to start saving away on an annual basis to make sure that we're constantly keeping up with the upkeep?
Like I said, and it's unfortunate, I don't think the financial information is there for that in terms of the breakdown of costs and in terms of what's included in the capital expenditures ongoing. And then also with the discounting, I don't see any mention of time value of money in here, and the fact that these expenditures are happening in the span of over 35 years. So, I mean, I'm not really sure what exactly those numbers are telling me from lack of transparency and disclosure. But, I mean, I could be paid for consultation. But not having those internal figures is really difficult to, in terms of forecasts, is very difficult to determine.
Great. We spend enough on consultants. I'll just come down the hall and ask you. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Stevens.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other councillors standing up. Thank you very much for your presentation.
I appreciate your time. Thank you.
So before we leave the issue of the Maple Leaf Pool, we have other delegations that want to speak to other aspects of the budget. We do have, I believe it's Charlotte Dobise or someone representing that person, if they are here to speak. If not, then I could ask for a motion to receive and file that communication. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now move on to some other subject matters related to the budget, and we have, next person is Norm Brown. Mr. Brown, if you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation and maybe questions afterwards.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Norman Brown, and I am the president of Prescott Condo Corporation. My representation to you today is requesting a reconsideration of the cancellation of the condominium waste rebate. And I would like to thank you and council for this opportunity to speak to this tonight. While I represent Prescott Condo in East Regina, this matter affects condo owners throughout the city, and I believe some of them have made representations before, but not here tonight. It's interesting. I recently looked at the City of Regina's webpage, where they try and encourage people who might be moving to the city by identifying all of the services provided to them. In that page, it says, among the many services that the city is providing for its citizens is recycling and garbage collection. Now, as I've said before, citizens who choose condominium ownership as their preferred form of home ownership pay the same taxes as the owner of a single detached home of the same value. But most do not receive those services that they're forced to pay in their taxes, and garbage removal is specifically the one that I'm concerned about. In recognition of this inequity, the city in 2002 as I have said before, initiated a rebate to condos that weren't receiving waste collection. This continued for 15 years, and then in 2017 the rebate was discontinued. According to an email that I received from Trevor Black, then Manager Budget and Financial Services, dated April 12, 2017, this was done due to financial pressures for the city as a result of changes to the provincial budget. In other words, condominium owners were singled out from other homeowners to contribute additional funding over and above the resulting increase in residential mill rate that resulted from those changes. It's clear that the condo rebate was removed not because of its lack of merit, but because the city was reacting to an emerging cash flow problem resulting from changes in provincial funding. While these funding issues have now been stabilized, Regina continues to defer a return to fair and equitable treatment for this class of homeowners. In spite of representation to Council during the 2018 budget debate, members of Council narrowly voted to turn down a motion to reinstate the rebate. The matter was then referred to the administration as part of the overall solid waste management review, where it remains to this day buried in their own discussions on that particular issue. We're again asking for a return to what we had before, which was fair and equitable treatment for condo owners by reinstating the condo waste rebate. Condominium owners aren't asking for special treatment. Rather, we believe that our taxes purchased a basket of services as outlined in the city webpage, and this basket of services includes garbage removal. Until some other system is put in place where all homeowners are treated equitably, the condominium waste rebate should be reinstated. So having said that, that's the end of my presentation, and
Thank you very much. We'll see if there's questions, and there are. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Mr. Brown, for coming forward, and thank you for being an advocate. How many condo owners would you say are out there this affects?
The numbers that I have seen from the Canadian Condominium Institute with its Regina branch was about 6,000. From what I have seen in some of the city's financial information, I think the total rebate was just under 250,000 before it was discontinued.
That's right. So in your view, what does this mean to condo owners?
Well, in condo owners' terms, we're looking at this let me use an analogy. We have a businessman who sells each one of you a package of goods services for $100. And so you all have paid your $100 for the same basket of goods and services. But Councillor Bresciani, I'm sorry, we've got some belt tightening to do, so you're only going to get half of that basket. So that's exactly, in my mind, what the loss of that rebate is. It's not going to put any of us into the poorhouse, but you know, it's a matter of principle. We paid for garbage collection in other municipal jurisdictions, other cities. The city either collects the garbage with a different set of equipment from condos, or they pay for a contractor to do it. But at least they provide the services that the taxes were paid to provide.
Thank you for that. And would you say that many of these condo owners would be seniors that are affected, or would you?
Well, in our condo, probably 60% are seniors. But there's also people that are going to university, and you know, there's a variety of people. And you know, if you go through the city, it really depends on which condo you look at. But by and large, I think seniors do make up a majority of condo ownership.
And one last question, Your Worship. I want to know, when you talk about the condo owners, and back in 2002, there was a rebate given by the city.
Right.
So obviously there was a reason that was given, and now it's taken away. So I guess, can you just elaborate, were you around in the 2002 when it came in?
Actually, I'm old enough to have been around at that time, but I wasn't part of the conversation. But, you know, it was deemed appropriate to pay that rebate in lieu of service. Like, the city, as I understand it, said, we don't have trucks that can go and do this, so you hire somebody and we'll give you a rebate. So that's my understanding of the essence of the discussion.
It's been taken away. Good, thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you, Councilor Parshandy. Councilor Flagel.
Thanks, and welcome back, Mr. Brown. So when you have your street swept in front of your building, do you pay extra for that?
No, we don't.
And what about if there's a pothole on the street in front of your condominium, do you pay extra?
Actually, City of Regina does a great job of looking after that.
But yet you have to pay for garbage pickup.
Apparently, yeah, it's just one of those things you get when you live in a condo.
How many, in your condominium, how many residents are in there? How many units?
We have 96 units in our condo.
And what does that cost you to have one of the private companies come and pick up your garbage?
Right now, in 2018, we're expecting to spend around $4,800.
$4,800, so...
And so the rebate would be $3,800, roughly.
So you'd still have to come up with an extra
Yeah.
$1,000,
Yeah.
roughly, and you're okay with that?
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, it's the best deal in town. What can I
Right.
say? Pick up our garbage and we'd be happy.
You're not asking for a total rebate of the total amount?
No, what I'm saying is if the city did for us like they do for other homeowners, pick up our garbage.
Yeah.
But in lieu of something else, and as I said before, at previous debates, this got lumped in with the solid waste management plan. And to me, you know, when that plan reaches its fruition, I assume it will take into account how the city would service condominiums.
Right.
But until that time, treat us with some fairness.
So there's no other, through you, Mr. Mayor, no other city service that you would pay extra for? Police, fire?
None.
You pay your water bill into
None.
the condominium
Yeah,
association?
no. If there's a fire, the fire engines come. If there's, you know, some disturbance, the police show up.
And you're telling us that 60% of your building is on a fixed income?
I'd guesstimate that.
Somewhere in that
Roughly
range.
at that.
But across the board, across
Yeah.
the whole city,
Oh, yeah.
it would be at least 60 to 70%.
Exactly.
Fixed income or on a bit of a working class and still working?
Yeah, by and large. I mean, it's the usual mixture, but, but percentage-wise, majority of seniors, and, you know, we expect to pay increases just like everybody else. I know we pay city taxes, and I know they're going to go up, but, you know, life goes on.
Yeah, okay. That's what I wanted to just find out, just to make sure that now, so just to clarify, you're saying $40 a month is what you would be good with, and you'd still end up paying an extra $1,000 per building?
That's correct.
For your condominium?
Correct.
Is that kind of the census across the rest of the buildings?
Yeah, from
the area?
the discussion I've had with the Canadian Condominium Institute, the Southern Saskatchewan branch, I think, you know, they'd be happy with that. That was what we lived with for 15 years.
But it's not a full, everybody's okay with not a full rebate?
Yeah, well, I mean, if Christmas was going to come early.
Well, it might this year, who knows? Okay, appreciate it, thanks for your help.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. If you'd let it go, Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Mr. Brown, do you use the outdoor pools?
Why?
I ask the questions, you answer them. That's how it works. Do
I'm
you use the outdoor
sorry, Your
pools?
Honor, I plead the fifth. I thought we got past the pool issue.
I'm asking a question, it's a fair question. Do you use the outdoor pools?
Periodically, I go with my grandkids.
Do you use the Playscapes program?
Not myself, no.
No, I didn't think so. Do you want a rebate for that? Let me ask my last question.
I think you're asking me if I'd stop beating my wife, Councillor Hawkins.
No, I didn't ask that question.
Order, I'm going to ask just for both calm down.
I'm very calm, Your Worship.
Well, I'm just insisting on it.
You mentioned that the funding issues have been stabilized. Do you have information about the provincial government grants to the city that they've been restored, the amount that's been removed from the municipal grant?
I look at the financial statements of the city, and I cannot say that I'm an accountant, but from what I see in the budget proposal this year, there's money to be spread around with a proposed tax increase of something around 4%. So
Well, that's what the question I asked. Is there any information that you have that the provincial municipal grant to the city has been restored over its previous amount?
I'm not privy to that. You'd probably be better aware to answer that question, sir.
Thank you very much, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. There are no other questions of you. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery and move on to our next delegation. Lisa Bain. If you could identify yourself for the record, you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Bain, and I'm a bereaved mom. I'm here to talk to you all tonight about the importance of the unlit section of the Ring Road, where my daughter died just over 3 years ago. She left the house and never came back. After 6 months of an investigation, we still don't know why she went off the road. However, we feel strongly that the lack of lighting at that corner may have played a role. After discussions with City Council, I have come to learn that there is starting to be some forward movement in the lighting project. However, what I've learned is that the current thinking and the phase 1 of the lighting proposal is actually proposed for the section north of the Wascana Parkway. And my daughter Katie died at the curve. And while all areas of the Ring Road should be well lit, I just plead with you that maybe that the curve could be considered the priority of this project. I did find some numbers to support this kind of thing. The highways has some charts, and it just makes sense, really, that the majority of collisions happen in the dark. Since the Ring Road has been completed, there have been 601 collisions, 275 injuries, and 10 deaths just in that southeast corridor. Interestingly enough, the section of Ring Road that is north of the Wascana Parkway, the roadways, the north and the southbound traffic, it's about 42 feet apart. When you get to the curve, that actually diminishes, and the separation between north and southbound diminishes to about 26 feet. So understandably, much easier for an accident to occur. As well, north of the Wascana Parkway, I don't know if this is a proper term, it's what I call periphery lighting. You come off the Assiniboine exit, there's some lighting there, you've got the university, you've got SIAST, there's a football field lit up. Right now we've got teepees lit up, and the Wascana Parkway itself is lit up very, very well. And as soon as you cross under that, it's dark. There are no sources of light. You've got a dark farmer's field, you've got houses which are all covered in trees. It's black. There's been reflectors and different kinds of things, I think, that have been set up to try and help drivers navigate that curve. But between snow, grit, mud, you cannot see them. And then we get a layer of snow. The ditches have kind of leveled out to the level of the road. They're not as deep as they were. It's really hard to navigate that corner. The most recent numbers that I could pull off the internet were from 2015, 2016, is that 45,000 vehicles take that curve every single day. This is old data. Our city has grown. I can only assume that more vehicles than that cross that road use that road every day. I live in the southeast. Arcola East, those numbers are half of what the southeast portion of the Ring Road are, and yet the Arcola East extension is lit up like a runway. My quiet little residential street is lit up better than this section of the Ring Road. So I just plead to you that the lighting of the Ring Road have a higher priority in your budget, and that the Phase 1 project be reconsidered to be the curve of the ring road.
Thank you very much, and we're sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. There are questions. Councillor Barshani.
Thank you, Liz, for coming forward, and again, very sorry of the loss of your daughter. I appreciate you being an advocate for safety for others. In our discussions, you did indicate that you were going to or did talk to the Department of Highways.
I did.
Can you just elaborate on that conversation?
Absolutely. I had begun taking on this project, if you will, last year, and felt like I had roadblock after roadblock because it was brought to my attention that actually Highways is responsible for a large section of that curve. But when I did speak to the minister, she indicated that actually the infrastructure, and I hope I have this right, the infrastructure actually falls to the municipality, and that I should carry on discussions with you folks about that. She did also tell me that it was, I didn't want to get up here and be the falling apart mother and you know, play on everybody's emotions, but she did say that actually a lot of prioritizing with projects is made due to public outcry. So I'm here with my daughter in my heart, asking that no other children and no other family members, no other citizens of our city lose their lives on that corner ever again.
Well, thank you for coming forward tonight, and yes, this will be for conversation we'll be talking about tonight. Thank you.
No other questions. Thank you again for your presentation. Very clear. Thank you so much. Move on to our next delegation. Jennifer Sorianis. You can identify yourself, who you represent, and you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Okay. I am Jennifer Sugrianis, and I'm representing my family and the children in my neighborhood. Your Worship, esteemed council members, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity to come in and speak to you today. I currently reside in the Greens on Gardner subdivision. We are very fortunate enough to back onto a rather large green space that includes a soccer field, play structure, toboggan hill, as well as planting beds, trees, and pathways. My purpose today in talking to you is to address the issues of accessing this and other parks throughout our city. Currently, these pathways are not cleared for snow and ice and are not as utilized throughout the winter months as they could be. By providing some additional clearing of snow and ice on the over 27 kilometers of park pathways we have in the city, my family, along with other Regina residents, will be able to utilize the parks more during the winter. As we are a winter city, it is important that we recognize the opportunities to add to recreational activities in Regina. As one of the most common recreational and physical activities we have is walking, it would be a great move forward for the health and well-being of our city residents if we can have these pathways cleared for year-round access. In review of the pathway systems that are cleared on the City of Regina website, not all pathways are cleared, and that pathways are considered for clearing if they are multi-use or high-use pathway systems. In review of the map, there are still a few pathway systems that could be added to increase the functionality of the overall pathway system during winter months, as well as provide local areas for walking and access where pathways do not connect to these main corridor systems. My understanding of the annual cost to do so is approximately $50,000 for operations and approximately $150,000 for investment in capital to do so. Based on a population of just over 200,000 people, this equates to 93 cents investment at the start per resident per year and a 23 cents per resident ongoing annual cost to maintain this program. For a cost of a fraction of $1 per person per year, I feel that this is a great way for the city to help promote health and well-being build community and relationships with our neighbors, and increase activity for residents year-round. I enjoy our Canadian winters and being outside on winter days, as I'm sure most residents of Regina feel the same way and are looking for other low-cost, low-investment types of recreation in our city that they can easily access from anywhere. I believe that this is an important initiative that the City of Regina needs to address, and that can provide additional mobility for residents of Regina and promote year-round access to our park systems. And I really do think that this kind of bridges to your summer pool. When we have children outside participating, playing, there's no greater joy than hearing children laugh and be productive and have something to do and something to look forward to. As a teacher, I'm always very concerned about the amount of indoor time that we spend. And I think that when we, as the adults in our community, we can encourage them to be outside at any time of year. It's very, very beneficial long-term, and also through their academics once they get back to school. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Now there is some questions. Councillor Barchiani.
Thank you, Jennifer, for coming forward. You indicated that you back onto Park Pathway. Now, do you ever see people trying to navigate when the snow is there on these park pathways?
Not often. During the months when we don't have snow, it may as well be a huge track and field. There's constantly children and families of all ages walking around, visiting. You can tell after supper, everybody comes out, they get together, and quite often the children are playing late into the night. I myself have fallen twice carrying my baby on the pathway on the ice, and it's almost like it's just a no man's land out there currently.
Good. And the last question to your worship, just having the children, would you see this as a benefit as helping them to use these, instead of moms trying to get strollers to the snow on the road, they would take the pathways, and this would be also to help them get to the schools as well?
Oh, absolutely. Quite often, as I'm sending my own child off, I don't let her go out the back door to the back path, which would be quicker. I make her go out the front and walk down the street and all the way around. And quite often you'll see moms and children pushing strollers, and they can't get through, and then they do have to go out and around. I know it's a small inconvenience, but with our winters being very, very long, it would just be great if our paths could be cleared and allow us to have more freedom outside. I fear we're becoming a society of indoor people, and we need to take advantage of our daylight hours.
Awesome. Thank you so much for coming forward.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll go back to Joanne Havlick. She has now appeared here, so if you want to come forward to speak to the library budget, to identify yourself for the record, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Okay, thanks for the adjustment in the schedule. My name is Joanne Havelock. I'm the chair of the Friends of the Regina Public Library. And it's great to be here to be a library supporter. Although there's some comments in here that are, some critiques, but we do that to create some public discussion about library issues and maybe get people thinking. When you see in the media the number of places where libraries are being closed, we can truly appreciate the City of Regina and its citizens who strongly support the library. So we had a 3-page letter. I'm not going to read that. There wouldn't be time. I wanted to follow up on the library history book called Bibliophiles that was in 10 years in development. We did launch it last year to a great turnout, and we made a presentation at the Saskatchewan Library Association conference. So that got the attention of people from around the province, but also other librarians from across Canada. So I think that was a good kudo for Regina's good history and the book We're also happy that Albert Library has been passed on to a group that's community-based, that Heritage Library, and everyone's quite enjoying the Mama Weatatin new library, and that's working well, so it's a good news story all around. One thing I would like in next year's budget document from the RPL is more detail about what's actually going to be going on in the coming year. This one has a lot about 2018's activities, but only a page and a half about what's planned for 2019, so that would make it easier to provide suggestions or comments. An important thing I'd also like to see in the budget discussion is that things like the major change in grants in lieu of taxes and other grants. It's there in the budget, but for the average person, you don't really know why that happened. Another point that we always raise is that we should continue to think about improving the branches, but rely on public funds for these improvements. A tone that has come over is the referral to library users as customers rather than patrons. And we prefer patrons because we're not customers, we don't pay for the services, and we're actually owners. So maybe we need to just think of some new way to talk about how you serve the people that use the library without using the word customers. The interlibrary loan provincially is going well. The Regina Library is going to be purchasing more books to use locally. And we want to make sure that the library keeps its research and cultural resources as well, and not totally focus on popular books. Not that they're totally focused, but keep some of that classical information there, preserve the Prairie History Room, and so forth. Recently there was a power outage, in case you hadn't noticed, and I ended up at the George Bothwell Center using the computer and having a coffee. And that shows the important role of libraries in keeping them open when there's service problems, and in being a hub for people when there's some kind of an emergency. So I'd be interested to see what plans the library has and what funds along that regard. Controversial topic is the library made some changes to the film theater this past year.
How about you have 1 minute to go in your presentation time?
Pardon me?
1 minute to go in your presentation time.
Sure. And there are some questions in there about the changes and how these changes are affecting the funding and the attendance at the film theater. And we'd like to get some answers because, you know, there's concern that it's not necessarily a complete improvement. And then finally, the provincial government is doing a review after having to restore the budget cuts last year. They said they'd do a review. They've done one this fall, and Jeff Barber from the library was part of that. It's an internal review, but we want to stress to the provincial government, and I think they're going to do this, is after the internal review, send things out to the public for further input. So thanks very much for hearing me today, and look forward to any questions.
Thank you very much, and there are questions. Councillor Murray.
Thanks, Ms. Haylock. Thanks for your presentation and your letter. In your experience over the last 2 years since the wind down of the Saskatchewan Transit Corporation, has that affected the books being dispersed to multiple libraries? I know that was a service that was utilized by the library. Has that been addressed in the meantime, or is there still some challenges with that?
I haven't heard of problems, but I think probably Jeff Barber would be the better ones to address that.
We'll do that. I was just asking on your experience, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. Thank you for being here tonight as well. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm just wondering, so the questions that you have you asked the library the questions, and have you been getting responses from the library in a timely fashion whenever you do ask questions?
Some of the questions, no, probably the ones in here we haven't, because this was just written up in the last few days.
Okay.
Other times we've submitted letters and requests for presentations, and my most recent letter was submitted about a month ago, and we're still, or over a month ago, and we're still waiting for a reply to that. So sometimes it's not as quick as we'd like, but eventually.
But is it a better working collaboration than you've seen in the past?
Well, I would say over, a long time ago, very definitely. Right now, there's been a change in the presentation process, and that was what our letter was about, to, make some suggestions about that.
Perfect. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. You can return to the gallery. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks very much.
No other questions. We'll move on to Robert Humphreys. Mr. Humphreys, if you could identify yourself, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation, and maybe questions afterwards.
Okay. Good evening. My name's Rob Humphreys, and I'm representing myself. Tonight I would like to focus on 2 main themes. First, that the current taxation policy for residents like myself and many others is unsustainable. Second, the apparent disconnect between the priorities of city residents and that of the city administration and city council. To give some background, I've been paying property taxes to the city now for 40 years. The last 30 years, I've occupied a 1,400 square foot bungalow in Lakewood subdivision. A few years ago, I retired on a modest pension. Since then, my city property taxes and utility costs have increased $1,500 per year. My pension has increased less than $50. City costs are now my highest and fastest rising fixed expense, consuming 35% of my disposable income. In 6 years, if the city continues on its current taxation path, it will consume well over 50% of my disposable income. In 2017, unlike City Council, when my taxes change, I cannot go to my pension plan and ask for an increase in pay. I have to cut. For example, among the cuts I've made in 2017, to offset the increased utility costs for water, I had to stop watering my garden and my lawn. At the same time, I watched the city water the park behind me every second day. In 2018, we had to cancel our Globe Theatre membership while the city increased funding to the RSO for their 115th birthday party by $20,000 a year. Just seems to be a conflict there. The disparity, or a disconnect, the disparity between city expenditures and taxpayer income is most evident by the way you have normalized increasing our taxes and utility costs. Tax increase over inflation rate should be the exception, not the rule, and be seen as a failure on the part of the administration to innovatively provide services at an affordable cost. I hear over and over that we have to pay for quality staff, and I agree. So why is it that year after year the major solution to the city's financial situation is always to increase taxes? I don't mind paying taxes for efficiently provided services. However, I'm convinced nothing is further from the truth, and if I had a couple hours, I could cite dozens of specific examples of waste, inefficiencies, and excess in city operations that I'm certain cost us tens of millions of dollars per year. When I've raised these issues with city staff or administration, the response is predictable. First, the eyes glaze over, like they probably are tonight, followed by talking points, spin, rationalization, denial, and minimization. Seldom is there ever an admission that there might be a problem worth investigating. It appears the city has no external oversight or incentive to change the status quo. I believe there's enough money to satisfy most of our essential needs without raising taxes above the inflation rate. It's a matter of priority. I would like to give 2 examples of past decisions that support that belief. The city had little trouble finding $4.7 million to renovate the main floor of this building for their own use. An undisclosed amount, probably in the millions, was used to construct a cafeteria that is in direct competition with 4 private restaurants within a 2-block radius of this building. I asked my friends representing Heritage if perhaps some of that money couldn't have been better used to repair Maple Leaf Pool. The city administration had little trouble convincing the majority of City Council to approve spending $37 million to buy and renovate the former STC building for the new police headquarters. Perhaps even a small amount, maybe $1 or $2 million, could have been set aside for the Heritage or Maple Leaf Pool or for other community organizations or for tax exemptions. And there are alternate strategies and initiatives that could be considered to reduce and redirect funds where most needed. For example, based on the fact that over half the operating budget goes to salaries and benefits, I believe an external review should be done using the upcoming 25% retiree numbers to right-size staffing levels and direct human resources where most needed. As an example, to survive in a competitive environment, SaskTel had to take bold transformative measures in the mid-2000s. Using retirees, full-time positions were reduced by about 1,000 and human resources deployed where they were needed. It was also cost and operationally advantageous to contract out most outside construction work. Departments were combined and levels of management reduced. 2, residential property taxes should be adjusted to be more fair and consistent with other jurisdictions in Canada. Currently, residential...
I'm going to have to stop you there. Unfortunately, it's 5 minutes. I apologize for that, but
that's fine.
just to be fair with everyone.
That's fine.
There may be questions from members of council. Councilor Massanelli.
Thanks for coming, Mr. Humphries. Through you, Mr. Chair, if there's any comments you have left unsaid, I'd love to hear them. I have a couple. I'll be brief. I'm just about done. I'd like to see the city introduce a user pay recycling garbage and organic collection system. In 2016, the City of Saskatoon did a study that found property taxes could be reduced by $8.9 million by implementing a pay-as-you-throw model. Besides positively influencing behaviors to reduce waste, it would automatically deal with the unfair treatment the condo users are having. I'd like to see an external review conducted of the city park maintenance program to determine why Saskatoon Park's budget is $14 million to take care of 2,500 acres of park, and Regina's park budget is $22 million to look after 1,600 acres. Maybe there's a good reason. I just couldn't find it. I'd also like there to be an external review of roadways, excessive abuse, and application of the winter maintenance guidelines. Climate change has made it almost impossible to appropriately staff and equip roadways. It's therefore prudent to at least consider contracting out some of the services, and they could use the Department of Highways model when they contracted out their services a few years ago. I'd like to establish there to be an either internal or external agency identified responsible to investigate reports of waste and excess and inefficiencies that are taken seriously and just not swept under the table. And establish a reward system for employees who identify abuses, where savings are tracked and the percentage is returned as bonuses to those employees or to the overall, to the employees. There's a few other things, but I think I've had a fair opportunity to express where I'm at, so thanks a lot.
Thank you. I do have one more question, Mr. Humphries. Mr. Humphries?
I'm sorry,
we got another question here.
I have one more question for you. At the start of your presentation, you mentioned tracking the inflation rate compared to the tax rate over the last couple of years since your retirement. Have you looked long-term to see how our tax rate compares to other municipalities or compared to inflation, especially in light of some of the mention earlier in the meeting of having money set aside from 30 years ago for things that might come up?
I've looked at the MBN data. It's fairly consistent. But, for example, the City of Calgary last year didn't raise their property tax at all. 0. Mm-hmm. I don't know why that is, but maybe we should be looking at that model. I don't know. So, yes, I have looked at the data, and over a 10-year span, it's compared to other jurisdictions, it's comparable for sure, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilor Massanelli. Councilor Stevens. No, we're still questioning going on.
I'm sorry.
We'll let you know when we're finished.
Yes, I wanted it out quick.
Councilor Stevens.
Through the chair, Rob, no one's glossing over. We have some feisty exchanges over email.
Yes, we do.
People are paying attention, I promise you. And
thank you.
I'm reading your messages, and it's nice to meet you in person. You mentioned inflation. I've always been a bit confused as to why that's actually a benchmark when it comes to taxes. But there is a number here that's worthwhile. So the mill rate just for the city's operation, the increase proposed is 1.35. That's lower than the inflation rate in 2018 and will be lower for 2019.
Yeah.
Comment.
Well, that's fine. If that encompassed all the increases, Andrew, I'd be fine with it. But you got to add in, 1.9 for the police?
Yeah.
You got to add up 0.45 for for the stadium, you got to add in another % for the road renewal fund, then you double that when you add the libraries and the school taxes in. It's killing us. It's killing me. I don't know about anybody else, but it's killing me being on a fixed income. Yeah.
Fair enough. Just a comment, we can control only that 1.35, not what goes on at the library. There's another point you had raised about the percentage of our operating costs that go to labor. So it was just over half. In my other workplace, it's 75%. What's the right number?
That is a way above my pay scale, Andrew. I don't know. You know, I wouldn't know. But I think it is worth, from all the anecdotal evidence that I've seen, and I've been observing this now for almost 9 years, what's going on. And it's not necessarily scientific, but when you see waste, you know it. When you see inefficiencies, you know it. You don't have to be hit with a 2x4.
Great, thank you.
So, yeah, I'm okay.
No, that's good. My last question is, you've mentioned the increase in your property taxes. So in the 30 years you've lived in your home, how much has the assessed value of that residence gone up?
I'd have to get back to you on that, Andrew. I don't have that figure right off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Would it be fair to say it might be more than the percentage increase of your taxes?
It probably would, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Great, thank you. Keep up the good work.
Oh, thank you. You too.
Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery now. There's no other questions. Thank you for your presentation. Move on to our next delegation. It's Gord Archibald. Archibald, if you could identify yourself, who's with you for your record. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, maybe questions afterwards.
I'm Timothy Stoju, the president of the Association of Regina Realtors. To my left is Gord Archibald, is the CEO of the Association of Regina Realtors. Purpose of our presentation today is to inform the City Council of the effects that property taxation has on the housing affordability and to provide the Association's view on the 2019 proposed budget. Just some quick facts. The Association of Regina Realtors operates the multiple listing service system in Regina and in southern Saskatchewan. Slightly over 3,400 properties valued at about $1.1 billion exchanged hands through the system in 2017. The majority of it was in Regina. The Association of Regina Realtors represents approximately 85 member offices, 690 individual realtor members in Regina and southern Saskatchewan, and about 450 in Regina. The housing market has gone through a very slow period so far in 2018. In fact, the slowest since 2006. Sales are on track for the lowest level of sales in the past 11-year period. The number of listings for sales are at an all-time high. The average numbers of days to sell is at an all-time high levels in the last decade, and prices has in turn gone down as well. At the end of November, the association's MLS Home Price Index, which measures trends based on MLS sales, is showing prices lost in the city from 1 year ago, 3 years ago, and 10% when compared to 5 years ago. 4% of that loss was just in the last year. This is significant as most homeowners are experiencing reduction in equity. Mortgage arrears in the city has been on the rise and has been at the highest in the past 2 years since 2012. Putting this all together, the housing market has been going through a challenging time in the past year. Now is a time to be particularly mindful about adding more cost to owning a home. Property taxes is taken into account by mortgage lenders when approving finance. The higher the level of taxation, the less financing the person is able to get. The net of this is that property taxes add to the cost of home ownership. The more taxes taken, the less there is available for mortgage principal and other uses. It can also affect whether buyers can actually qualify for mortgage financing, especially in light of the federal mortgage stress test rule that came in effect in January 1. Increases to property taxation affect both the cost of home ownership and qualifying for financing. Every 2 years, the association engages Praxis Analytics to conduct a public trend survey. This survey polls residents about a variety of housing-related issues, property taxation being one of them. The 2018 survey reveals some interesting results I would like to share with you. Only 16% believe that the city should raise taxes when needing more revenue. 84% would prefer to see revenue raised mainly by increasing user fees, and 76% supported dedicated tax increase to pay for specific needs known to taxpayers in advance, such as the infrastructure dedicated tax that you have. We support the general direction of the 2019 proposed budget, but are concerned with the size of the 4.7 proposed increase. We do agree with the 1% dedicated to road renewal. This is transparent, and this approach is consistent with the result from the survey that I mentioned earlier. Regarding the remainder of the proposed increase, we asked if now is the time to increase homeowners' taxes to the extent at a time when home values are falling and demand has been dampened by the slower economic growth and the intentional...
You have 1 minute to go in your time.
All right, sounds good. And in the intentional federal policies such as the stress test. The $93.24 annual increase to a typical homeowner cited in the budget appears small. However, it is the cumulative effect of the total property tax bill over an extended time that we are worried about. This, combined with increase to other areas such as utilities, adds to the cost burden faced by homeowners. We encourage the council to reduce the amount to the proposed increase to something more in line with inflation. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today, and thank you for allowing us to have an input on the proposed budget. We will take questions if you have any.
Yes, thank you very much. We'll see if there are questions from members of council. There are. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just so I'm clear, what are you suggesting to us in terms of a proposed property tax increase? Do you support the 4.7 or not?
So we feel that the 4.7 is a little high right now, given that home prices are coming down and at a all-time low in the last 11 years. So something more in line with inflation, which I believe is around 1.9 right now.
Gentlemen, you've sat here tonight, and like all of us, you've heard people request that more money be spent on pools, on condo rebates, on daycare, on snow removal in parks. There's a list of demands that people have that the city fill. Do you have any advice for us on how we do that? And they're all good ideas, but on how we do that and we keep the property tax increase down to something like 1.5% or 2%.
I guess you're going to have to dig deep. That is what you do, and that's what you're here to do.
Let me take a crack at that one as well, Councillor Hawkins. I mean, budgets are part of choices, and there's a multiplicity of conflicting choices that come up at budget time. And I guess part of the role of a city council is to try and make their way through all of that and come to a conclusion that's best overall in the balance of all property owners. Our message today is simply saying that additional property tax at 4.7% increase simply makes home ownership less affordable around it. So our purpose today is to bring that message to you. That provides any insight in terms of how you go about that, but that's what we want to bring forward.
Thank you for the answer.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much. Evening, gentlemen. You kind of brushed over Tim a little bit, so I want to go back to the stress test. So as I listen to people speak, that stress test maybe helped Toronto, maybe helped Vancouver. I'm not sure it was designed for Regina. Would you comment about that and the effect on the market?
Yes. When the federal government decided to implement the stress test, they were taking a brush and painting all the markets in Canada with one paintbrush. There is no such thing as a Canadian housing market. That is a myth. Every market is different. And what the federal government should really be doing is taking a more regional approach to controlling how market prices are going up, and they haven't really done that right now. So what the stress test has done, amongst with other things, I mean, interest rate is up with the stress test going on, is dampening our market here in Regina. The economy is also a part of it. I believe we saw some stats the other day that vacancy rate in Regina is about 7% right now. So there's a bunch of things that are going on with the housing market right now, and the stress test is a part of that. And yeah, the market is soft right now, and that's kind of why we were saying that maybe the increase might not be the right time to be as high as it is.
I know you're not in the new home market, but in the new home market, there is an additional tax on materials that was added in the last while. I got to believe that's related to your life as well. Could you comment on that, please?
Yes. Fortunately, I am in the new home market as well. The 6% tax that is now added to, I believe, the labor on when building a home has had a major effect. I believe the amount of permits that are being pulled for new housing start has gone down as well, and home builders are feeling the struggle as well. So it's not just in resale, it's in new home market as well.
Thanks. Mr. Mayor, one more question if I could. And by the way, I'm assuming you guys are doing some lobbying on those behalves, but I'll go back to what you said a few years ago. There was a concern nationally from your organization about grow-ups in houses and so on and not being able to be registered. Now it's legal to have 4 plants in a house. Have you done anything of recent to draw that attention again to how the next homeowner should know that's happening and mold or whatever that would come from it? Lob ball question there, man.
Well, yes, as you said, we are lobbying the government. With the legalization, one of the points that we raised with the government is to allow, one of the points is to allow homeowners, especially landlords, to be able to dictate whether or not this goes on in their house. Right. And also have some sort of a standard in place where if something is going on, it can be remediated. What we got back from some of the government officials is that, well, 4 plants is not enough to cause any significant damage. But I mean, we don't know that yet. They may be right, but we don't know that yet. But from our perspective, we want a remediation standard, and we want a way for buyers to know that this has gone on, especially when there has been something major that have occurred in the house. Because maybe I might not buy the house if I know that they've had a grow up there in the past. As a buyer, I should have that choice. But right now, we don't.
Okay. Only makes sense to me. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Flanagan.
Thanks, gentlemen. Welcome again. Every year, it's good to see you. I'll be gentle this year to you, Tim, and thanks.
Thank you, Jerry.
Nice. The market's dropped, obviously. What are we looking at for home sales in Regina as of today?
Well, at the end of November, let me check here. I do have it. Inside the city, for the year-to-date, we had a little over 2,900 sales, down 6% from last year. I'm sorry, that was the broader area. In the city alone was 2,356 sales compared to 2,544 in 2017, so that's down 7%.
7%.
Yeah, in the city.
Would you say Saskatoon's in the same boat as Regina?
Yeah, in talking to counterparts up there, pretty similar. I don't think it's to the same extent though.
Yeah. What would you say about, I don't know, pick a city, Burlington or Halifax? Do you think it's across Canada, other than say Toronto and Vancouver, or is it?
No, not at all. I would say the prairie markets are the ones that we're seeing the largest impact on.
Yeah.
From an economic and a stress rules point of view, and sales are pretty well down on all the major prairie markets.
Right.
And I was looking at a report from the Canadian Real Estate Association on price changes, and there were 4 markets in Canada where we saw price reductions taking place. HPI prices, home price index prices.
Yeah.
3 of them were in the prairies. The largest in the country is here in Regina.
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Mayor, either I didn't hear it or you didn't say it. Where does the question of what are the taxes on this property worth in comparison to what's the power bill, what's the gas bill, what's the condo fee if it's a condo? Where does the property tax come up in the buyer's questions? In your mind, in what you're hearing from people?
Well, in the survey that Tim cited, one of the questions we did ask is, out of all the various factors that go into making a buying decision, certainly the amount of the purchase price and the monthly outlay in the mortgage were the top two. Third was property tax.
Property tax.
And that was ahead of insurance and utilities.
Okay. Okay. No, that's all I want to know. It just gives everybody a rough idea. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much for that. Any other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery and we'll move on to our next delegation. John Hopkins. Hopkins, you've been here several times. You know the way to do this. So identify yourself for you, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for presentation.
Good evening, Your Worship, members of Regina City Council. My name is John Hopkins, and I am the Chief Executive Officer of the Regina District Chamber of Commerce. I'm here tonight to present our perspective on the City of Regina's proposed 2019 budget. I want to begin by talking about our community. Is it perfect? No. Do we have challenges? Yes, but at the same time, we continue to be a beacon for many, not only within our province and our country, but around the world. A beacon of opportunity, a place where people seek investment opportunities, employment, a home, education, and so much more. We must do more to celebrate all we have in this great community of ours. Turning to the business at hand, we sent a survey out to our membership shortly after the release of the proposed budget. Here are some of the survey results. When asked, do you support the mill rate increase of 4.7%, 11% said yes. 53% said no, but they would support a lower rate of increase, and 31% said they do not support any increase to the mill rate. When asked, what would you suggest the City of Regina do to address the projected increase in expenditures? 11% said increase the mill rate by 4.7%. 47% said increase the rate but find other measures to reduce the rate of increase. 31% said cut programs and or services to get to zero. When asked what areas would you recommend the City of Regina look at for cost savings, the top 5 answers were reduce the size of the civic workforce, reduce the size of middle management, reduce the amount of grants to community groups, reduce the amount for planning, and reduce the amount for police and fire. Your Worship, looking at property tax specifically, we have gone from generating an actual of $206 million in 2016 to a projection of $250 million in 2019 with the 4.7% increase. Put another way, property tax between 2016 and 2019 is projected to increase by $44 million or 21%, not an insignificant amount. Now, to be fair, government grants have dropped from $45 million in 2016 to a projection of close to $42 million for 2019, a decrease of $3 million or 7%. In addition, electrical and gas distribution revenues dropped by $10.2 million between 2016 and 2019. How competitive is Regina when compared to our peers? Are we way out there in left field? Are we close? Are we the highest tax place on the planet? Or what? Well, according to the City of Calgary 2017 residential property taxes and utility charges surveys, we had the second lowest municipal property tax at $1,585 for a representative bungalow in 2017. When looking at the average for all single detached homes, we were 5th out of 12 with a rate of $3,141, which includes the school levy and the library levy. When looking at the median for all single detached homes, we were 3rd best at $2,912. Now on the other side of the coin, within the same report, Regina had the highest monthly utility rate charges at $250 a month as compared to the average of $197.25. However, the report includes an electrical charge, which you don't control, so we pulled that from the calculation. Regina then drops to second highest at $131. Some measures we would encourage you to consider to reduce the rate of increase include: one, use part of any projected surplus from 2018 to offset part of the increase. We note that the forecast as of September had the surplus in the range of $2.5 million. Two, look at capital projects for 2019 to determine if there are projects that are likely to get deferred, and defer them. We note that the contribution to capital has risen significantly from an actual of $39.8 million in 2016 to a proposed $48.9 million in 2019. This is an increase of $9.1 million or 23%. Number three, consider reducing the transfer from general revenues to reserves, or look at one reserve, the fleet replacement reserve. According to the budget document, the reserve should have a minimum of $1.7 million and a maximum of $14.3 million. The reserve is projected to have $21.8 million by year-end 2018 and $22.6 million by year-end 2019, $8.3 million above the maximum. I want to conclude where I started tonight. Regina has a great deal to offer to so many. Could we do more? Yes. But at the same time, we need to appreciate all that we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hopkins, for your presentation. Are there questions of Mr. Hopkins? Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks. Evening, John. Nice to see you. I'll just tell you one thing. I will be asking a question about that reserve. It stuck out for me as well, so thanks for pointing that out. When you looked at the numbers that you quoted before, and you noted that some of our grants from the province were less, did you also take into account some of the things that we've had to accept? I'll call them a download in my terminology, when you considered some of those numbers?
I think that generally speaking, the City of Regina has managed its finances quite well over the years, and there have been challenges both for not only the City of Regina but also the province of Saskatchewan. When we look at what's going on in the energy sector in Western Canada, pretty significant impact. So there's been some movement between governments for sure, and part of that is due to what's going on with our economy.
So if I ask that question differently, do you think people are aware of the fact that we've had to accept some changes to our finances because?
I would like to say yes, but I suspect the answer is people are not as aware. I mean, sorry, I think somebody said this earlier tonight, but when people start talking about property taxes, people's eyes glaze over. And even worse, if you start talking about assessment, then they're like, really, like, oh my God, we just don't want to talk about that. But at the end of the day, for most people, it's looking at the property tax bill, and then for a lot of people, it's not even breaking out the school board, it's not breaking out the library, it says City of Regina, and I know you've done a lot of different things to try and mitigate that, but at the end of the day, people look at the check that they have to pay or what comes out of their, whether it's tips or whether it comes out of the bank every month for the.
Good, thanks for that. I'm curious, and if you look back over the last year, maybe 2 or 3, are we still able to attract business? Is that still happening? Or how would you assess that notion?
There are still businesses looking at Regina, and there's still investment. Look at Costco, pretty significant major reinvestment that has happened in our community. There has been investment in our community. There will continue to be investment in our community. Are there challenges? Are there things that keep me up at night? I'll tell you one thing that really keeps me up at night. It's the energy sector. Anyone that thinks the energy sector isn't important to Regina, well, let's just take a little look at that. We have a refinery. How many people are employed up there? These are really good paying jobs that have huge impacts on our economy. Let's talk about, and the other thing that really concerns me is the steel tariffs. And so that's another very large company, 1,000 jobs, very good paying jobs, very, very important to our economy. And then there's the pipelines that go through our city and have been there since, I think, the 50s. And we haven't had, I can't remember ever having any kind of incident whatsoever. So there's a lot of that. That energy sector is so important to us. And I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned about the impact that's going to have. Western Canada select prices, very, very concerned about that. They've moved up because of what's happened in Alberta, but very, very concerned about that industry in particular.
So you talked a lot about some larger type industries. What about mom and pop? Where's mom and pop at with business attraction right now?
Well, I think there's still a lot of people that are looking at opportunities. And I like to call, and hopefully this doesn't offend anybody, but I like to, the terminology, the butcher, the baker, the candlestick maker. You know, all of those businesses that are so important in every community, and ours is no exception. There are still people investing. I think EDR is doing a good job in terms of the new location that they have, some of the services that they're offering. And I think that as, well, I don't know if I'm going to be called a heretic for saying this, but I can't wait until the Entrepreneurship Center opens with the Connexus project in the park. I think that's going to be fantastic, and I'm a huge proponent of that, and I'm not shy of saying it either. So I think that that's going to be another key thing as we move ahead. So I think that entrepreneurship is alive and well. Would we like to see more? Certainly we would like to see more investment, whether it's the small mom and pop operation, as you called it, or some of the larger players. I think that's important for us.
Good, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. John, it's good to see you, and I want to say that I appreciate the balance and the context which you bring to these budget presentations. You mentioned that you've suggested some ways in which the 4.7% mill rate increase can be reduced, most notably, I think, with respect to the fleet replacement reserve. As I asked previously, there have been a number of presentations tonight, pools, condos, daycares, snow removal in parks, which would in fact add to the 4.7% mill rate increase if adopted. They all have merit. We have to make hard choices. Do you have any suggestion on how we should handle that?
That's a great question. I mean, if I could snap my fingers and make things happen, you know, we would have 5 brand new pools probably, but I can't make that happen. I think that there are people looking at the situation when people are talking about pools, and I think that we'll have to wait and see if anything comes out of some of those discussions, at least at this point. And at the end of the day, I think that it's a difficult position that you're in terms of trying to balance some of the needs that come up, because every year there are different groups that will come up and say, we need this, or we need that, and we need this, and we need that. And then, you know, there'll be groups like us that will come up and say, we need to continue to, you know, not hold the line so much as to, you know, keep the rates of increase as low as not as low as we can, but reasonable. And so I think that that's the balance, and some days I would want to have your job.
Thank you. You've been consistently helpful. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. Through the chair, John, in your report, your membership seems to have a pretty negative view of community grants, and you sit on the homelessness action table, and you're part of that. What are your thoughts on the community grants and the value they offer the city? And secondly, what do you do to promote the impact of those grants amongst your membership?
Well, I thought this question might come up, or one similar to it, from that list. And the way I look at this is, I think there's a communication problem here. I wouldn't say it's a chamber problem, but I think there's a communication problem. And I think that there needs to be more of an effort to talk about what are these grants, who do they go to, what are they for? And so I know that there are very significant needs in our community in different areas. You know, one of my good friends ran the food bank up until recently, so I understand the need there. Working with you and the mayor on the homelessness strategy, there is significant need in our community. There's no question about that, and it's a problem that we need to solve. And now one thing I can say about the Chamber of Commerce, and I normally don't like to blow our horn on this, but what's important to us is not just that the business community prospers, but the community itself. And so one of the things we need to do is to continue to work on some of the challenges that we have in our community, like the homelessness strategy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Murray?
Thanks, through the chair. John, good to see you again.
Pleasure.
You touched on it earlier, and it's around energy, and you were talking about that. Earlier, 2 months ago, council passed a motion to look at a proposal to become a renewable city by 2050. I know EDR has a position on somewhat supportive of that. I want to know what the Chamber's position is on that as a whole. Is it contrarian to energy in their view, or what does your membership think about that?
Well, first and foremost, we support the energy sector. There's no question about that. We support the jobs at IPSCO. We support the jobs at the refinery. We support the pipelines. There's no question about that. But I don't think it's an either-or kind of conversation. And I don't think by 2050 we're going to be out of fossil fuel, that game is going to be over. I think that both are going to be there in play. And I think it's a huge opportunity for us as a community to look at renewables. And, you know, there's things like some of the recreation facilities that we have, the pools that we have, where there could be, it makes a lot of sense for us to look at that. And so our view is there needs to be a balanced sort of approach. The energy sector is absolutely vital to our economy, but no way should we be turning our backs on renewables. Now, if I have it right, and I've read a little bit about this, the energy sector is actually one of the top users of renewables. And so that's already happening, and I think that we need to continue to encourage that to happen. Kind of excited about some of the renewable sort of plans that the city might have for different things, whether it's, you know, one that I think I've talked about before, I'm sure I've talked about before, is I look at the Lawson and go, wow, look at that roof. I don't know if they can handle it, but man, you could get a lot of panels on there. And those panels would generate a lot of electricity because it's south-facing. So that one would make you know, some sense. And there are other sort of facilities that we have throughout the community that are, whether it's the corporation, that maybe that makes some sense, particularly solar. I'm not sure how the wind kind of works into that, although there's small wind now. But then I think there's also the opportunity to engage the rest of the community, whether it's business or whether it's homeowners, to look at renewables. Because there's no questions renewables are going to form a part of the energy mix. I think we're a long, long ways away from it being 100%.
Thanks. I just want to know if it was viewed as an opportunity by your membership generally. So that's good to know. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Murray. Councillor Brasciani.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, John, for coming forward tonight. Just a question off of Councillor Hawkins. Take it a little bit further. Tonight we've heard from many delegations, infrastructure obviously is an issue, pools, looking at 2 pools that are at the end. How would, as a city, do you think that, is it something that we should look at some corporate sponsorship to keep these going? Okay. And then again, how do we get this thing, how do we get that going as a city? How do we start bringing that to the table?
Well, I've listened closely to all the delegations as well, because I sat beside the police chief the whole time and listened to all of the delegations. And in fact, I've never seen a budget meeting like this. I've been doing this for, 20 years, and come to every single budget, never seen a meeting like this one, where so many delegations came and spoke about one thing. But I think it's an opportunity. I think it's an opportunity to have more public consultation, as well as an opportunity to perhaps bring other partners to the table to see what might be possible. Maybe at the end of the day, it's not possible, but I think there's an opportunity to at least have a discussion. Now, I don't know if I should jump into this or not, but when you look at a facility that's 71 years, 72 years old, whatever it might be, there's something needs to be done with that facility. It just can't be band-aided forever. But I think that, I'm encouraged by the number of people that came out and participated in democracy tonight. That was great to see.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brasciani. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. Hello, John.
Hello.
Every year we ask the same, some of the same questions to you, so I'm going to pose one that I think I've asked before.
Okay.
Because I don't think we have a really good answer yet, and maybe you can help us. we actually build the budget all year long. Every single meeting we have as a council, many of the things that are in those meetings end up being in the large budget. So we don't just do it all at once. Do you have any ideas for how we could, even for your membership, what would be a good way to give them a bigger picture? Because you have some people saying, cut all the staffing, but don't cut the services. Or cut the staffing and the services, but don't touch this. So they're kind of at opposite ends of the budget spectrum.
Yep.
Is there a way that we could do a better job of telling our story?
That's a great question. I always sort of have the same challenge in that I'll have about a third that will be zero. That's the only option that we should be considering.
Right.
And then there's usually about 10%, maybe a little bit less, that are saying, yo, just increase the mill rate. And then there's the bulk that's in the middle. It's like, well, okay, look, there should be some kind of increase, but that increase maybe shouldn't be as high as what's being proposed. I think there may be some opportunity to maybe do some focus group work. Maybe I'd be willing to work with your administration and communications to say, okay, we'll give the city of Regina an opportunity to write an article whenever throughout the year to say, okay, here's what's going on, here's why the budget is the way it is, and here's why the utility rates are as high as they are because we don't have a river here, but that's a whole other story. So I think there's some opportunity there. Would we be willing to be as helpful as possible? No question about it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Young. Thank you for your comments, Ms. Hopkins, and answering questions. You can return to the gallery.
Thank you.
And we'll talk to our last presentation. This is from the Central Zone
Merry
Board.
Christmas, Happy New Year.
Oh, we got a whole host of people here. So, if you could identify each and every one of you, who you represent, and you collectively have 5 minutes for presentation.
Okay, thank you. My name is still Shayna Stock. I am here now as president of Central Zone Board, and I'll let other people introduce themselves.
Jen Moffett, executive director for the Al Ritchie Community Association.
Murray Giesbrecht, executive director with North Central Community Association.
Caitlin Koschuk, executive director of the Eastview Community Association.
And Brad Olson, president of the Cathedral Area Community Association.
Okay. The floor is yours.
Thank you. So I'm going to provide our presentation, and the other delegates are here in the event that there are questions after for respective community associations. So good evening once again. We are here on behalf of Central Zone Board, which is an organization that represents Regina's 6 central neighborhoods: North Central, Eastview, Al Ritchie, Heritage, Center Square, and Cathedral. Together, we represent over 36,000 Reginans, many of whom are here or were here supporting us today. Our neighborhoods are some of the most vibrant, historic, dynamic, and culturally and economically diverse in the city. We represent the heart of this city, both in terms of geography and metaphorically. Central Zone is a major source of art and creativity, human capital, tax revenue, and civic identity for Regina. We are not here to ask for a handout. We are here to share some of the changing contexts of our work and to encourage the city to recognize the immense value that community associations provide and to make an informed, strategic choice to invest in community associations. The work that community associations do is as multifaceted as our various neighborhoods. As nonprofit organizations, we have a greater capacity for flexibility than a large institution like the city. And as such, we have a remarkable ability to respond directly and quickly to the changing needs and contexts of our neighborhoods. And in your packages, we've provided you with some very specific examples of the wide variety of programs and services that we offer, recreational, cultural, social, etc. So I'm not going to get into that. I just want to mention also that we all try to provide barrier-free programming. The vast majority of our programming is totally free to participants, and when we do charge, we make sure it's affordable or people simply would not be able to come due to the income levels in our neighborhoods. We also often offer transportation to and from our programs to make our programming as easy to access as possible. The work that community associations do also saves the city a lot of money. For every dollar we receive from the city, Central Zone community associations are able to leverage on average $2.72 from other funding sources, including provincial and federal governments, sponsorships, and donations. We also use city funding to leverage thousands of hours of volunteer labor. An average community cleanup, for example, will produce 200 hours of volunteer labor and remove 80 large items from alleys, saving the city the cost of this labor if bylaw enforcement were to do it. The city requests our feedback on zoning and development proposals that impact our neighborhood, and with the disbanding of the advisory committees, I understand that this consultation may increase even more. From our informed on-the-ground perspective, we are able to offer the city valuable insight, warnings, and intimate knowledge that may prevent large-scale conflict or issues that require mediation down the road, another huge savings in time and labor by city staff. An investment in community associations is also an investment in crime prevention. The root causes of most crime include social isolation and poverty. The work we do to meet people's basic needs and provide opportunities for positive social interactions through services like youth programming and community events help to nurture a community that is safer and more connected, thereby reducing the need for policing in the longer term. These are just a few examples of why investing in community associations is a smart economic decision. The total we are requesting in the 2019 budget is only $84,700, not a lot of money relative to the impact it will have. With the 272% return on investment that community associations provide, this would represent $230,400 worth of benefit in our communities.
You have 1 minute left in your presentation time.
Thanks. Finally, I want to draw your attention to the graph that we've provided in your packages. Community associations have not received an increase in funding in 11 years. This represents a 19% decrease in funding that's available to us in real terms when we account for inflation. Between 2013 and 2017, the programming hours that we provide collectively have increased by 77%. As cuts and reductions are made to provincial and municipal budgets, there is increasing pressure on community associations to fill some of the gaps. As our city grows, some of our community associations are providing services to neighborhoods that do not yet have their own community associations. As Regina attracts increasing numbers of new immigrants, we are attempting to adapt and expand our programming to meet the needs of these newcomers. We're doing an excellent job of responding to the changing context of our work and meeting the growing needs of our residents with very limited resources.
Your time is up. Thank you very much. There likely is going to be a question. I can see them lining up now. Councillor Murray, you're first up.
Thanks. There's probably going to be a lot of questions. So I just want to ask just about staffing. For each of your respective associations, how many do you each staff, and how has that changed over the years, 11 years?
So we have one full-time permanent staff, which is me, and a number of short-term contract, part-time staff that run our programs. And that has changed. We lost a huge chunk of money in 2015, I believe. And so we did used to have 2 full-time staff, and that just changed at that time.
Oh, so for the Al Ritchie, we have 2 full-time staff, myself and a facilitator included. We are one of the only community associations that run under a union, so we are bound by those, our collective agreement for that. So we used to have, I believe, up to 10 staff that used to do what we're doing, and we've actually increased our programming right now thanks to other sponsors and our volunteers who have helped and stepped in as well. So we are hoping to get another staff on board next year, but we really do rely on instructors that come in specifically for programs.
We have 1 full-time staff, which is myself, and we have a part-time staff person as well, just 1. And then we have 7 program-based staff. So all of those staff people are restricted to very specific grants.
We have, excuse me, one full-time staff, which is myself, and then we have a part-time program monitor. We would like more staffing, but financially, we need to put our money elsewhere. So.
Cathedral has 3 part-time staff. One does program coordination. One does financial and accounting pieces, grant writing, and one does communications. And equivalent 40 hours for the community association per week, and about 30 hours per week for the Village Arts Festival.
So my next question, this has been our last one, is around grants and some of the challenges that grant funding specifically creates for associations. I'm speaking to sort of a lack of freedom within the ability to spend the money on certain allocations. Is that something that you experience in the grant process and the grants that you do receive?
Sure. So I'll probably talk collectively for all of us at Central Zone Board. The programming that we do is more social based, so everything that we do for that. So we are accountable to all of our grants. So for instance, when I run a summer program, in the summer I have up to 7 grants that I'm accountable for. So each thing is tied to something specifically, right down to cannot buy chocolate chips on this grant, right? Cannot pay instructors off of this grant, cannot do that. So we are in a constant, as Colleen Schmidt said, penny pinching, trying to figure out what we can, and everything's accountable for us. So in terms of money that comes in as donations that isn't tied to something, that is huge for us, especially for the Al Ritchie specifically, our community outreach. That means a newsletter that we're able to give out because we don't get covered by overhead under some other grants. I don't know if anybody else has something else to add to that.
And I guess, part of the key challenge with these grants is it's almost like a house of cards. You pull one away and it kind of impacts all the others. And very recently I had to make a very tough decision and stop the distribution of our newsletter in the community. That's been going on for many, many years. It's been a free newspaper to residents. We're now just going with an online format. But for many people, that is a very, almost a devastating thing. That's their way of connecting with the community and with building relationships with one another. And so, asking for the increase in funding really means really giving us some stability, giving us an opportunity to not always have to worry about working backwards. We lose a grant, then we have to scale back operations continually, which is even more time and money. So it's very concerning.
Thanks for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Murray. Councilor Stevens.
Can I add one thing to that last question? I think that also speaks to, the funding that we get from the city is not tied to anything in particular, which is a huge benefit to us. So if we need to use that to hire staff or invest in a new program that we really need that's meeting the needs of a particular community within our neighborhood that's not being met yet, then we can do that. A lot of grants, most grants that are specifically for projects do not allow you to spend that money on staff that aren't specifically just tied to that project. So like for us, the Heritage Community Association, we have in our strategic plan for the next 3 years to find more funding to hire staff, but we can't really do that through the project funding that we're able to access through other government sources. It has to be from a source that's allowing us to use it on permanent staff, and that's one of the major benefits of this the city funding that we currently get. Thank you.
Councilor Stevens.
Thank you. A 20% increase would increase the cap that your organizations receive by about $11,000. In the Phase 3 community associations by $200. So maybe walk me through some examples of what would you do differently with $11,000 more in your budgets.
Yeah, it's $11,000 for the Phase 1 community associations, which are all of us except Cathedral, which is a Phase 2. So
right, sorry.
They receive $25,000 currently, so it would be 20% of that. But yeah, for us, I'll just elaborate on what I said last time, is that our main goal right now is to hire more permanent staff. With the increasing amounts of consultation that the city wants to do with our community associations, I think that's amazing, but for there to be one staff person that's responsible for doing that, managing the nonprofit organization, and also running programming, it's getting to be too much. So our main priority with that additional funding would be putting it towards the wages for another staff person that could be focused specifically on programming, so that my time is freed up to do this type of thing.
Great, thank you.
I'd like to echo that as well, and I think one of the things that we are really paying a lot of attention to, as you know, we're in the new Mamawi-Atatin Center in North Central, working with the high school, Regina City Police, the library, a lot of other groups, the city, of course. We're very interested in program development and understanding, like, what are relevant programs that people really want and need. We sometimes make assumptions. We think we know what that is, but we don't always. And so we'd like to spend a lot more time, and that takes some resources to do that, to find out what exactly do people want and need, what are they going to come out for, and how can we best serve them. So that would be a significant focus for us.
Great. Thank you.
All right, keep going.
Oh, sorry. So going back to the newsletters, as we spoke about, so we have a huge population of new Canadians, immigrants in our area. We have many, many, many different languages, and we did try and do a digital newsletter for 2 years, and it's not working because we tangibly cannot pass it off to the schools, to give to the families, to give to somebody who can tell mom what that means so that they can access us. So we are finding a necessity to go back to that printed newsletter, and that, of course, is what we would use the money for sure, right off the bat. And I know some of the councillors here understand the huge impact of doing an actual handout. And I say handout because we cannot afford to mail it, so our volunteers and our board members actually hand deliver our newsletters, and that would be a huge benefit to us.
Good, thank you very much. There's no other questions. You can return to the gallery. Thank you very much.
Can they answer the question?
Do you want to? Can we add? Can I add?
What, I'm not.
To the last question.
To the last question.
Oh, continue on. Yes, if you have more to say, yes.
Okay,
I thought
sure.
you're all finished. Yeah, go ahead.
No, for Eastview, 20% increase would be going towards programming. Sorry, excuse me. For the Queen City Eastview Community Association, we take a lot of pride in being able to provide the community with low-cost, no-cost programs. In the past 5 years, we've provided over 70 different low-cost, no-cost programs in our facility. These programs vary from programs such as after-school programs, exercises, art, sports, family events, community cleanups. With a 20% increase in funding, we'd be able to provide an even larger variety of programming. Some of the programming we would like to start would consist of programming to better assist and meet the needs of our First Nations people and our newcomers in the neighborhood. Over the past 3 years, we've had an increase of newcomers moving to the Eastview community due to the Haltane Crossing development going up. This development consists of 62 units, 34 of which are currently occupied. As our community grows, we want to be able to provide the people of the Eastview and Regina with programs that are completely free or at least affordable. Programming is a huge part for our community. As many of you know, Eastview is quite unique. We are a community of just over 900 houses, completely surrounded by industrial. We have no shopping centers and no school. We used to have a school, but it was closed down, and now Haltane Development is being built in that spot. The Eastview Community Center is the last hub in the area for residents to go. The programs we provide give our children, especially in the area, something and somewhere to go that would be safe, fun, and consistent. A 20% increase in funding would open the door to new and exciting programs that would better meet the needs of everyone in our community. Thanks.
And within Cathedral, we know that Cathedral is a very dynamic community full of a lot of folks who are very engaged, but also there's a lot of folks who maybe aren't always at the table. So echoing those pieces around engaging newcomers, First Nations folks, and people to bring them to the table to be able to provide some of the services and programming that's important, in the neighborhood, and ensuring that the staff is able to provide that programming. So whether that's making sure that that we might need more staff or hours or topping up wages, which are quite low. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your answering questions.
Thank you.
That is the end of our delegations for the 2019 budget. Thanks, everyone. So I've polled members of council, and we are going to consider as the last report for this evening is the Board of Police Commissioners report. And tomorrow night we'll reconvene to consider the rest of our budget, which is the City of Regina's budget, the operating capital and utility budget for 2019. So anybody who doesn't need to be here now, you don't need to be here now, come back tomorrow, but just the police would be the next, or the last group to be here. Thanks everyone for your patience in this. What's that? Not you, not you. 5:30, same time as yeah. So if we're ready to go, Councillor Young, if you want to take the seat for me, please.
Mayor Fougere.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As Chair of the Board of Police Commissioners, it's my pleasure to introduce the 2019 Regina Police Service budget. Chief Evan Bray and some of his staff are here and are available to respond to any questions that we may have. The RPC continues to work hard to provide good value to Regina citizens and to keep Regina safe. In spite of some recent increase of crime in Regina, Regina has one of the best crime clearance rates in Canada. And despite this, there is a growing concern of the increase in crimes involving firearms, drugs, and gang activity. That is linked to increases in other crimes, like vehicles being stolen and the use of commission of those crimes. The complexity of these investigations requires more time, resources, and advanced investigative techniques. So far in 2018, the city has seen 30 people injured by a firearm, of which 4 were fatal. The RPS responds to a firearm call on average of 10 times a week. There's been a 28% increase in firearms seized compared to the 5-year average. And there have been 55 fentanyl seizures to date compared to 17 for the same time last year. And we live in a changing world that requires a lot of engagement and a lot of work to ensure the service understands and is committed to legislation and community well-being. This includes things like new legislation such as marijuana decriminalization and LA FOIP, commitment to missing and murdered Indigenous women inquiry and the Truth and Reconciliation calls to action. New approaches such as incorporation of a trauma-centered approach when helping victims, a pilot of the utilization of the Violence Against Women Advocate case review when dealing with sexual assault complainants, and training and investigating intimate partner violence. The RPS is committed to working with community partners on proactive and long-term plans to address root causes of crime and police intervention. Those examples are continued commitment to the HUB concept, the police and crisis team, respond to those with mental health crises, the TRIP, the Regina Intersectoral Partnership, the school resource program, work with the Ministry of Social Services to address the issue of repeat missing persons. The RPS strategic plan for 2019-2022 is in its final stages of approval. This budget aligns the visions of the City of Regina Police Service, which is working together to keep Regina safe, and the proposed strategic direction. The 2019 budget includes a net increase of 1 police position, a superintendent for support services division, The next step is a multi-year organizational plan to strategically align resources to meet the needs and pressures of our community. Staffing composes 89% of the Regina Police Service budget. And every year the number of police service per population is decreasing as demand increases. The service and the Board of Police Commissioners will be working closely on a blueprint to provide continued rollout over the next several years. The service has examined its priorities, its operations, its positions, and its impact carefully, and redeployed or realigned the following without a budget increase. Converted a court document clerk to a junior LA FOIP officer, converted the summer student program dollars to a casual digital media assistant, converted 2 full-time casual facility cleaners to permanent status, and redeployed 3 sworn officers. The 2019 budget also includes revenues of $9.96 million, largely from provincial and federal governments. This revenue supports over 10.8% of the police budget and reduces its burden on taxpayers. Non-staffing operational increases of $755,400, largely due to unavoidable price increases, and the maintenance cost of the additional new facility known as Headquarters West. The service is well into the process of repurposing the former STC building and excited to be able to gain efficiencies and return staff to their home site. The RPS is information and communication reliant 24/7, and the service manages technology to improve efficiency and effectiveness to ensure availability all around the clock. Cost savings have been identified. However, the rising cost of licensing and maintenance fees are unavoidable. The unavoidable price increases and other necessities like fuel and utilities is reflected in the budget. Overall, the 2019 RPS budget represents a thoughtful and consideration of the economic environment and public safety priorities of the City of Regina. On behalf of the Board of Police Commissioners, I urge support of the 2019 Police Service budget. Thank you. Councilor, you want to second the report? You have an amendment as well?
Yes, and I'd like to make an amendment to the numbers on the screen, please. The $82,504,300 was what was approved by the Board of Police Commissioners. The other 2 numbers have a slight change. It's $30,000 was subtracted from expenditures and moved over to revenues because of the removal of the university liaison from the budget. So the first number at the top, $92,490,000, yeah, should read $92,460,100. So change the 9 to a 6.
Okay.
And the second one should read 9,955,800.
Okay.
But the net operating budget of 82 million remains the same.
Great. Seconded by Councilor Flagel. This is really just a clarification, not a substance to it, so I'll call a question on that. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Speakers to the, do you want to continue on, Councilor Young?
Sure. This year, the community survey that was done prior to the budget put safety near the top of what people expect and want in this community. And we have a professional police service that gives us just that. Even though crime stats have decreased somewhat because of the professional policing, even though we have drugs coming in from outside and we have guns, more guns now in our area than ever before, one of the reasons that we have safety in our city is because of the philosophy of community policing that's undertaken by RPS, which means that besides the crime you might read about in the paper where they've arrested someone, they are also out there doing community policing, which is preventive type of policing. And they work with the most vulnerable people in the city. And one of the ways they do that is, for instance, domestic violence calls were 17 per day for a while, and now they have put a training program in place, and they're doing a much better job of being able to deal with that conflict and reduce it. And that's just one example of the type of things that are going on. And the only other comment that I would make is that we had a rigorous budget process this year. Would you agree, Chief? We went line by line more than once and questioned everything in the budget. And we had very good conversations, very helpful, and I am perfectly satisfied that what's in that budget is needed in that budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Other speakers to the budget? Councillor Murray.
Took 2 months of back and forth until we finally arrived at where we were. A big component that I didn't anticipate going into it was the amount for information and tech, and how that has essentially become a larger and larger piece of policing as we go forward. The RPS is involved, as I've indicated a few times to members, in investigations that go all the way to Manila or cryptocurrency investigations, outside of our normal jurisdiction, but in the cyber world. If that investigation goes down that rabbit hole, RPS has to follow it, and the costs are increasing all the time in that field. So I believe it was about $750,000 roughly in IT contributions this year. I think that's correct. So that was a big part of it. As Councillor Young said, it was a lot of back and forth, and it was a difficult budget process. But this is what we've arrived at, and I urge your support. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Stevens.
All right, thank you. A few questions. The first question I have has to do with the cost of the record checks. There's been a few community organizations, this was actually from, I think, last year, who have raised concern about the cost for volunteers. It's only $10, but some actually suggest it's a bit prohibitive, especially when we're dealing with low-income organizations and individuals. Can I get a comment on how this new policy might have affected the application and whether or not we're seeing this function as a deterrent?
Chief Bray.
Sure. Thank you very much. Good evening, Your Worship, and members of council, members of executive. I appreciate the opportunity to be here and answer these questions. I think when we looked at the criminal record check area, it's one area that has grown, well, it's one of many areas that have grown exponentially over the last few years. The number of criminal record checks we do, the volume of criminal record checks is through the roof. And it's I think, just because of the way society has gone today, is everybody wants to ensure that they've got employees or volunteers that meet certain standards and eliminate risk to the people that they're working with. I can tell you we did a very extensive, we casted a wide net to see what other organizations were doing with regard to criminal record checks. As you're well aware, over the last couple of years, finances have been a challenge, and they've been a challenge to the city because of changes with the province, and as a result, the Regina Police Service does not have many ways to recoup costs. One way is through provincial funding, which helps with some positions within our organization, and one other way is to be able to recoup or have some revenue through criminal record checks. So we were not charging for volunteers. We were very much the minority across Western Canada, and in fact in much of Canada. There are still places that don't charge for volunteers, but under the tight schedule that we felt last year, we wanted to make that change, and so we put in what we felt was a nominal fee. I was just at the Indigenous Christian Fellowship Center the other day, and I heard loud and clear from Bert that they're not happy about the $10 for volunteers, and I completely understand that. We had a good conversation. We're right on the brink of offering the ability for people to do those criminal record checks online, which I think is going to be a great service for our community. For all of 2019, that will be the status quo, but there is an extra cost for that because of the IT component to it. So That's the reason that we did it. There's a lot of time and energy and effort that goes into processing volunteer requests. Volunteer requests are not in the tens or dozens, they're in the thousands. There's a lot of them, and so we felt $10 was something that at least allowed us to recoup some of those costs.
Great, thank you. If you could further that through the chair, Bert has raised this with me as well several times. Is his argument that it's actually preventing people from volunteering, or is it a hardship and people are enduring? My main question here is it worth it from a community perspective?
Yeah. That's a hard one for us to put an answer to because, I don't have a number of how many people that's turning away. I do know there's a lot of organizations that are saying, look, if you want to volunteer, we'll cover the cost of your criminal record check, but not every organization is in that position, and I know that. So I don't have the number. I think it's a little bit of both what you said. It might defer from some people from wanting to volunteer. That is possible. And what's the benefit? I guess that's something that we would have to weigh. But again, we're not talking about a small number. We're talking a fairly significant number.
Okay, thank you very much. Second line of question has to do with a lot of what you've said here many times and in the community, and that's the significance of a community policing model, and also your focus on social determinants. And I know you've been a vocal advocate of that approach at the homelessness action planning or strategy meeting. If you were to ask the three levels of government what kind of investments we need to be making to prevent us from needing more police, to get to the root causes. I mean, you've mentioned this many times. If we think of property crimes that's linked to drugs, addiction issues, what would those requests be? How do we get off this, if you will, pressure to constantly increase the police budget while not funding sufficiently those social determinants and prevention measures?
I think that's a really good question. It's a question I wish I had the answer to, but I think the last time we spoke, you asked me for a top three, if I could pick three things. And so I think my answer today is going to be very similar to that, just in that, I know that when we look at, for example, addictions is such a big part of the challenges that we face in our community. And you've heard us say time and time again that people that are addicted are not criminals, they're sick. However, to feed that addiction, they're doing things that make them criminals. They're engaging in high-risk behavior. They're using weapons. They're stealing cars because they have to feed their addiction. So if we could somehow find a way to provide more support for people with addictions, I think that's a huge one. Another one would be our children. Our children in care. We have proportionately one of the highest, if not the highest, rates of children in care in this province. And this has been an issue that's been talked about at multiple different levels of government. And is there a way that we can provide better support for those children in care and ultimately give them a sense of family and belonging? And this is a discussion that I've had in the legislature and in a TP in front of the legislature. This discussion has permeated throughout Saskatchewan, I would say, very much with prevalence over the last year. And I think it's an important one because ultimately those children that are vulnerable are often ones that are falling prey to gang and a gang lifestyle or being victimized in our community. And so that's an important one. Mental health is also a very important component, I think, of if we're looking at social justice issues in our community. More and more is being done, but more needs to be done with that, and that very much is a collaborative effort. It's not just provincial, I would suggest federal government as well.
Great, thank you. I want to talk about pools and police along this line. I was going to ask you this in the context of, when we're talking about Maple Leaf later on, what value do civic services and facilities like Maple Leaf Pool have from your perspective as a police chief? Do they function as a deterrent? Do they function as a way of getting kids away from gangs? What is the social and economic value in your mind of Maple Leaf Pool specifically and other recreational opportunities?
So I have to be very careful, and this won't be a surprise to you, Councillor. I've had lots of talks with Shayna about Maple Leaf Pool and about the value that I think community, whether it's a pool or a service or a community group that comes together, any types of programming that happens. Obviously, that gives children in our community a sense of responsibility and belonging and something to do, activities to fill their time, which is important. I'm not going to give you a comment on what we should do with Maple Leaf Pool. It's not my position to do that. But I do know that that activities and whether it be structured through organized sports or just other activities are great for families, are great for children, and I don't need to belabor the fact. We heard 24 presentations today that spoke to that.
Can I ask, do you think we need a civic public safety and crime strategy that purposely aligns your work with what we do in the city?
You know, that's a big question, and I think one of the biggest challenges we have, and you could answer this as well as I could, is that a lot of the issues that we'd be talking about aren't city issues to deal with. And that's the challenge, is because we're a city of Regina trying to deal with crime issues, a lot of which I've just talked about, have a lot of weight that could be lifted off our shoulders through whether it's health or education or some of these other services that are not municipally funded. And so, you know, I feel like we're doing this a little bit with the homelessness strategy, right? We're together. We have the leaders in this city sitting down and saying, we have to do something about homelessness. But until we can get some provincial funding or federal funding, we're just a bunch of leaders from the city wanting to do the right thing. Yeah. And I feel like that's a little bit of the challenge. I'm always willing to sit down and work with the city and come up with something that might enhance community safety, but we have to find a way to engage our provincial partners to make it happen.
Thank you. Finances. You saw the heat we were under here from residents and others who are concerned about tax increases. The city's mill rate's we're going to increase by 1.35. That's what's on the books just for the city, but 1.9 for the police. So if you were over here and you were responding to those delegates that came up here talking about cost increases and taxes, what would you say? Why is it that we have a police increase that's higher than the entire operation of the city?
Well, I guess I would state a couple of things. Number one, you heard Councillor Young talk about the rigorous budget process that we had. Not to say that it isn't every year, because it is, but I can tell you this year was, it was detailed and it was lengthy. And we went through and we staged capital projects. We cut out resources completely basically from our budget in terms of new resources, even though we have an operational review that shows there's some areas where we need some resources. So what we did was we dug within the police service, much like we did last year. We redeployed 20 officers inside the organization to the front line. This time we're redeploying some to investigative services, some even on the civilian side of our organization to try and address what those needs are. The reality is, and His Worship said it, 89% of our budget is human resources. So that leaves us with 11% of our budget that is not. That's the operating budget I'm talking about. I was asked by the Board of Police Commissioners, how much of that 11%, so 89% is resources, 11% is not. How much of that 11% is discretionary and how much is non-discretionary? So we went through and we took out fuel costs for vehicles, the cost of heating and electricity and all of those things for our buildings, IT costs as far as regular updates and all the rest of it go. And of the 11%, 5% is what we consider discretionary. Now that includes, like I'm talking small line items like conferences and training or like coffee at a meeting, those types of things, like, you know, if we have a Board of Police Commissioners meeting or whatever. So the reality is that's all we could chip away at, and even that was such a small dollar amount that really the only option we would have is if we were trying to cut significantly into our budget is to look at our resources and look at cutting that. The challenge is that we have a crime issue in our community, and we talk about that all the time, along with the fact that we have a crime severity index that although we've thankfully toppled from that number 1 position down to around number 5 this year, we still have crime severity index that's a challenge in our community. We still have one of the highest caseloads per officers in our community, and yet our police to population ratio has been steadily shrinking over the years, and our cost per resident, as was in our presentation to you, is much lower than the Canadian average and much lower than the Saskatchewan average. So I would say that there is some costs associated to policing. However, they are very much in line with, if not lower than, the rest of Canada. And the other part that I would say is that our police budget, if you look at it over the last 10 or 20 years, I could look at Andrew Stevens' website and get some of this information, has not grown misproportionate to the rest of the city budget. In fact, we've occupied about 20% of the city budget over the last 2 decades, and that's where we still are today.
Thank you. The new building, when's it coming online? How much are we paying for operation costs as it is? And how much more do we have to invest in that facility?
So the new building, basically the work that we've done on it this year so far is working with understanding a needs analysis, working with stakeholders to see what we can repurpose and how we can move it, and then working with architects to design what that looks like. Through 2019, I would suggest will be the time that you'll see the jackhammering and the work being done, and then into 2020 will be the transition into the building. The actual project itself is, we have a very strict budget that we're working with. That was the original budget we were given by the city, and that's what we're still working with. Our operational costs that we identified, just to keep that building heated and the lights on throughout this year, I believe we had at $280,000, so that's over and above what we would pay for our existing building. But again, I would suggest that this building is going to be a long-term gain for the city, and that we're going to be able to release a lot of leases that we have around the city that occupy a big chunk of money in our budget that we will no longer have to pay once we're moved into one building.
Steve, you got about 1 minute left on your time.
Perfect. Will any element of this building function as a community center in a traditional sense, in which it will be open or available to members of the public who aren't in there for record checks and incarceration?
Yeah, we've talked about that. That's been an important component for us all the way through. Even something like a room where we could smudge, where we could hold different ceremony, those types of things. Right now, we haven't landed on what the adaptation is going to be. There's kind of 3 options that are out there, and so very much the idea of a community center or a room that can be used by people outside of our police service is still in the discussions. We haven't checked off on the final box yet, so sometimes when we're prioritizing, we're going to have to make some decisions. But so it's in the discussions, but I don't know what it's going to look like in terms of the final product. But that's an important part of it for us too.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Donnell, you're next.
Thanks. Evening. Thanks for taking some questions. I've asked you this before. I'm still a little bit suspicious that when we have rural policing, we take people out of the city and they're out working out there, that we're either at a deficit or that we're paying for it. So clarify for me.
Yeah, so the combined traffic safety services, which is I think what you're speaking about, Councillor, is the program that the province has stood up in Regina, which takes 10 officers from our police service and moves them into a unit with another 10 from the RCMP, and they do some of their work inside the city, and I would say that work somewhere is between 30 and 40%, and the rest of their time is spent in a 100-kilometer radius out and around the city. We repurposed 5 existing positions using money that were given by the province, so they basically said, we fund X number of positions, we would like you to take 5 of those positions and move them into this area. Well, that was a bit of a head scratcher for us because, of course, all of those officers had jobs, and so what we decided to do was move them from our traffic safety unit into this unit, because essentially they'd be doing the same work, although not 100% of the time in the city. Then we received funding through SGI, ultimately from the province, for the other 5, and those 5 go into that work as well. So although we lost 5 from our traffic safety unit, we have 10 that are spending 30 to 40% of their time in the city, and so we hope that we will still see the same amount of traffic enforcement here.
Is there any notion as to how long this will go on for?
No, that's part of the challenge, I think, with provincial funding, is that although it's not, we never fear that it's going to be cut the next year, but there is no guarantees either. Each year those municipal grants are renewed, and there's usually some media that's done around that, and we're going to give you the money for another year, which means you can continue on. And so I think we have, I want to say 72 and a half positions that are funded through the provincial government. So in an organization of 600 people, a little over 10%.
Gotcha, thanks. I've heard often here the word community policing, but we also have area policing where you have 3 zones in the city and so on. and the goal was to leave some folks set there. Are you still committed to those plans, the community and to the area?
Yeah.
If you don't mind, please.
Yeah, very much, Councillor. We have, you're right, 3 districts, north, central, and south, and then within those we have different zones. So we have officers assigned to different geographic locations in the city, and one of the significant pieces of work that we did when we redeployed 20 officers, we redeployed those not in the exact same shifting pattern. We did it in a way that it hit peak times in terms of call load in areas of the city where we saw increased call load, and what that did is that allowed us to stop cross dispatching. So if we had units in the north end and we had to send them all the way to the south end and vice versa, then that's when you see that displacement from the areas that they're assigned to work. So by reallocating these resources into the areas where we need them the most, it allows those officers that are working in other areas that maybe aren't as busy, it prevents them from getting brought into an area that is. They can stay in their community or in their zone, and it just allows, I think, for better police coverage. And I know I've heard this, I've spoken with different community groups throughout different areas of the city, and you hear they want to see police visibility, they want to see random patrols in their neighborhood, and an important part of that is making sure we're resourced properly.
Good, thanks for that. And when we listened to the debate about the pool and so on, I heard a lot about relationships. School resource officer is very near and dear to my heart from where I came from. Are you committed to that in the future?
Definitely committed to it. School resource officers are such an important part of the work that we do, and you know, you'll often hear me talk about not only are we still doing the presentations that we've always traditionally done and building those relationships in schools, but we're also dealing with unfortunately high-risk situations when we have to secure the building or a lockdown because of a threat either to the building itself or maybe in the neighborhood as well. The part of the challenge we have is we have grown a lot. Our city has grown a lot. We have 5,000 more students today than we did 5 years ago. And so one of the tough decisions we had to make this year in terms of resources is if we can't get more resources through a budget increase, then we're looking to move positions. And so the increase, we're adding 1 officer into our school resources, but we're taking it from that university liaison position. And so we're not cutting the ties to the university. Obviously, we still have good relationship with the university and work out there, but we needed to be able to make sure that we could take care of the schools in the city, and that's how we're doing it.
Good, thank you. Last question, I had the pleasure of doing the Citizen of Police Academy with the other day. I just want to report I did get one young lady who might be interested in becoming a city councilor, but I also saw you talking to other folks. Tell me about recruiting a little bit, please.
Yeah, that's, recruiting is a very, very important piece of work for us that we have to be as vigilant on today as ever. Policing is not as attractive, I think, as it once was. There's a lot of work involved, there can be danger involved, there's a lot of scrutiny on police, and so recruiting, it can be a very big challenge. And I've often said is the number one way to recruit someone is if they trust you and they want to come and work for you. And so it's absolutely instrumental in making sure that we build relationships with all of our community, including the diverse community, so that we can attract those recruits to come and work for us. We actually have a meeting tomorrow morning where we're really revamping our strategy in terms of Indigenous recruiting. And we're working with some what I would call local experts, including our Elders Advisory Board, to see if we can enhance the work that we're doing there. And ultimately, the goal is to be reflective of the community we serve.
Good. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dowell. Councillor Fundura.
Thank you to your worship. Good evening, Chief. Thank you to you and your staff and all that. I've never been said or asked by citizens, we don't need patrol, we don't need police. So it's always on citizens' minds and how they speak. They want to see more police presence. So to me, the question and the comment would be, what's the cost for that?
Well, so I think, there's a couple of things that I would say about that is, police presence is one thing. We have just over 400 sworn men and women, police officers that work in our community and are out in our community in a variety of different ways every day. So, but But when people ask that question, I think what they're asking is that they want to see police not just racing into their neighborhood to respond to a 911 call. They want to see police in their neighborhood, proactive policing. They want to see them engaging with people, stopping and talking with people, knocking on a door late at night to say, do you know your garage door's open, engaging with business owners, talking about crime trends they're seeing. And the challenge that we have is we are busy. And so our officers are doing a very good job of handling those calls for service, but it doesn't leave us a lot of time to do proactive policing.
Okay. And of course, there was cannabis mentioned, and that comes at a price. I don't think we know what that's going to cost us as we move into the future.
Right.
And you talk about the 20% you've been at the budget for the last 2 decades. What kind of stress did that put you under?
Well, we didn't increase our budget with regard to cannabis costs by very much. A little bit of training, but we're receiving some federal funding to help us out with a little bit of that as well. The cannabis cost, you know, that's been a big topic over the last year, because everything that I can give you on that is just an estimate, and it's just a best guess. So we haven't had a lot of serious issues for sure with regard to cannabis since legalization. The number of impaired drivers hasn't dramatically changed. Even the day-to-day use on the street has been minimal, and through communication we've been able to handle it. I think as time ticks along, it'll be illegal dispensaries, the black market, that sort of work is really what I think we're going to have to try and measure, so that in a year from now I can tell you what the cost really is.
And again, to your worship, we've always asked that question, or I've asked it, about courts and hospitals and how much time you spend there. Where's that going?
Well, thank you, Councillor. With regard to hospitals, we've had some really good, meaningful meetings with the health district. Just recently, we've learned that they've added some staff and changed some process to try and help minimize the amount of time we have to spend at the hospital. That's been communicated to our frontline officers, and we are hoping to see some changes in that regard. With regard to court, we've done a lot of policy changes within our police service that allow us to try and minimize the cost that court can have on our police service, but it's a bit of a double-edged sword, as I've said, because if you have 30 officers working on any given day and they're all called to court on that day, then you've got a bunch of police officers who you're not paying overtime to attend to court, but they're not out on the street as well. They're sitting in the courthouse waiting to testify. And so it's a bit of a balance there, but we do a lot of work. Deputy Chief Dean Ray just met with prosecutors today. We have ongoing regular dialogue with prosecutors to find ways that we can look for efficiencies and ultimately reduce that cost.
Thank you for that. And the mention was that we are growing, and with growth comes price, right? And further out we go, more stress becomes on the policing side of it. How are you handling that one?
Well, that's a bit of the growing pressure, I think, is you know, we're growing not only in diversity, but in population size and geographic area. And each one of those has different challenges that comes with it. We're continuing to adapt and continuing to try and provide excellent, respectful, professional service to the citizens of Regina every day. Our ratio, though, is, I feel, is a bit low, and so again, you've heard me talk about sometimes we've got work loaded on us that might be offloaded from other organizations, and so we're constantly working to try and help those organizations take their share of the workload back. It allows us to focus on police work.
Okay, so through your worship, just a couple comments here with Councillor O'Donnell mentioned about working in schools. That's a very important part of working with you. Another thing I want to say is a very, very good job on working with the multicultural community. The world is coming here. For years, world wasn't coming here. And now everybody, even the minus 40 temperatures, you talk to people, they love coming here. It's the environment, it's the friendliness of the people. So they, let's say immigrant learns from an immigrant that it's nice and warm, but it's cold here, they want to come here. So that's we'll say thank you to the police side of it, working with the new Canadians. And again, from my perspective, looking at asking for a budget like this and telling the citizens, how much do you want to pay for the safety of the officer that goes out there as a first responder? What does that mean? What is that? That should be on everyone's mind when you out there driving, when you go into places that usually most of us run away from. That is, it's a challenge. It's huge. So I don't foresee have the difficulties with this budget. Is what it is. Like you said, for the last several years, you've stayed very constant. You found some savings. You're working on different levels. So Thank you for the hard work you do, and I'm looking forward to seeing the work that you're going to continue with. So thank you very much to everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Councilor Fundera. Councilor Brashani.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, Chief, for coming forward tonight to answer some questions. Oh, sorry. Okay, so I'm yawning. I don't mean to yawn in your ear, but.
I wasn't offended.
Yeah. All right. So, do you think that, drugs, guns, gangs, break-ins, property crime, addictions, homelessness, mental health, domestic violence, traffic safety, and massage parlors are probably going to be coming next? Do you think that our police service can handle all of these things that that the call there to do?
Yes, I do. So you touched on some things that are root causes of crime and some things that are symptoms. When you look at break and enters, guns, drugs, and gangs, you can also talk about addictions, homelessness, lack of job security, economy challenges, all of those things, right? Because they're kind of juxtapositioned to one another. And so the reality is I think we are doing all of that now, and I will always say that we're doing it well. We need to find ways that we can work with our community partners to help them see the value that they can provide in assisting with community safety. So the hub that we've got stood up and running in Regina this year, it's 2018, it's fully functional. Our PAC team, I'll tell you, Superintendent Corey Zaharik did a phenomenal job on putting together an operational review, and one whole part of that focus is correction support. Because the reality is, police do a ton of work after we catch the suspect, hold them accountable, work with the victim, provide wraparound support, work with family members, reduce further victimization in the community. We're also looking after people who have gone through court and are now somehow in the correctional system, whether it's been early release, curfew checks, those types of things. And we need to be able to work with probation services and corrections to try and find ways that that's not all us doing that work. Our job is very much the front end of it, and I'm not saying that we don't have a role to play in it, but again, like many, many other areas in the city, it's falling on the shoulders of police, and it's crushing. That's a heavy, heavy workload, and so that's a big part of the focus that we're going to be doing in 2019. A big part of the focus is going to be on correction support.
Okay. So, the word I think you used tonight was kind of reactive policing versus proactive policing. And when we're so busy doing all of these things, are we being proactive? Or because, again, I think we hear from residents, I don't ever see a police car in my area. They're never there. And if they are, they're usually coming for something.
Right.
So again, do we see that as we're being proactive, or would you say that's somewhat reactive?
I would say if you asked me to categorize the work that we do, a big portion of the work we do is reactive. Even things like reminding citizens to not leave your car running with the keys in it, yeah, that's being proactive to prevent more auto thefts, but auto thefts are up 46.7% right now. So that's reacting to a problem that's arisen in our community and trying to proactively prevent it from happening more. And so a lot of the proactive work, the true proactive work we're doing is with groups like TRIP and PACT and HUB and VITRA and homelessness. That's proactive work. Our uniform members don't have a ton of time to do proactive work in our community, in your neighborhood, because we're busy going to calls for service.
Yeah, I know, I hear that regularly. But I guess the point being is that how do we get more officers in all areas where they're needed? That's the question that I've been asking since I've been elected. And
There's an easy answer for that one. Raise the budget.
Well, I'm looking for a different answer. So the answer, I won't, but I am looking at being an innovation, how other cities are doing it. How are we going to look at that?
Well, we're constantly looking at ways that we can do that. I think a lot of that can be done through service delivery change. Another big focus of work that we're going to be doing in 2019 is to enhance the ability for online reporting. So we've done some very out-of-the-box things. Joe Baumgartner is here. Joe is our executive director in charge of corporate services, and Joe was responsible for starting DEVR. So DEVR is direct entry victim reporting. That allowed people to call to the police service and ultimately get a file number for a report for something that didn't need immediate police response. Perhaps follow-up police response could happen. That model started how many years ago, Joe? Joe's awake, 2002 is the answer. And so that was very much ahead of its time, and the amount of work that saves officers from going out to those calls, we still have to do some follow-up work, but that is extremely important in our community. So there are lots of creative ways that we can and we have worked to try and lessen that call load. Maybe there's other ways that we can do it as well by working with community partners. Example, going to a mental health call where someone has to go and see someone at the hospital. Do police have to sit there, or can we work with hospital staff to have someone sit with that patient while they wait to speak with a doctor? Many times that can be the case, and so I think it's about being able to work those partnerships and find ways to do it. To me, that's part of the beauty of Hub and some of these collaborative pieces of work we do, because it holds partners accountable. And I hate to say it, but I'm gonna, because it's me and my budget tonight. Oftentimes it's the police that have the most to benefit, because if we don't try and hold partners accountable, then it's us doing the work. And so we need to do that.
Okay, thank you for that, through your worship. So just to push that a little further, innovative policing, other cities are doing it, looking at tiered policing.
Right.
Why are we not looking at it, or are we going to start looking at it?
Yeah, so you're referring to a couple of different things. I know there's community safety officers in parts of Saskatchewan. North Battleford, I think, has some other different locations. So there's a cadet program in Manitoba, I believe, that exists in Winnipeg. And so the reality is, let's say you could hire 20 people as a cadet for the same price as 10 police officers. But the amount of work that you can get them to do is this much, right? And so that's the balance that we're constantly looking at, because I've heard people say, well, you need to be a police officer to write traffic tickets, for example. But the reality is, traffic tickets, number one, is one of the most dangerous pieces of work that we do. More officers are injured or killed in traffic stops and traffic-related incidents in Canada and the United States than any other type of call. It's very dangerous. Number two, the amount of intel that we get from traffic stops is absolutely paramount to us doing our job. Number three, very seldom now are we doing what I would call not your routine traffic stops, where we're not pulling drugs and guns out of the car. So what you see, for example, in Alberta, where they have sheriffs that do highway patrol, they're oftentimes having to call the nearest police agency to come in after they've initiated the traffic stop. They might have been able to write the speeding ticket, but then we've got police coming in to kind of do the rest of the cleanup. And so I just think we have to do a cost-benefit analysis on that. There may be some ways. We've civilianized a lot of roles. We have an armorer at the Regina Police Service. This position is basically someone that takes care of all of our guns, that helps with training police officers, shooting, those types of things. We've just civilianized that job. So do we need to have a police officer in that job, or can we bring someone in with the skills to do that can still help us with firearms training, keeping all of our firearms up to standard and cleaned and all of those types of things. And then we can take that police officer, which we've done, and put him or her back out on the street. So even civilianization, which has happened in our police service, I just looked on the wall today, 1911, we had one clerk that worked for the Regina Police Service, and everything else was police officers. And now we're about 2/3 police, 1/3 civilian police personnel. That's an important step forward in our organization to allow us to focus those resources back out on the front line.
Thank you. Just to elaborate too, I think when someone sees someone in a uniform, we've talked about Indigenous officers trying to get more. The research that I've done, these programs will offer opportunity for these individuals to come and be a part of the workforce, and then could eventually become a police officer if that's the way they go.
Right.
I think that there's another payoff, which I think is that they then become role models to their community and understand the whole industry. So I know I say it every year, but I think it's something that I think we really, really need to look at because I think it's worthy. And you can put a police car on Arcola and people will slow down. So, I mean, they see someone, an officer, if it's security or doing whatever, I think it's a great mentorship and a start. So I'll leave it there. But the other one I did have is about the checks, the record checks.
Background checks?
Right, thank you. So do we have an opportunity there if someone is on social services that they then would not be charged the fee? Because there's many opportunities for people who maybe cannot, they don't have a job, but they can go and volunteer, but they are on social assistance. Is there an opportunity or an appetite there to then waive that fee?
Well, I mean, we made that change, so we can make a change if we can see the benefit to it. We can make that change if we think that that's something that would be, I guess, not too cumbersome to do. And part of that challenge is going to be what that vetting process looks like. We're in a situation where we have that area, access to information, does a lot of work for us, and they handle a lot of requests. The provincial government just passed some legislation on something that's been called Clare's Law, and so that's the ability for people to be able to, in the spirit of reducing possible domestic violence, get a check done to see if they're at risk in the current relationship. That's going to fall on this area as well. This is the same area that does criminal record checks. It's the same area that does all of this background checks, vulnerable sector checks, release of information. It's a lot of work on a very small number of civilian employees that work in this area. So again, that's one way for us to try and recoup some costs, because we're not seeing a need for less resources in there, it's more. And I know that it's tough to be able to, through budget, get more money for positions. And so we have very few ways that we can get revenue. As you probably know, we write 30,000 traffic tickets a year, but that revenue doesn't come to the Regina Police Service. It comes to the City of Regina. It's used for traffic safety initiatives. And so one of the ways we can is criminal record checks. So short answer to your question that I've made very long is, yes, we can look at it.
That was not a short answer.
Sorry, Your Worship. But we can look at it. I'm not standing here guaranteeing you that that's necessarily something that's feasible to do, but anything's possible.
Councilor Brushian, you have about 30 seconds
Last
left of your
question.
time.
With our youth, our newcomers, the question I have is the gang activity. You indicated at one time in the meeting that these youth are vulnerable. How is the Regina Police Service helping with prevention of that?
Well, I think there's quite a few ways that we are working on that. First of all, we work very closely, weekly, with the Open Door Society and help the true newcomers, the people that have just arrived in our community, to understand simple things like the role of police, where they can access help, those types of things. Our school resource officers are very engaged with both the public and separate school systems to help, really, I think, work on that prevention work in our community as well. There's a fair bit of outreach that's done, and I would suggest the ones that are most vulnerable might fall within our TRIP program or some of that other outreach that we do to youth that are potentially going to be going down the wrong path or are targets to be victimized in the city.
Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Brushian. Councilor Bryce.
Thank you. I'm mindful of the time, so I've narrowed my questions down to one. So I just wanted to talk about on the capital program, there's a line item for 2.66 million, which is the IT portion of it. So, and I'm also mindful of your brief answers. So if you could briefly describe how policing has changed over the last couple of years that you need this 2.6 million to provide the service that the residents of Regina need.
Thanks. IT is the one area of our budget that is essential and frustrating at the same time. There's very few things that we do in the policing world that don't have some component of IT attached to it. And really, I think in many ways, we're we're scratching the surface of what is done. We have police agencies in Canada that use real-time operations center that can almost predict where crime is going to happen, but that takes a lot of big data, a lot of analytics that has to go into making that happen. So our IT budget is driven by a couple of things. Number one is just the renewal of the process that we have to put new laptops in the patrol cars and those types of the actual hardware costs, but the significant portion of it has to do with software costs and the licensing fees that are attached to Microsoft. I mean, these were big learning curves for me over the last couple of years, that it doesn't come cheap to be able to have email and Microsoft packages on your vehicles. But we have also records management is a huge part of what we do, and even evidence management. Trying to secure a way that we don't need, it's not just lockers now to put baseball bats in that we've seized from the scene of a crime. It's lots of video, lots of digital evidence, whether it's generated by our police officers through in-car camera, whether it's someone holding a cell phone capturing a video, whether it's surveillance video, all of that needs to be captured, needs to be maintained, and needs to be stored somewhere. And so we've just started with a new digital evidence platform that really is groundbreaking in Canada. It's cloud-based, but there's a cost to that. We don't have an option, because we not only have to be able to keep that information, but then translate it to the court through the ability that we have to share it with the court for disclosure purposes. That takes a lot of energy and effort. So licensing, renewal, hardware and software costs, data storage, having backup, we have to make sure that we've got security in place so that people can't break into our system, hack into our system. We have to have some redundancy there so that we won't lose information if a system were to go down. All of those types of things add to what I would consider is a big part of our capital budget through IT.
Thank you. My last question has to do with another item on that list as well, is the radios. I know a few years ago there was a new system brought in, and is this a continuous annual amount that's going to be on this, or is this something you do every 5 years to replace radios and portable systems?
Well, we did a radio renewal project that we're just completing this year. It's joint. We're working with Chief Lane Jackson, capable Chief Lane Jackson over there, and the fire department. We own the radio station, or the radio system with them. That's a prior life. And so, but we do have to keep those radios up to date, and there's a licensing fee for radios. So just because I have the physical radio, I still have to have, I pay Motorola a lot of money a year for each radio that we use to make sure that we have interoperability with not only other emergency services and the RCMP, but transit and city works as well, if we had an emergency situation, which we just had one last week with a power outage. So there's a lot of cost that comes with that radio. It has its own separate budget, and it's managed cooperatively with Regina Fire.
So my original question was, so is this an annual fee that you're looking at, or is this a one-time cost?
Yeah, it's an annual fee. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, annual.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bryce. Other speakers on the police budget? Councilor Young, if you could take the chair, I'll close debate.
Mayor Fougere?
Just a couple quick comments. I want to acknowledge Gord Sullinger, who's in the audience. He is a member of the commission. He's just finishing his term at the end of this year. We have one more meeting, I believe, next week, and then we'll be finished. So, Gord, thank you very much for your help on the commission. Done a great job for the last 6 years, so thank you very much for that. Policing is a dangerous and complex job, and there's a lot of public scrutiny that happens, and there's a lot of accountability that happens as well. And Councilor Young, Councilor Maria, you and I sit on the commission as well. We know that many times we have delegations that come in and want answers, and they are holding the police accountable, and the police service provides those answers as best as they can. One of the top things that people want to see in our community is a safe community, and that's fire and police. And this budget that we're looking at tomorrow, in some measure, goes in that way. So the budget we're looking at tonight is I wouldn't say it's a bare bones budget, but we're not doing a lot of innovative things in this budget. We asked the police service to contribute to lowering the mill rate requirement for our city, and they pulled back about $1 million on the capital side, which is good. So they've done their piece. Next year will be another question, but they've done their time this year to do that. So I'm very proud of the budget we put forward. We did do a lot of scrutiny, asked a lot of questions, more so than in previous years. And we made this all the better. We talked about in the future of staffing requirements in the future. That's not a given. That's going to be something we're going to talk about and see if it's required, if it's affordable, and how we stage that. And this is all about accountability for the police service to members of council. So I would urge members of council to support the budget. It is going to move us forward in so many ways that made their contributions to reduce our mill rate increase, and ask for your support. Thank you. Call the question on the budget. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Motion to recess until 5:30 tomorrow. Seconder? Councilor Bresciani. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thanks very much, everybody, and have a great evening.
Tell Councilor Bresciani. Order. Please rise for Mayor Michael Fougere.
Welcome back to the continuation of our special council meeting on the budget for 2019. You will remember that I moved a motion at the call of the chair to facilitate discussion, and we know that Mr. Barber from the library is here till about 7 o'clock. So I would like to see if anybody has any questions or comments to Mr. Barber so we can have him free.
I'm rising on a procedural motion. Tonight, we're going to consider a number of motions relative to the budget, both the recommendations and the motions. I think these are important to the citizens of Regina. I think they need to know how their councillors vote, and I'd like to give notice that I'm asking that all motions go by way of recorded vote.
So be it. So I would like to go back to the issue at hand, and this is with Mr. Barber. He's here and his staff to answer questions on the library board budget, which is before us as part of report CM 18-15. Otherwise, he will be free to go, and we'll have some discussions, and if we do at some point, he will not be here. If everyone's okay with that? Okay, well, there is Councillor Bryce. Perhaps you may want to move 15-18 and put it on the floor.
That's what I'll start with.
Thank you.
So I'll move that.
Seconder for that, please. Councillor Fundura. Councillor Bryce.
Okay, just 1 second. What number did we move? Sorry.
18-15. This is the general and utility operating.
Yes. Okay, so I will move I've moved it, so I'm just going to leave it at that, and I want to talk to about the general.
Okay, so no questions for Mr. Barber then?
No questions,
Okay.
Mr. Barber.
I just want to make clear about that. And I think that you're free to go. Mr. Barber, thank you for being here. Okay, Councillor Bryce, you have the floor on report.
Okay, so I wanted to move some amendments to start to start the discussion with the budget.
Okay.
And I've asked for the city clerk they have my motion. This is the utility budget, isn't it?
This is the operating budget we're doing right now.
Operating budget, okay.
Yes.
So I'm going to move, if I can have a seconder, that $1 million of savings that were identified by the city manager be allocated to reduce the mill rate from 4.7 to 4.3%.
Okay, have a seconder for that, please. Councillor Fundura.
Thank you. I just feel that the 4.7 for the residents of Regina is too high. I've listened to the residents in my area who feel that they can't afford the 4.7, so I'm wanting to make that motion to decrease the mill rate. So I'll leave it at that to start the discussion.
Okay. Motion on the floor? Now, is this, Councilor, is this 1.2 million or 1
No, I just asked for 1 million.
1 million. Any speakers to the motion? This is on the amendment to it, so we speak for 3 minutes on amendments? What's that? Right. This is the operating portion only. We'll do capital later, then we do utility later. Right. So we have a couple of speakers here, and on amendments, we speak for 3 minutes on amendments. Councilor Massanelli.
Can I ask questions right now?
Yes, you can.
I was wondering if administration has any advice on the funds they've found.
Well, perhaps it would be helpful to have the administration, since we're jumping here all at once, to provide some background information on the budget itself. That might be helpful. Mr. City Manager.
Through your worship. Thank you for an opportunity to introduce the budget and make some preliminary comments. So as a community, we have a vision for our future, and to achieve it, we need to continue to focus on delivering the OCP. You would have heard last night a number of delegations talk about our vision. They talked about the importance of our official community plan, and of course, that's so important in terms of how we budget and how we move initiatives forward. Nobody wants to see a mill rate increase. You heard that loud and clear last night, but our reality is that we need to make investments in our community to remain vibrant, attractive, and sustainable. Whether we like it or not, we are in competition with other municipalities throughout Saskatchewan and throughout Western Canada. And it's important that as a municipality, we are making investments to grow and improve our community. And budgeting is about prioritization and about making choices. And the proposed budget before you this evening includes some very difficult choices for your consideration and decision. We had some very passionate delegations yesterday speak about the importance and future of pools in our community, just to speak to one example. In March, it'll be 3 years since I became city manager, and this is my 4th budget. And I'm very proud of the work that the administration has done in taking a responsible approach to putting budgets forward for consideration by council. We've identified approximately $9 million in savings over the past 3 budgets, and the budget in front of you tonight included another $2 million in savings before the proposed mill rate increase of 4.7%. So over the past few years, the economy has slowed, and as a result, our revenue growth has decreased. Government grants have stabilized, but that amount's not growing. As previous levels have, the economy slowed, so has PST. And PST is, of course, where we get our municipal revenue sharing contributions from the provincial government. So those have decreased. So the budget proposes a mill rate of 4.7%. The utility rate increase is being recommended at 3% per year for each of the next 3 years. The administration is always sensitive to the balance of affordability and mill rate increases. And it's important that when we prepare budgets, we usually start the day after the budget is approved. So there's 10 to 11 months of budget preparation that goes into preparing the budget before it's released publicly. So the last budget was released about a month ago, and since that time, the administration has looked at opportunities in terms of monitoring the fiscal environment, determine if there's any opportunity for savings or changes to the budget that we put in front of you. And as such, we've identified a reduction of up to $1.2 million in expenditures, which is 0.5% of the mill rate. And use of these funds, though, is not without risk. So we believe that these risks are manageable in these $1.2 million. And just to give some background as to where that $1.2 million comes from, originally we had asked for a fuel increase in the budget of $1.7 million. We're now reducing that by $500,000. We've seen fuel costs drop in recent months. There's some risk in terms of reducing that budget by $500,000, but we believe that the assumptions that we make in terms of fuel prices, we should be able to manage that. There is $200,000 in savings as a result of the recent management review that was undertaken by the administration. Through the realignment of some executive directors and directors, there's $200,000 that can be reduced in the budget. There's no risk to that. That's just funding that came to realization after the release of the budget. And the last area is $500,000 in a reduction in our capital construction costs, in particular in our roadways capital construction. So recent tender awards, given the economy is a little bit slower, some of our projected costs in terms of projects, we're getting tenders and proposals that are coming in slightly below what we budgeted. That accompanied with some reduction in contingency, we should be able to manage that to the tune of a $500,000 reduction. So these expenditure reductions provide council some flexibility to either reduce the mill rate or look to invest in other priorities that you want to put forward. So in closing, I do want to highlight that the budget in front of you, it does maintain service levels. I believe it meets residents' expectations and council's approved service levels, and it also includes some strategic investments to move our community forward. And with that, as an administrative team, we'd be happy to answer any questions on any of the budgets tonight, being operating, capital, and utility.
Mr. City Manager, before I turn this over to Council for comment, could you also talk about the fleet replacement reserve? Just to clarify that.
I'll ask Mr. Lacey to speak to that.
Mr. Lacey?
Yes, thank you, and through you, Your Worship. So this came up as well through a presentation of one of the delegates with respect to the fleet replacement reserve being significantly over its min-max guideline. And so with that, we have gone back and we looked at that reserve in particular. And what we've discovered is for that reserve, we have double counted a inflow into that reserve of 12.3, just under $12.3 million. So that reserve has been overstated by $12.3 million. So all the balances 2018 through to 2023 are overstated by $12.3 million. So when you take that into account, the balance of the fleet reserve is within the min-max guideline. We've also used that opportunity to look at our other reserve balances, and I can report the other reserve balances in the budget book are accurate. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So now go into any other comments by the administration. Okay. So Councillor Massanelli, you have the floor.
Thank you for the explanation on that surplus. I appreciate that. I guess I'm only speaking to the motion right now, so I'll just keep it short and sweet. I think it's too early tonight to endorse this motion, and I won't be voting in favor. And I think the money can be better used to solve some of our other problems that we'll address going on.
Thank you for that. Okay, and Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. I agree it's too early to bring this motion at this point. I'm also especially concerned about using this saving, which is small, almost accounting, it's so small, in this way. I have a question for the administration, really two. First of all, am I correct to think that normally if there's a surplus, it goes into the general reserve?
Mr. City Manager?
Through you, Mr. Worship, the $1.2 million that's identified is not a part of the surplus. These are additional savings that the administration has put forward for council's consideration. So $500,000 a reduction in fuel, $200,000 through management review, and $500,000 in terms of reduced capital. Our surplus that we're projecting at year end is $1 million. So the last third quarter projection, we were reporting up just over $2 million. At year end now, we're projecting our surplus to be $1 million, which on a budget of our size is really just a balanced budget. So there is $1 million that is available in terms of surplus. That funding at year end would be transferred to the general fund reserve at the direction of council.
My second question is, why if there's a savings, doesn't that show up as a surplus? Why isn't a saving a surplus?
Sure. Mr. Lacey?
Through you, Your Worship. So the 1.2 million that the city manager has referred to relates to the 2019 budget and in part how the 2019 budget was built. So included in that budget, as an example, was an increase in the fuel budget of $1.7 million. The actual budget for 2018 is quite a bit less than that, 1.7 million less. So what the city manager is referring to is the proposed 2019 budget in front of you. And I guess another way to look at it is we believe that we can reduce the expenditures in that budget by $1.2 million in the 3 areas that the city manager has indicated. That's not without some risk, but we believe if council is looking for flexibility, that there is an opportunity for us to reduce the budget by that $1.2 million.
It's very helpful. Thank you very much. I'm not in favor of this at this time. It is premature. There'll be a number of requests come before this meeting, including my own, to build a new Maple Leaf pool. I think that we should hold this money till we see what's on the table. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. I won't be supporting this motion either. I think for 11 months of the year, we get demands from residents for more services, improved services. They want us to look to the future, to invest in infrastructure, to save money, to buffer against the unknown. We've seen demands here for recreation amenities, a new pool to be replaced. So I understand and appreciate this concern about the mill rate, but essentially what we'll be doing is still increasing taxes and potentially putting at risk the possibility of expanding services and infrastructure. Before me, I have a stack of motions from my peers. All of them look for improvements and expansion of services. And I think that's a response to resident needs. From delegations, we've heard concerns obviously over pools, rec facilities, maintenance, lighting and safety on our roadways, parks. Also, I think for context, and correct me if I'm wrong, administration, if we look at just the mill rate increase for city operational expenses, it's just 1.35%. Am I reading that correctly?
Mr. City Manager?
Through your worship, yes you are.
Thank you. And through the chair, over the last couple of years, in terms of efficiencies, that's what we're calling them, and savings, how much have we found in the last 2 years? I know we've trimmed a lot from this budget. Can we give some rough numbers there? Sure.
Mr. Lacey?
Through you, Your Worship, so over the last 2 years, we've identified 11 million in savings that we've reduced the budget for. 9 million last year and an additional 2 million this year.
Great, thank you. I worry that, you know, there's an optics component to reducing it by $1 million. I think in the short and the long term, it's not fiscally prudent for us to slash this money. I think we're going to need that in the next couple of hours when we make some decisions here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Other speakers to the amendment? Councillor Young, could you take the chair, please?
Mayor Couchard?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I'm going to speak in favor of the motion. I think that when we look at the task before us tonight, it's about balance of finding savings, but also moving forward with an affordable budget. 4.7% is the administration's budget to us, and I believe part of our job is to listen to the community, and part of what they're saying is the taxes are high, and they are. Affordability is a key component of what we hear from residents all the time. Infrastructure renewal, and we are doing that with this budget in spades. We are doing that. Safe communities, we're doing that as well. But they also want prudent use of tax dollars, and that includes waste. And they say to us, we'd like to see you reduce that mill rate. I take that seriously. Yes, we have a lot of motions that talk about spending more money. And we can always answer that with a higher mill rate all the time. I don't think this is out of context. I think this sets the context for prudent analysis and review of $1 million that is, up until tonight, was not necessarily identified. Doesn't affect services. Doesn't affect anything substantial, as the administration has said. There's risk to everything, of course. But in terms of the review, it's offered. We didn't ask for that. I think it's prudent that we proceed in this way, set the context that we are not just going to spend more money tonight. That can't be why we're here, just to spend money. It is to look at the way we're spending our money, and if we can find savings and reduce that overhead for taxpayers, that's what they want to see. I want to see a mill rate that's lower than 4.7% at the end of the evening. That'd be my objective, and this is a good way to start. Thank you. Councillor Bryce, do you want to close debate? Oh, sorry, didn't see it out there. Councillor Dowell?
Thanks very much. I will be speaking against this. One of the things that I have to do an awful lot is when the residents call in about their roads, I have to give them the explanation about what happened in the 80s and 90s, and there was that great term called deferred maintenance. And now we have, at least currently in Ottawa, a federal government that has a 10-year plan about infrastructure and what they want to do to not only help federally, provincially, but also locally, that is in municipal governments where they're willing to invest. We have very little sources of income, but we have one that I think was very prudent, that we had an idea that we would start with reserves. I also think sometimes we go over some of the things that staff have done a little bit too quickly. Let me say it real slowly. $9 million in savings over a 2-year period. And then another $2 million. Now, let's equate that to what that means in terms of a tax increase. 2.4 approximately this year, $11 million, pretty darn close to 5%. So I think there's been some really prudent things done. Now I think we also have to look, and good on you to find some more savings or projected savings. I'm not really wanting to take a risk right now. I want to make sure that we have some money so that as federal governments or provincial governments, okay, and by the way, they don't pay for everything. They always say you got to put in that 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 stuff. I'd like to have a little cash on hand. So I'm going to be speaking very much tonight, if it comes up, about reserves and protecting reserves. So no, I'm not going to support this.
Thank you, Councillor Dowell. So, okay, I think that Councillor Murray, then you're next. Councillor Murray.
Thanks, through the chair. I'll just be brief. There's many motions that came in light of delegations last night and conversations that have been happening. So I think we need to look at all the options before this first one comes out. I'm all for a lower mill rate, but I think the order needs to be done where we can look at all of the options we have in front of us. I know there's multiple motions coming forward, so I'm going to speak against this motion right now. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Okay. Councillor Bryce, I'm going to turn yours off because you're blinking next, but you're going to be closing debates, so I'll just shut yours off if you don't mind. Councillor Flagel.
Thank you. As of right now, I think what we need to do is maybe, my opinion on this one is because it's a large sum, is there any way we can ask the mover to table this?
We could do that.
And come back to it as a possibility? Because I would hate to, if we can't find room and this is still sitting here, that we've already killed it and then we can't go back to it, I'm assuming, right?
I can ask the mover, Councillor Bryce.
But I'm just asking, is there in procedural, can
Yes.
we?
Yes, we can.
We can go back into it?
We can, if she tables this.
Yes.
Then we can do that.
No, but if we vote on it, we're done.
I think
Need unanimous-
to make it clear, we would just, the easier way to do it is if Councillor Bryce would remove it. Okay.
Okay, I'm good with that because I think there's a ton of stuff here and I don't disagree in a lot of ways with it, but let's find out what the whole pot looks like before we start it. Thanks.
Okay. Well, you're speaking more than once on the motion. I'm going to, because I want to, if the removal happens, then we would have to get unanimous consent to remove it. You've agreed to remove it. Okay. Okay. Do I have to have a vote on that? Yeah, I'd ask for a vote to table this. Yeah. So to table it and for discussion later. All those in favor?
I've asked for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote.
Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Young.
Yes.
Councillor Findura.
Yes.
Councillor O'Donnell.
Agree.
Councillor Flagel.
Yes.
Councillor Murray. Yes. Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Bryce.
Yes.
Councillor Mancinelli.
Yes.
Councillor Hawkins.
Agree.
Mayor Fugere.
I agree.
It's 11 voting in favor, sir.
So let's go back to the main motion again, the report. Speakers to that. Councillor Stevens, on the main motion.
Yeah, thank you. Operating budget. So my first amendment, Amber, if you could, this one relates to community associations. Yeah. I can just read it to start with. A maximum funding amount increase of 20% available to all Phase 1, 2, and 3 community associations be added to the 2019 budget. And second, administration provide a report in Q2 of 2019 that discusses the social, cultural, and recreational impact of community associations, as well as the role of these associations in advancing the OCP, Recreation Master Plan, and Cultural Plan. Can I have a seconder, please?
Second for that, please. Councillor Murray.
Great, thank you. So this motion was a result of conversation between Councillors Murray, Young, and I with various community associations. We saw them here last night. What we're looking for here is, and administration can correct me if I'm wrong, we see the total funding available to these community associations at $423,000 roughly. A 20% increase equals approximately $84,000 in change. And this would mean an increase to all Phase 1, 2, and 3 community associations. At the bottom, we're seeing a $200 per year ceiling for the Phase 3 and about $11,000 for the Phase 1. To give a sense of who these Phase 1 community associations are, we have North Central Heritage. Those in Phase 3, something like Whitmore Park. The purpose of this is really to catch up with the growth of our city and with the growth of need. We saw last night an undeniable truth, and that is that the community associations are providing incredible, necessary, essential services in the city of Regina. Between 2010 and 2018, funding for community associations grew by just 10% in 2018 figures, accounting for inflation, while the population grew by 24,000. Need has outstripped funding. Between 2013 and 17, the total number of programming hours delivered by community association increased by 77%. Amazing. The total number of programming hours delivered by community associations targeted specifically towards child and youth participation, 13%. Their work aligns more closely almost than anything we do with the OCP, the Cultural Plan, and the Recreation Plan. They help maintain and advance our city's vision, commitment to exclusivity, at a fraction of the cost of what would otherwise be delivered by public servants at the City of Regina. They leverage community funds at all 3 levels of government. They solicit thousands, perhaps millions of hours with community grants in volunteer time. They find third-party funding with private agencies. They clean up our back alleys. They remove graffiti. And some of these services are funded by an addition of volunteer contributions in time and money. They are the definition of efficiencies, and they are a definition of partnerships. And I think if we look at the return on investment, the rough calculation is for $84,000, that is approximately a $230,000 financial value for our
Councillor
community.
Steve, you've got about 30 seconds left in
Thank
your
you.
minutes
That's
on the
it.
amendment.
I'm looking for colleague support on this motion, please.
Okay, speakers to the amendment. Councillor Bresciani.
Oh, no, my button is...
Pardon me? Oh, you weren't? Oh, okay. Councillor Massinelli.
Thank you. I'm sorry, is the number 84,000 that it would cost to fund this? I kind of was right.
84,000, that's my understanding.
84,000, and this would be a going forward cost as well, that if we made this adjustment, it would be following through with that rate of
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Being this projected surplus they found, per se, could we be using a portion of that to fund this? Because that is a going forward cost as well, is it not?
Mr. City Manager?
Through your worship, I want to be real clear, as Mr. Lacey indicated, the $1.2 million that was identified to provide some flexibility for council is a reduction in the proposed budget before you tonight. So the motion that Councillor Bryce put forward was to reduce the mill rate from 4.7 to 4.2. So now we have a proposal that will cost roughly 0.04 of a mill rate increase. So you either would add that to increase the mill rate, or you would reduce that from the 0.5 flexibility that's on the floor for council consideration.
Sorry, can you repeat that last part one more time? You'd either add that to...
So there's two ways to, so right now there's $1.2 million worth of flexibility in the proposed budget.
Understand?
Not talking about surplus, which would be our projected 2018 year-end financial position, which we've said is $1 million surplus.
Yeah.
So you either look at adding that $84,000 in the budget, which would be a 0.4% mill rate increase, 0.04, or you reduce 84,000 from the 1.2 million.
Okay, I guess that's what I'm indicating totally, to use up some of that flexibility or room to fund this proposal, so we could do that. Right. Okay, that's what I need to know.
Thank you. Councillor Massanelli. Councillor Flagel.
Thank you. I want to ask this of the mover. The 20% increase, is that a one-time hit or annually?
It would be annual, so it would add to the $420,000 base operating budget. So it would add it would increase the operating budget by 20%.
Every year, going forward?
It doesn't compound, it would, but yes.
So 80,000 now, so now we're going to be at 507, and 2020 we would be at 5.
No, it doesn't compound. So basically we're increasing the $420,000 roughly line item that goes to community associations by about $84,000.
Well, one time.
That's
what
right.
I'm asking.
It's a one-time.
It's a one-time thing, not an annual every year.
Someone help me explain that. It will be
You're not getting
$500,000.
20% every year.
No, it's not compounding up.
Thank you.
It's just once.
That was what I wanted to know. So it's 84,000 just to increase it a little bit.
That's right. Hope we're on the same.
Thanks. Through the, I want to ask just about the funding that's going to go into this. What's that going to have an effect on the other community associations in Regina? And there's numerous. I mean, I've got 4 or 5, just 3 or 4 in my ward. And I know Councillor O'Donnell has a couple, and they're struggling. I mean, some of them only get like $1,500 because their programs have been cut back. Argyle Park lost their community programmer. Northwest Leisure Center has one person once, I don't know, 3 times a week for 4 hours, I think is sort of the number. What's that going to do to change? Is this $84,000 going to hinder more closures of or downsizing of others, or what's going to happen?
Mr. City Manager?
So through your worship, so this is an increase in investment to the phase 1, 2, 3 community associations. So this in no way detracts from the activities of other not-for-profit organizations, other organizations that receive community investments from the city. This just supports the community associations across Regina. So it doesn't negatively impact anybody else.
But it doesn't help all of them across Regina. It helps 5.
No, this
Manager?
Yeah. This applies to all of our phase 1, which are the associations that currently qualify for $55,000 annually. It will move up to $66,000. And the phase 2 go from $25,000 to $30,000, and the ones that receive $1,000 will receive up to $1,200.
My mistake. I was going by the 5 community associations that were here last night. If it's across the city, I'm good with that.
Thank you for that. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. Can you just explain phase 1, 2, and 3? How does a community association get to be in phase 1 or phase 2 or phase 3? Because when you look at an $11,000 increase versus a $200 increase, we have to have some fairness across the city. So how does that work? And
Mr. City Manager?
Through your worship, we'll ask Ms. Shaley to provide a description of that.
Ms. Shaley.
Through you, your worship, the categorization of community associations across the 3 phases is based on a socioeconomic profile. that was done on each community association boundary. And so those with the lowest socioeconomic status are categorized as phase 1. They're eligible for 55,000. The next, and there's 6 that fall in that category. The next 6 that rated slightly higher in socioeconomic status are phase 2. They're eligible for 25,000 a year. And phase 3 are those with the highest socioeconomic profile. They're eligible currently for 1,000 a year. And so the philosophy behind this is really twofold. The inner city organizations tend to get involved in providing activities at a nominal fee or free of charge, whereas those in the phase 3 partners tend to provide their services on a cost recovery basis. In fact, they often generate extra revenue to reinvest back in the community through playground development, beautification, that sort of thing. The second rationale is the inner city neighborhoods tend to have challenges in terms of building capacity, and so they often rely on staff to undertake their work, and so the higher levels of funding contribute to the ability to hire staff for that work.
Thank you. How often do we review these, and how are we reviewing them?
Ms. Shelley?
Through you, Your Worship, it has been a while since we've reviewed the socioeconomic profile. It's probably been about 10 years, and so it has remained stable. What we've heard from the community is that there is some reluctance without having an increase in the program. If we were to review the socioeconomic status, there would be winners and losers, so there would be quite a bit of movement within those phases. And as a result, we've heard from the community that they're satisfied with the current methodology.
Thank you. And I see that, so in phase 2, for example, they're eligible for 25,000, but there's a couple there's one at 5,000, there's one at 17. So how do they actually apply for it, and how do you decide who gets the maximum versus the minimum? Through you, Your Worship.
Ms. Shelley?
Through you, Your Worship, from time to time we have organizations that are struggling with respect to capacity, and so they scale back their work, and that's what you would see within some of this range. The organizations that are receiving less funding tend to be undertaking less work within the community. We also have organizations, McNabb is an example, which is a phase 1 partner. They're a very small organization representing a smaller number of members, and as a result they apply for less each year. So we have staff for those organizations that are struggling, we have staff working with them to help build capacity so that they can increase the level of funding they're receiving in relation to the level of activity they're undertaking.
Thank you. And so if it's been 10 years since we've looked at this, have those maximums changed over the 10 years, or they've stayed the same?
Ms. Shelley?
Through you, Your Worship, the funding levels have stayed the same.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Price. Councillor O'Donnell?
Thank you. Councillor Stevens, you have my attention. I want to give you a little bit of information and a few thoughts. First one, and this is unsolicited, from one of my community associations. Prior to the meeting last night, I received an email from one of them. He had heard on the radio that there would be some request for 20% from some, at least in his mind, a community association. So his quote to me was something along the lines of, I've been leading our association for 23 years. We get $1,000 a year, and we're very grateful for that, and we don't need any more money. So if you look at the area in the west, and Councillor Flago mentioned this, there is one employee with the West Zone Board, and I know she's not full-time. I think the previous lady was closer to full-time. So our associations work on volunteers only. If you ask me to highlight what they tell me, it is the attraction of volunteers is their greatest difficulty, and retention of volunteers and so on. So we end up, in quite a few cases, I guess anyway, where there's some folks that have been there for a long time, but can't retain any of the newer ones. What I would also tell you is that there is an issue not for programming, not for getting people to deliver the programming, but for a place for the programming. And so when I listened to the folks last night, it was noted, and I quote, they can't get into Thompson School in the summertime. And no offense to Thompson, the Public School Board, but that's what was said. And so not having seen this before as a motion and having a chance to either have our staff or be part of any kind of consult, I'm not really prepared at this time to say, okay, 20% for everybody, knock yourself out. I'd like to know what that goes. But I think it's part and parcel with this whole idea of what schools and the city do to work together in terms of shared facilities. And of course, I think the city manager will tell you that's something that's going on right now. We're working. But that's a key for me. That's very much a key. So I think what I would much prefer, and I'll just state it now, I won't put a motion forward or amendment, but I think we need to look at this. I agree with that portion. I'm not prepared to go 20% right now, but I would like to know the impact and what the obstacles are for all of the associations. I'd go so far, now this is a little bit dated and I probably shouldn't put it this way, but I actually had a community association approach me and say, we have too much money. What can we do with it? So it's not the same everywhere, and so I think we need to have a look at that.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will echo also what Councillor O'Donnell has said. One of the things that I first thought of when I saw this motion come forward was, have we had a discussion around, with the other community associations, what is happening in the areas? I think the dynamics have changed in many areas. There's new immigrants have moved in all of the areas as well. So is programming. So I would entertain, I like the motion. I think it's very important. I would entertain, though, that there be a discussion as to the community associations, what they serve, and what are they looking for, and what is the need. Rather than just looking at a few of 4 or so of them, I think that I think it's worth a discussion, and then we go from there to see what is actually needed as far as financial dollars. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was one of the 3 that signed on to this because the people who came to speak to us have very real problems that need to be addressed. I have since then contacted the suburban associations that are in my area. Ward 1 has 3 of those. It also has a section that doesn't belong to any community association that has quite a bit of housing for immigrants, which is another problem we need to look at. And there's a third part of my ward that is in the Al Ritchie area. So it's a combination. The suburban presidents of the associations emailed me back almost immediately, and they hadn't talked to one another, and they said the same thing. And what they said is that they don't believe that a blanket 20% is the best use of dollars, that the city should look at where money is best spent and not give an equal amount to everyone. They received the $1,000 grant, and they can apply up to $1,000 for supervision of skating rinks in the area. And they said what their problem is that the people who work on the rinks from the city work Monday to Friday, and a lot of the rink time for families is on the weekend. And the ice is not always good, and sometimes it's covered with snow. So those are the kind of things they were bringing up. And they also have trouble with space. They have programs they want to offer, and they have no space to put them in. Some have had to have governance help in the past, or administrative assistance to build capacity, which they've done. And so city support services was a big part of this conversation. They also, if they don't get their programs done in time for when the city brochure goes out that has all the programs for the year, which goes out very early in the year, then they're responsible for their own liability, and they're encouraged to get liability insurance, which is $500 a year. So if you get a $1,000 grant, there goes half of the grant on liability. So the other thing about this is that ward boundary lines are drawn for voting purposes, and neighborhood boundaries are drawn for other things. And we heard that the funding is based on socioeconomic needs. But I'd like to tell you that those neighborhoods don't have direct lines. There are people that are in some of the wards that get $1,000 that also have socioeconomic needs as well. So I have an amendment, a friendly amendment to add to this.
So this is an amendment to the amendment?
Yes.
Okay.
No.
Or it can be a referral motion.
This could be a referral motion. I'd like to put it up first
Okay.
and speak to it. The second part of the amendment that Councillor Stevens talked about was that we asked for a report in 2019 that discusses the impact that all of these organizations have. And the impact is great, and I think we should look at it. What is the economic impact they have, the cultural impact they have, what work do they do that means that the city and the government, provincial government and other people do not have to do. Secondly, I'm asking that it include an outline of the hurdles that these community organizations face. What's the problem? And what is it? It may not be money at all. It may be more work with schools to find spaces. It may be city fixing rinks and having someone available on weekends. It could be any one of those things. And the third thing is to recommend a plan to address the hurdles and to actually engage the community associations in addressing those needs. So I don't want this to die. So if people vote against it, I would rather make this a referral motion and take it forward so that we get information and make some good decisions. So I don't know what to do here.
Well, I think we talked about this a bit earlier. I think there's a couple of options. You can hold that as a referral motion after others speak.
Okay.
I'll give you that leeway to do that because we have Councillor Murray want to speak, and I may want to speak, and others may want to speak on that.
Yeah.
So we're still on the amendment.
Good. So everyone can speak again.
Right. I think we have one of the speakers, Councillor Murray, then I think myself after that. Perhaps then we can go from there. So if you want to hold that
I will.
in advance, that would be.
I will.
So. Okay, I'm going to shut your microphone off here so I can get the next speaker that blinks first. Councillor Murray.
Thanks. Through your worship. So I'll just give some context to council on part of how this motion came to be. It was mostly phase one community associations that had reached out to the three of us. At that point, we began crafting a motion that was for only phase one community associations because it is so blatant that the need is there just for operating in order to keep the lights on in some cases and keep these programs happening. From what I'm hearing from each of the councillors that have spoken is that their concern is that phase 2 and 3 community associations may not actually need the funding and a review needs to happen. I think from what we heard last night, it is quite blatant that those phase 1 community associations do need additional funding. So I would like to do an amendment at this point for only phase 1 community associations. After the review, we can open that up to all community associations, or if there's movement within the phases. I don't know if there's already another amendment on the table, so.
I just want to, we're getting in some murky areas here because if Councillor Stevens would allow that as an amendment to his motion, otherwise I'm going to proceed with the referral motion first, see where that goes, then consider yours after. For sure. But we're going to get too much jumping in ideas, too confusing here, so.
So just to be clear, the amendment is the funding increase just for phase 1?
Correct, yeah.
And the second component would stay the same?
Would stay the same, so a review across all community associations after this point, because that's what each councillor has essentially spoken to, is that 2 and 3s have reached out and said we don't need the funding, or there's concerns about the funding within those.
Suburbs.
Councillor Stevens?
Just to that point, I agree.
Okay, and you seconder for that? You can't second yourself. Sorry. Councillor Massanelli. Okay. So that's now the change. So I'm going to call it, so we're clear on that? Cost? Administration?
It's my calculator.
City Manager?
So through your worship, to only put a 20% increase for the phase 1, it's 58,000. So about 0.02, 0.03, depending on how you round.
Okay. 2 other speakers? Councillor Findura.
50,000. Your Worship, are we speaking about Councillor Young's or just?
Well, she may move a referral motion, so.
Okay. So for me, I do recall a few years back, I think, I was involved with a meeting with the zone boards and associations. I believe Councillor Young was involved there as well. And I don't know if there's memory out there from someone, what happened to the report, or what did that consultation, it was at the Avras at Riel Place. We had a meeting with the zone boards and association discussing the processes and all that. So for me, what I remember from that is that we need to keep things in the package as the whole city. I feel we're separating things and adding here and pulling from that. And I know that some, like I said, phase 2, which is, I believe, Glencairn and Dudney East Association involved in there. They're 25,000. Some of that 25,000 they use for hiring a staff to look at the finances. So there is difference in each areas. I can see where some having difficulties, some don't need it. I would stand more for going through another very brisk review. If I can, someone can help me. If there was a memory, there would have been the first term that Councillor Young was on, and we were at the Riel Place, and we talked about processes and structure and what does the zone board and the association do for one another, or how the entities work together. We're talking about working with communities and all that. So personally, I would like to see this. There's a motion about for the Q2 or go into the review, go to that without putting any money out. So I would be more into of getting a good review to find out who needs what and for what purpose.
Thank you, Councillor Madura. Other speakers on that motion before I give it to Councillor Young? I will have a few words to say, so. Councillor Young, if you could take a seat.
Mayor Fougere?
Madam Chair, this is an important conversation. I understand the need to do a review. And clearly, there's now been a review for a number of years. And I think the impacts across the city are different. And Councillor Bresciani said a few things. Councillor O'Donnell said something as well. Councillor Frandera did as well. I would prefer to see a referral motion that the entire review be done and brought back next year to talk about how we can bring balance and what the requirements are across our city. We're singling out those who are important, but they're no more important than others who may not be affected by this. So I'd like to see a blanket referral to the administration to conduct a review, to come back to council or to executive committee to talk about what a different type of funding model would look like. But I think we're missing the impact on other community associations. Maybe it's human resource that's required, maybe it's funding that's required. Not really sure yet. Some expertise on how to run the organization. So I just say we need a more holistic review than just targeting phase 1 or phase 2 or phase 3. So I would recommend a referral motion. I think I've already spoken on it. Haven't you spoken on this? I think you did. We did, yeah. Yeah. So, Councillor Young, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. I see the need. I also heard from other community associations, and they didn't say they didn't want any money. They said it wasn't the best use of money or the best way to do money. So I don't know how they'd feel about being left out totally at this point. It does lower the cost, but I think I'm going to make this a referral motion, Your Worship.
So just to clarify, what is the referral motion? Is for the whole issue related to?
Referral motion is for the report and the 2 other areas that go with the report, that there be a report in Q2, that the report include the hurdles, and that the report recommend a plan to address the hurdles with the community associations.
Okay.
Can you do that?
Well, it's a referral motion. Yep. You can do that. You're not moving on recommendation 1 or 2. It's
well, I could
A and B.
I could refer the whole thing to them.
I think you should do
which
that.
would be
Refer
better.
the whole thing.
I will refer the whole thing
Okay. That's better. Just one moment, just one second. Councillor Flagel?
Thanks. We're going to do another report. I'm wondering if we know what the cost is to do a report.
How do we,
What's the cost to do a report?
Mr. City Manager?
Thank you.
Through your worship, I believe that community services staff can undertake this work. The concern is it's one thing to go away and do what's within number 2 by Q2 of 2019. If you're wanting a more elaborate review and a option in terms of a revised funding model, I would say that would take us to the end of 2019 to do all of that work, because it's much more extensive than what's asked for in number 2.
Councillor Young?
I don't think we're going to solve the problem unless we do a more extensive look at it. It's been 11 years since we've even upped the cost of this, and so I think we need to know, and we need to involve the community associations, because as the mayor said, it's money, but it's probably other things as well, and it would mean meeting their needs in a different way, and I don't think we can do that in just a few short months. And whatever we do would be ready for the 2020 budget.
So you're changed to the end of the year?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I'd like it to be ready for the budget in 2020. Is that possible?
Mr. City Manager?
So through your worship, yes, if you change the recommendation that we bring the report for consideration as a part of the 2020 budget development process.
Good. That's the referral motion now. Councilor, you want to speak on a process issue or? Okay, but not to debate the issue, it's a process issue.
Just that I'll retract my amendment so that all community associations are included in this report, because as it's worded right now, it's only for phase 1.
Okay.
Because of the amendment that I put in.
Should be all, Councilor Young, should be all community associations, not, so it's all
Yeah.
phases?
Because right now it's just phase 1. Okay,
Good.
thanks.
Thank you.
I'll retract mine. Thank
Okay, we have a referral motion, do you all understand it? Councilor
I've
Vandera?
got that report.
Councilor Vandera? We're going to vote now.
Just,
You were, okay, you can only, you can't debate it, a referral motion. All those in favor?
Councilor Murray.
Against.
Councilor Stephens.
No.
Councilor Bryce.
In favor?
Councilor Mancinella.
In favor.
Councilor Hawkins.
No.
Councilor Flagel.
In favor.
Councilor O'Donnell.
In favor.
Councilor Kundura.
In favor.
Councilor Young.
In favor?
Councilor Bresciani.
In favor.
Mayor Fougere.
I vote yes.
The motion is carried 8-3.
Thank you for that. Okay. Councilor Stevens, you have about, let me just get my clock back up here. Yeah, you've got just under 5 minutes to go.
Chair, amendment that administration return to community protective services in Q2 of 2019 with the results of a public consultation process that aligns the recreation master plan with community interests regarding the Maple Leaf pool site. Have a seconder, please?
Councilor Bresciani?
Great, thank you. Reports, never enough. So this, just to be clear, is a way of activating the Recreation Master Plan and to do two things, fundamentally. One, to ask the residents in that community about their recreation needs in the context of us moving forward on our Recreation Master Plan. And secondly, that on the table is the option and possibility of rebuilding the Maple Leaf pool site as determined and as needed by the residents of Heritage. Certainly a tough one. One of the big issues that we've heard from in the last couple of years in terms of people demanding, wanting to see amenities remain in their communities, tons of civic engagement. I really spoke to the importance of this institution in that community and in that neighborhood. We understand that the pool itself, the amenity, is done. No more Band-Aids, no more duct tape, it's over. We also know that the other outdoor pools are on borrowed time. It's a matter of rebuilding or repurposing. And I think this is going to set an important precedent. And I think we can't move ahead without hearing from that community. So this is a genuine community-based consultation to make sure that what goes into heritage is a reflection of that community's interests. What we've heard also is it aligns beautifully with the concept of social inclusion that we've heard from the Rec Master Plan consultant. I've gone through all of that literature, the health, the social determinants literature. Shayna Stock and I have worked a great deal on this over the last couple of months. What we know from the Recreation Facilities Plan is, one, that neighborhood hub facilities will be kept to a minimum but should be available in communities where they are accessed primarily without a private vehicle. Maple Leaf Pool fits the bill. Research conducted as part of the rec facility strategy suggests that about 30% of households use outdoor pools at least once a year, which is considered a high proportion when compared to other municipalities. Maple Leaf Pool. Quote, citizens have strongly expressed the desire to continue to have access to a pool in Wascana Park as well as outdoor aquatic experiences in the inner city neighborhoods. We know this is what people want. Involving the community in developing plans is a must, the report goes on, from destination facilities to neighborhood hubs. Quote, the final point here, Regina's inner city pools offer free swimming, making outdoor swimming an accessible, inclusive opportunity. We also know that... Yeah, thank you. That alternatives, whether it's a splash pad, whether it's a basketball court, isn't going to pass muster. The pool has to be on the table, and we have to summon the resources to invest in its replacement if the community desires. So again, we're looking for consultation and a way of activating the Recreation Master Plan in that community. I think this is going to set an important precedent. I'm looking for support. Thank you.
Councillor Seam, before I go to the other speaker, I'm just wondering, there are motions that we are aware of that are dealing directly with a replacement pool that talk about public consultation. I'm wondering if you want to hold off on this, depending upon what other motions come forward, because there's a lot of other motions that are flying around that may deal with this. You have ones as well. Other members of council have a report that asks directly to rebuild that pool. So this may be redundant in the sense we're going to be doing it always in the terms of the master plan in that context. So I'm just wondering if we can achieve by not doing another report, achieve it by doing another motion.
That's fine. So as I understand it, that we can still deal with the operations and the capital all at once with that.
No, this, what I'd be asking is if we table this. It's your call.
I'm happy to do that.
Table, then see what happens with other motions, and then if it doesn't meet what you want under this requirement, we can come back to it.
Could I ask administration a question about that before I agree to it?
Yeah, go ahead. But you got 12 seconds to do it.
That's fine. If there was a motion on the floor to rebuild Maple Leaf Pool, would that necessarily involve a consultation process and really reflecting on the rec master plan as we go ahead with that?
Mr. City Manager?
Through your worship, I'll ask Ms. Shaley to provide comment.
Ms. Shaley?
Through you, your worship, if council decided to rebuild the pool as is, the engagement process would be much more minimal than if we were looking at other alternatives. And so it would be shortened. The design process would be shortened as well. It's a fairly small space. And so the changes in terms of design would not be significant, and that's where the savings would be.
Great, thank you. I'll table it.
Thank you. Okay. We continue on with the main motion. You have about 4 minutes left in your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Amendment. That a $200,000 base budget be added to the social development stream of the Community Investment Grant Program. By my math, this grant stream in the grants program receives about $992,000. Can I get confirmation of that amount, please?
Need a seconder for the motion first.
Yes, thank you. Sorry.
Councilor Brasciani? So who? Mr. City Manager?
Through your worship, yes, that's correct.
Great, thank you. So this is a refinement of a motion that I had brought before council earlier this year. That was referred to the 2019 budget process, and what essentially what I was looking for in consultation with community associations was an indexing. And the principle of the indexing is the needs of the community, the population growth, has surpassed the amount of money in this grant program, and we want to see it escalate over time. There was some principal objections to that, but ultimately it was put in to the whole budget hopper, didn't pass the cut, and instead administration said that we need about $1 million in the entire community grants program to make a difference. What I'm focusing here on is specifically is the $200,000 in one particular stream, and I would argue it's the most important stream. So this, the entire grants program funds about 191 not-for-profit organizations, 32,000 volunteers, 199,000 hours of programs, and 1.8 million participants involved in the services these organizations provide. We've been through this at Council. The number of organizations seeking support has increased since 2013, and it's going to allow us, through this specific focus in social development, on emergent issues like gender and equity, reconciliation, which we've committed to as a city, hunger and poverty, neighborhood safety, inclusion, homelessness, which we've also sought to address, health and well-being, newcomer support, among other initiatives. It checks all of the boxes that we are currently doing and we have committed to doing in the future. And like community associations, the return on investment from a financial and social perspective couldn't be more clear. I ask administration, what would you be able to accomplish with $200,000 extra, and how would that align with our various plans and commitments?
Mr. City Manager.
Through your worship, I'll ask Ms. Shaley to provide comment.
Ms. Shaley?
Through you, your worship, so that does represent a 20% increase to the social development stream. In the social development stream, we have really 4 priorities that are closely aligned with the OCP. Councillor Stevens has touched on them. One is food security and housing, one is social inclusion, one is neighborhood safety, and the other is reconciliation. What we would do with the funding is we work with an adjudication committee that represents organizations that work in the sector. Examples would be the adjudication committee is made up of people who represent police and justice, represent the disability community, newcomer population, Indigenous community, United Way. Those are just some examples. The funding would be provided to that adjudication committee to evaluate and invest in those organizations that are delivering programs and services most highly aligned with the city's priorities.
Great, thank you. So I'm seeking my colleagues' support simply because it's a no-brainer that this fund is essential for what we do as a city, and the impact from an economic and social perspective, as I've said before, is very clear. I don't think we could really spend $200,000 more wisely, so you can support.
Other speakers to the amendment? I have a question of the administration. When is the last time we increased funding in this area? Ms. Shaley?
Through you, your worship, last time council invested more money in the grants program was, I believe it was 2 years ago. It was in the amount of $200,000. That was invested in the program as a whole, and so social development represents about a third of the funding, so they would have gotten about a third of the $200,000. The rest would have been put into sport and recreation and cultural development.
Thank you for that. I will not be supporting the amendment, but I'll ask if there's other speakers to the amendment. I'll call a question on the amendment. It's written up here.
Councillor Murray?
In favor?
Councillor Stevens?
In favor?
Councillor Bryce?
Opposed?
Councillor Mancinelli?
In favor?
Councillor Hawkins?
In favor.
Councillor Flagel?
No.
Councillor O'Donnell?
In favor.
Councillor Findura?
In favor.
Councillor Young?
In favor?
Councillor Bresciani?
In favor.
Mayor Fougere?
I vote against.
There are 8 in favor, your worship, 3 against. The motion is carried.
Mr. Stevens?
Got a big pile of papers. I don't think all of these are mine, but I
Keep in mind, I don't want to stop debate, but we have other speakers
Yep.
on the motion too, Councillor, so we'll
Absolutely.
try to speed this along.
Amendment that administration return to executive committee in Q1 of 2019 with a report outlining the implications of revising existing tax policies related to commercial, industrial, and resource property classes in the interest of offering relief for residential ratepayers. A few years ago, we had toyed with this idea, kind of came back to us, didn't really generate any public discussion or public report. Currently, as some of you remember from yesterday's delegation...
Just if I get a second
Oh, yes,
report,
sorry.
please. Someone to second it? Councilor Massanelli.
Over the years, residential ratepayers have been shouldered with a greater tax burden than resource properties especially, and businesses. And that seems to be a trend in Saskatchewan. And ultimately what it means without any public discussion is we have a policy where homeowners pay more and resource properties like pipelines and rail are virtually getting away without paying anything in this city. We have some of the most favorable tax policies in Western Canada, a positive. We are certainly referenced as one of the most business-friendly environments. That's a great thing. I'm still not convinced that this policy should kind of pursue or proceed as it is without some public debate. I'm also worried that we are not recuperating what we should, especially from the resource properties that come at a cost. It's space where people do not live. There are no parks or effective park space. There are no commercial zones. It's depriving us of land for pipelines and rail. Question for administration, how much money do we receive from the resource properties, and how many property owners are there?
Mr. City Manager.
Through your worship, I'll ask Ms. Bryden to respond to that.
Ms. Bryden.
Sorry. Through you, Mr. Chair. So currently in Regina, there are 17 properties in the resource subclass, and the total taxes municipal generated from those in 2018 was approximately $730,000.
Great, thank you. So when we hear from the Chamber, the CFIB, they'll talk about the small businesses, they're struggling. We've essentially allowed the biggest corporations, not in Western Canada, not in Canada, but also globally in certain sectors, to get away with paying the least amount in terms of their overall pot of revenue in this city. That needs to change, and that's particularly where I'm focused here. What I'm asking again for is a report that gives us a proper assessment and study of this, so we can have a public debate on whether that ratio is fair and whether or not we can do better for residential ratepayers and see resource properties especially pay more. But I would like to see the research come public for debate. Seeking your support. Thank you.
Speakers to the amendment. Councillor Murray.
Thanks. I just got some questions for administration. So can I get the difference between commercial and industrial? In the motion they're lumped together. I want to know some differences between those and what kind of entities we're talking about.
Biden.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the commercial subclass, so there's two property classes. One is residential, one is commercial, and within the property classes, there are subclasses. And within the commercial class, there is a commercial subclass, an industrial subclass, commercial industrial subclass, railway, pipeline, resource, etc. So properties in the commercial subclass would be things like your hotels, motels, office towers, those types of properties. As well, in your resource, it's the pipelines. So, for example, the co-op refinery, 1% of the co-op refinery is in the resource category. It's the pipeline portion of it.
There was also in the motion, in the preamble, there was reference to rail. Do we have the ability to tax rail?
Through your worship, yes.
Biden. Good.
What would the average percentage change for but tax value for that 1% changeover on each property? I know it's tough to answer probably on the fly, but is that something that we have?
Through your worship, do you mean for the commercial
For the commercial,
portion?
how much would their taxes increase to shift the 1%?
Ms. Bryden?
There, through you, Mr. Chair, the overall increase to shift it's not a shift of 1%, if you will, to increase commercial 1% more than residential would be about a 6.28% increase overall in commercial.
So they would go from where they're at, 6.8, you said?
6.28%.
6.28%, okay, thanks. I'm not in favor of just that big of a jump that quickly.
Sorry, could I offer a procedural matter? That part was not supposed to be there. That was my fault. I was just looking for the report in my motion.
Sorry, just...
Yeah, I didn't see it up there. When I read it, I was just reading the part I wanted up there.
For a report to come back?
That's correct, yeah, in Q.
Okay, because that's creating some confusion both to implement but have a report.
So this is just a report?
That's correct, yes,
Okay.
sorry.
Okay,
All right,
that's...
I was reading up there.
That's,
Yeah,
glad
as
you
you should.
clarified that. That was...
Sorry
Yeah.
about that, all right.
I was...
Thanks for answering my questions anyway.
Councilor Massanelli.
I just want to stand in favor of this report. I think that there's not many opportunities I have to rearrange the tax base in favor of residents, and this is definitely something I'd like to look at to do that.
Okay. Councilor O'Donnell.
Thank you. I was confused at first when it was up, and I wasn't sure if Councillor Stevens was speaking to it or not. I understand he's not now. My issue with what's in front of me is not the gist of it, but this quarter one right away. This is a significant change. I believe that we need to have some consultation here that takes a bit of time. I'd probably be a little more amiable if it said quarter three or whatever the administration says, but in quarter one, if it stays the way it is, no, I won't.
Okay. Councilor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would be interested in this information. I think maybe quarter three would be better. But the Cities Act is involved here too, so I'm sure that the report would tell us what we can and cannot do. I don't know whether it would refer to this at all, but if it would, I'd like to know that too.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Young. Councilor Bryce.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask the question through administration. Is the first quarter doable, or do you need this to go on to the third or fourth quarter? Through you, Worship?
Through you, Your Worship. I guess it's just we need clearer direction from council. So it's the existing tax policies that we would be doing consultation on, or would be consulting on different tax policies. If it's if it's just about council understanding our current tax policies and having a very detailed report about the current, we could do that in Q1. But we'd need to understand what are we going to go to consult on. If it's different from what our current tax policies are, then we would need more time. My suggestion would be as if council wants to get a report just on how our existing tax policies work and then provide us direction about what changes you might be looking for to consult on, then we would do that as a second phase.
So maybe I should ask the mover if he would like to clarify what kind of a report they want, whether it's to educate us as councillors or whether to do consultation with the industry to see what changes are appropriate.
Councilor Stevens.
First off, Q3 sounds great, but it really was the implications of changing it. It wasn't just an information item. We currently have a policy. I'd like to revise that policy and change that ratio, and this would examine and provide us an assessment of what the implications could be. Is that clear? It's not just a snapshot of what we do, it's a matter of changing that in light of reduce and relief for residential ratepayers.
So maybe I'll ask another question leading off of that answer. So if we put it out there to say, here's what we currently do, how can we get consultation if we don't give some direction? Here's the choices that we're looking at and getting consultation from that. Yeah, you're moving it, so.
Well,
Councilor Stevens.
We do know that, and there has been a briefing on it, and it was in the package that we received. So I had to assume that people had reviewed that material and we know it, and we're looking at what would the change mean if we're really serious about the thrust behind that.
So if we decided to go on the change that we've looked at, what would the implications be, and consultation with the industries to see, have their input with it.
Well, implications, as well as obviously residents.
Right. So I don't know if the administration wants to respond.
Administration, you have any comments on that? Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, if it's based on the question about the transfer of the 1%, which is what I believe Councillor Stephens is asking for, and those implications, then we could do it in Q3, going out for consultation based on that. What you had indicated, Councillor Bryce, is similar to what we've done with other consultation, where there's more detailed options that we would be going out to consult with, but there's definitely, we could go out with what the questions that we've seen thus far to get feedback.
I just wanted clarity to make sure we're all on the same page.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Hawkins?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm speaking on the basis that this is a report coming back in Q3 and a report dealing with implications. I just want to signal that I think that one of the implications that might be considered in this is the effect on jobs that any change would have in the existing tax policies. With that said, I have no problem with getting a report back, and I trust it will include the economic and job impact as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Young, would you, Councillor Flego, okay.
Thanks. Just, are we voting, is this going to be on just this?
Yes.
Because you have you have a number 1 on this as well.
We took it off. You removed that.
Gone altogether? Okay,
Removed it.
thank you.
Councillor Flego, thank you. Councillor Young, can you take the chair, please?
Your Worship.
Thank you. I'm glad that Councillor Stephens removed the first clause because that's quite directive, and the impact would be not known at this council meeting, that kind of a shift. The investment, the job creation is significant, and when we speak of industrial only, that's one issue, but we mix commercial in with this one. We know the implications of a change of this. We know what the Chamber has said, we know other business leaders have said, this is a problem. It could lead to loss of jobs, loss of investment, and the impact on homeowners of that shift would be minimal. So I don't mind seeing a report, but I do not support the intent of this because it's clear that we want to shift taxes from residential to commercial, and that will have a significant impact. And Ms. Bryden mentioned this both in our previous briefing and tonight what those impacts would be. So I'm concerned about this, where it's going to go. It's a philosophical approach of business not paying enough. They pay enough already. They're paying a corporate tax rate. They're not paying a private property tax rate. The rate of taxation is completely different. And the risk they use to create those jobs would put those jobs at risk, and that investment at risk. This is a significant change in policy. And given that is the case, we just want to ask the administration to be clear. Can they do this by the third quarter of 2019? Because this is a significant public consultation, not just with the business community, but with Regina residents, investors, and a host of people that would need to be consulted in this.
Through you, Your Worship, we believe we can get it done by the end of Q3 based on a consultation with the business community.
You know, as I read the first motion's gone, but it pertains to this one too. As I read this, I was thinking, I'm not sure what is the problem we're trying to fix. Because this kind of a split is generally accepted and done by other municipalities around the country, certainly in Western Canada. So I'm not sure what it is we're trying to fix here, some redress of grievance or some kind of inequity, and I don't see that. So I'm not going to support the report. The intent is clear. If it was to gather information to make a decision, that's one thing. This actually is to justify making a shift, which I think is unwarranted. And I think we get ourselves into a slippery slope here. So I will not support the motion. Councillor Bershani.
Thank you, Your Worship. This has been something that I know this council has talked about the last couple of years since I've been on council. I agree with Mayor Fougere that we do have to really, really be careful of what message we're sending. But I also agree that we, as councillors, need to make the most informed decision by having all the information before us. So I think with this report coming back, it'll at least give us an opportunity, instead of just throwing numbers out there, not really understanding who's paying what. I think it does give us an opportunity just to understand, but I also want to ensure that in this report coming forward, it is also a comparison with other jurisdictions. That's a big piece that we need to understand in this piece, and I want to ensure that's there. So we don't just have a little piece of the pie, we've got the whole picture, and the stakeholders, the key stakeholders, will be very critical to this as well. Is that
Mr. City
accurate?
Manager?
So through you, Your Worship, as we hear the discussion and look at the motion, I think it's important that as an administration we bring a report by the end of the first quarter that talks about our tax policy and that would talk about what options there would be in terms of considering a change, but before there's any consultation, that we have a conversation with council. So the council has all of the information to understand what the economic risks are, et cetera, on our businesses, communities, and we would do that by the end of Q1, and then there'd be a full conversation with council to determine if we want to take that process further out in the community and engage with business and leadership in the community.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would agree with that. So I'm not sure if that has to be, if Councillor Stevens is open to that. I'll let him speak to it.
Is it a question?
I can't hear what you said.
Sorry, so I'm not sure if Councillor Stevens is open to that. That means they would come in Q1 instead.
No, only, well, part of it's two phases, I
Okay,
understand. It'd be
yeah.
a two-phase.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Other speakers to the amendment? We're going to have a recorded vote. You can close, yes. 3 minutes to close.
Just a couple points. So when I look at the implications, I'm looking for administration's assessment of this. I don't need to see the Chamber of Commerce report again or the CFIB report again. I've seen those year after year and they say the same thing. I'm looking for a research-focused assessment of what the implications are, not lobbyists trying to influence the methodology. Second, we haven't seen the resource component. I worry about retail jobs leaving. I worry about Sears disappearing and those kind of forms of employment. If Enbridge doesn't want to have a pipeline running through Regina, I don't think that's a serious catastrophe. So the point is I want to see the implications and the best minds at the city and others actually researching this. I don't want it to be just another venue for lobbyists to intervene. I want our assessment because I know what they say. Then we would go out and figure out if we're going to implement this policy or not based on what the minds of the city and those in finance can advise us. In terms of where we're at, although it's difficult to compare, Saskatchewan's an outlier. We have the most favorable ratio from a commercial tax assessment perspective. In other words, residents pay a higher proportion here than they do anywhere else almost in Canada. And I think that's what we want to address. So this is a new approach to dealing with this question and a reflection of our existing strategy. It gives us information if we want to move forward in the future about our tax policy and where resource properties play in that. That's where we're going. Information.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Call the question.
In light of what Mr. Holden said, should that be back to Q1 of 2019, or does it remain at Q3?
I think it's okay. It's a two-step process. The final report comes back then. Mr. Clerk.
Councillor Murray.
Yep.
Councillor Stevens.
Support.
Councillor Bryce.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
Favor.
Councillor Young.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor O'Donnell.
In favor.
Councillor Flagel.
In favor.
Mayor Fougere.
I vote no.
That is 10 in favor, 1 against. Your worship, the vote carries.
Okay. Back to the main motion. Thank you for that. Don't take it personally, I'm glad you did.
We'll talk later.
You other people to speak. Councillor Flagel, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thanks. Condo rebate. That a condo rebate of $40 per unit be allocated to those condo owners that the city cannot provide garbage pickup services be reinstated and come into effect January 1st, 2019. If I could have a seconder?
Seconder for that, please.
Thank you.
Councillor Findera.
Again, this has been a long-standing, couple of years it's been taken away. And just a quick calculation, if it's $300,000, that affects 7,500 condominiums that are paying taxes for all the services, basically, if you want to call them essential services, and then they have to go out and spend on average about $120 every 2 weeks. Couple of the gentleman that was here last night said their annual bill is around $9,000, I think is what he said, somewhere in that range. If the cost is, and the number I'm not 100% sure, if the number is $250, that means it's $6,250. That's a quarter of the condominiums in the city of Regina that are paying a second garbage pickup fee from a private company that we can't provide the service to. So this was set up back in 2002 to assist when we couldn't get into these new condominiums, because that's when the boom started with 2002, 2004. And if I look at Lake Ridge, there's probably on the neighborhood of 500 or 600 condominiums just on Child Avenue. Councillor Bresciani and Councillor Findura's area probably got a large amount. Councillor Hawkins has got a bunch, and they're scattered. And so it's not just mine. We talk about the different things, but I'll leave it at that for now, and if anybody wants to chat about it, we can.
Okay, that's good. Speakers to the amendment. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Your Worship. I rise in support of this. I think this is long overdue. We've talked, this has come to council ever since I've been on council now. This is something that was taken away from the condo owners. They were given a rebate at one time back in 2002, was created by the city. And I think this is something that I think we actually felt very similar to when we did the budget. I'll say this, when we got the budget, when the provincial government took away our grants in lieu. We sat around the table, we were very upset about the whole thing. And I mean, I think I heard the thief in the night, and that's how we felt. And that's how the condo owners feel about losing their rebate. And so I stand in support of this, and it's long overdue. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Mr. City Manager, do you have a comment?
Through your worship, just in terms of the language that is on the screen, in terms of a condo rebate of $40 per unit, I'd just like Mr. Lacey to provide some background as to the cost implication of how it's worded versus what we had in place originally.
Mr. Lacey.
Through you, Your Worship. So just a point of clarity. The previous policy provided the condo rebate to owner-occupied single-family condo units. And so with the growth in number of condominium units, we think that that cost to reinstate that would be approximately $300,000. So the point of clarification here is the wording, speaking to reinstatement of the previous policy, because the motion actually could be interpreted as a broader application of the $40 to basically all condo units, regardless of whether they're owner-occupied or in another class, and that cost would be approximately $510,000 if this is going broader than what the initial policy was.
You want it that way?
I'm good with back to what the original was.
Okay.
That reinstatement is basically my word of saying back to where it was.
So we'll have to amend the motion.
Yeah, I would absolutely do that. And yeah, that was basically all I was looking for, is that the people that were receiving it as the owner occupied were the ones that get it back.
Okay,
Thanks. Thanks for clarifying.
So we'll just get that wording done properly. Other speakers to the amendment? Councillor Massanelli.
Oh, sorry.
Massanelli, you're on.
I rise in support of this. The wording that's just been corrected by the administration is what I was going to ask as well, so thank you. I think this is
good.
a handshake deal that's needed.
Councillor Young.
Now I'm speaking to the main motion?
No, you're to the amendment.
No.
Okay. You're up next on the main motion then. Okay. Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Worship. I rise in support of this. We heard about from the condo owners, they're not saying they don't want to pay any tax. They pay for a lot of things. They do enjoy the roads that are being fixed and police that goes by their place and transit and fire and all that. So all they want to do is just get back to what they were, to be on an even keel, even playing ground with everyone else. So treat the condo owners as a regular citizen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. We committed to doing a review of how we actually charge for garbage and recycling. So last year when they were here, and we haven't completed that yet. So this is appropriate to actually put this back in place until we actually have that review in place and can fix this. So I feel it's appropriate and support it.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Mr. Lacey.
Through you, Your Worship, so just one additional point of clarification on the motion that administration would be looking for. So it reads effective January 1st of 2019. The way the program historically has worked is that in January, applications would go out for people to apply for the rebate. They'd be paid out in February for the previous year. So does effective January 1st of 2019, does this apply to 2018, in which in 2019 then that we would begin the application process and the payment likely in February of the rebate for 2018? Yeah. Are we talking about moving forward, beginning in providing a rebate for the 2019 year, if that makes sense?
Starting 2019. To give the rebate for January 1? So it'd be December.
So would the rebate be, so I'll clarify, sorry. So option one would be reinstating the rebate for January 1st of 2018 to December 31st of 2018. Payment would be made in February of 2019 for that rebate, or is it for the rebate for the year January 2019 to December 2019, with the rebate then paid subsequent to year end?
I'm good with starting it, not giving back from last year, if that's what you're asking. I don't think we need to, nobody's asked for that. We're good with everybody going forward, starting out January 1st, 2019 forward.
Okay.
For that.
So then through you, Your Worship, if the program is being reinstated for 2019, the payments for 2019 would be made in February of 2020. So while the cost is $300,000 and council would be passing a motion that it be reinstated for 2019, funds would not be required in the 2019 budget. They would be required in the 2020 budget.
So it would be effective January 1st, 2020 then.
Then I want to go backwards, sorry. Then I want to go backwards.
Okay, we'll leave it as it is then. That's fine.
Yeah, leave it as it is. No, we don't want to have to deal with them again next year, so let's
I was
put this
wondering where you're
back.
going with that. Okay, so we're clear on the motion. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. I regard this as a temporary measure. I think that when the report on the waste plan comes back, it may well contain structures, user pay structures, that effectively make this problem go away. So as a temporary measure, I will support this.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor O'Donnell.
I looked through my budget book and I couldn't find it quickly, but without this motion, what was the plan? What were we going to get back when, please? Because there was a review and I thought it was early in 2019. Am I correct?
Mr. Holden?
Through your worship, yes, the funding policy in terms of how we would look at solid waste services would come in Q1 of 2019.
Okay, so I'm not going to support this. From my point of view, We have it, we take it away, we have it, we take it away. I don't know what the end result is. I don't like making decisions on the fly. I want to have all the information in front of me, and we only have to wait a little while. I will not support this. I'll reserve judgment until we get the information.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. When this was voted down, the argument was that the waste management program would be coming forward, and some of us thought that everybody would then be paying for waste management, and therefore there was no need to keep the condo rebate going. That was done on my part with the assumption that the management program would be in place and that the condo rebate would not be needed. That didn't happen. I think we need to follow through now and put it back until the waste management program is ready and in place, and then we can take it off. So I'll be supporting this motion.
Thank you for that. Councillor Murray.
Your Worship, for me, this was a temporary measure that we did in order to save some money and fill the hole of $12 million. On top of that, we don't know how council may vote on that utility and how it may turn out. So I think the prudent thing to do right now is just to reinstate it, make condos not even whole. It's not quite the whole cost as it is. So I think that's the proper thing to do. Thanks. I'll be supporting it.
Thank you. Other speakers to the amendment? I'll just say that I support the amendment. Councillor Flager, do you want to close debate?
Please.
Okay.
Thanks. Just some clarification on the wording, because if you talk single dwelling condos, you eliminate apartment condos, fourplexes, duplexes. All you're talking about is single dwelling, which that's only like 1%. So I think we need to change that wording to all condos, all condos that, to reinstate all, I don't know. You've got a word, use it.
Are you wanting to change the intent of this?
No, just because it says single dwelling condos only, whereas there's a lot of apartment condos, which I just don't want to muddy the waters, but.
Mr. Lacey?
That says something different than what it used to be.
So through you, Your Worship, perhaps the way to just ensure we have clarity around this pace is that the condo rebate, the previous condo rebate policy be reinstated.
Yes.
And in that way, we are ensuring that we are reinstating the policy that existed previously.
Thank you. Yeah. Just a closing remark here. Just in this, the condos, what it is it's just putting it back to a level playing field, and if in 6-8 months, a year and a half, it gets blown up and everybody goes back to a different pay system, then I'm good with that. But for now, at least if we can get this passed, it puts everybody back on a level playing field with paying taxes and getting garbage service. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Thanks for bringing this forward, Councillor Flegel. To the administration, before we go forward, can we calculate where we're at with the mill rate right now?
500,000.
Mr. City Manager?
Through Your Worship, the two decisions tonight in terms of the $200,000 for the social development community investments and the $300,000 to reinstate the condo rebates would put us at 0.21 of a mill rate increase, or a reduction of 0.21 from the 1.2 million that was identified at the start of the meeting.
Councillor Flegel, you have time left on your main motion. You just want to speak?
That's all I would, my only thought is that if we could maybe utilize that 1.2 mil and take it from there, I think that's probably, it seems like that's the pot we're starting to go to, so, as opposed to increasing the mill rate, because we have the funding available, so, appreciate it. I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Good. Councillor Young, you're next.
Oh, we have to vote on that?
Okay. I thought we did. Okay. Call a question on, it's going to be a recorded vote. Mr. Clerk.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor?
Councillor Young.
In favor?
Councillor Findura.
In favor?
Councillor O'Donnell.
Opposed.
Councillor Flegel.
In favor?
Councillor Murray. Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bryce.
In favor?
Councillor Mancinelli.
Yay.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Mayor Fougere.
I vote in favor.
That is 10 in favor, 1 against, Your Worship. The vote's carried.
Councillor Young.
Thank you.
Floor is yours. On the main motion.
Pardon?
Do you want to speak on the main motion?
No, because,
This is on the operating for the budget now.
oh,
Yeah,
no,
we're back on the main motion.
that's not the one that I wanted to speak to, no.
Okay. On the main motion for operating, Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Your Worship. So one of the motions that I'd like to bring forward is on our clearing of our park pathways. And we've got right now 26.9 kilometers of our park pathways left to be cleared in the city of Regina. And this was brought to committee, and it was supported unanimously, as it is very vital that we have our park pathways cleared in the winter for residents to be able to be active. So one of the things that it's also in our transportation master plan talks about walkable city in all seasons for pedestrians. We heard from delegation last night to speak about the health and the wellness. I've heard from parents that actually walk their kids to school, and they actually they go on the road because the pathways are not cleared. So again, we see the health benefit in this. We see it that it promotes activity in our city. And so I ask that you support this. I just want to make the change with the Ask Administration, though I guess this would just then come out of our the surplus that's here tonight, right?
Mr. Lacy?
Through you, Your Worship, so there will be two components from a cost perspective related to the motion. So there is a $49,000 operating cost and a $136,000 capital cost. So with respect to, I guess, the funding sources, City manager has previously referred to savings of 1.2 that both of those numbers could come out of. Certainly, we believe the operating costs of $49,000 that could come out of that funding amount. Another option that council could consider on the capital investment is to take that out of the fleet reserve. This is typically not what the use of that reserve would be for. The fleet reserve is typically for replacement of existing equipment. But given the dollar amount is quite small, council certainly would have the discretion to consider that as a funding source for the capital funds.
Councillor Bresciani, procedural matter, you need a seconder for your amendment, and you want to read your amendment out? Councillor Flego seconds it, but read your
Sure.
motion out, if you don't mind.
That administration allocate $49,000 for the clearing of 26.9 kilometers of park pathways from the 2019 facility. Now that's going to change. Sorry, it's not going to be the facility asset management fund. It's going to be the 1.2.
The fleet?
No. Is it? The 1.2. What? Savings. Savings. Yeah. And the $136,000 for equipment will come from the fleet reserve as a one-time expense.
So we're clear on the amendment? Councillor Flego, you second that? Other speakers to the amendment? Councillor Murray?
Through you,
It's the
Worship,
amendment.
on the amendment, of the 26.9 kilometers, how much would be addressed as part of the transit system directly, or foot pathways to stops? Is that a significant amount, or is this pathway system we're talking about areas like the bike path, for instance? Just for clarity on what it is.
Mr. Onright?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we don't have that detail, and I'll maybe ask Mr. Morgan if he can provide some further information on the detail of the pathway system.
Mr. Morgan?
Through you, Mr. Worship.
That 26.9 kilometers is park pathways and multi-use pathways only. So it wouldn't, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Murray. Councilor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. I support this motion. The clearing of park pathways and harbor landing has been an issue, and this certainly addresses that.
Councilor Findura.
Thank you, to Your Worship. Clarity on the $136,000 in the operating. What are we buying? What's in the 136? What does that involve?
Capital? Not operating as capital.
I should say capital, not operating.
Mr. City Manager.
Through Your Worship, the $136,000 for capital is for a piece of equipment to do snow clearing on the pathways.
Okay, and is that part of, is that going to be carry on other areas that we do clearing, or that just specifically to pathways?
So once, through Your Worship, once that piece of equipment is purchased, it can be used for pathway clearing throughout the system.
Okay.
It's an additional, the current equipment that we have is utilized at full capacity, so we need an additional piece of equipment to add this to the inventory.
Okay, thank you.
Through Your Worship, just a clarification. The 26.9, the 49,000 will come from the proposed $1.2 million in savings and not the asset management fund.
Okay. I think that was mentioned, but I'd like to add so.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you.
1.9, 1.2 million is advertised. Councilor Flagon.
Are you done, John?
I'm done.
Okay, sorry, thanks. Yes, our residents supported this. We had a good discussion at CPS about this, and part of this 26.9, if my recollection is correct, is that a lot of this pathway is not lit. So it's even making it more difficult to walk in, because we need to make some changes in the development world where when we're doing new developments, or even looking at existing developments, that they put lighting in to these pathways. But these are all these little pocket parks, everything that gets people from one little neighborhood to the next, and there's connectors involved as well, going from street to bus stops that haven't been looked at. And the one suggestion, and I know it's $136,000 of equipment, is the fact that, and we've seen it personally, is that you've got a half-ton truck sitting on a pathway with an 8-foot blade on it, and the pathway is 3 meters. It's too wide. Maybe we can go and reduce some of the equipment cost, and I know it's a specific piece, but we should also be looking at 5-foot blades on some of our half-tons, and then we can just drive down there, and they're going from one garbage can to the next, picking it up and pushing the snow. So we could maybe save a few dollars in that regard in terms of operating and even capital. But this is a good idea. It's well overdue, and as Councillor Hawkins said, they need it. Lakeridge needs it. All the other new areas and older areas of the city can utilize this type of service to get everybody out walking when it's 40 below. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Massanelli.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. So this would become part of the winter maintenance plan in the end, if it was approved, correct?
Mr. City Manager.
Through Your Worship, can you repeat the question?
Would this become part of the winter maintenance plan in the end if it was approved, attached to that file?
So through you, Your Worship, this work is a part of our parks and open space. There are conversations with our winter road maintenance staff and our park staff in terms of how we can find efficiencies in terms of pathway clearing, et cetera, but right now they are between two separate functions.
Okay, so in the future there might be found efficiency on this yet too. I stand in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no other speakers to the main amendment or to this motion. Mr. City Manager, does this capture motion? It does?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Councilor Berchet, you want to close debate? You don't have to if you don't want to. Okay. So let's call the question on the amendment. Mr. Clerk?
Councillor Bresciani.
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Young.
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor O'Donnell.
In favor.
Councillor Flagel.
Yes.
Councillor Murray.
Yay.
Councillor Stevens.
Yay.
Councillor Bryce.
Yes.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Mayor Fougere.
I vote yes.
The vote is unanimous at 11-0. Carried.
You have about 3.5 minutes on your main motion time.
Sorry, how much?
3.5 minutes.
Okay, don't we get 10 minutes?
No? 5 minutes. Always 5 minutes.
All right, we got to look at that. Okay, second one, administration, and
amendments do you have?
this is going to be quick. Administration to come back with a report in Q3 seeking efficiencies in the areas as parks, and we just talked about this, and winter road maintenance. That was just exactly what Councillor Mancinelli was asking for. This is something we've talked about a long time, finding efficiencies between our parks and our winter road maintenance plans. So I think that I'm asking for, and I just want to ask administration if Q3 is long enough. If that, is that
Your seconder
enough
for that,
time? Or?
please? Seconder for the amendment? Okay. Councillor Flagel? Okay. Mr. Onright?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Q3 would be fine.
Great. Good, I think we've just discussed it, so I think that I'll leave it there.
Pretty straightforward. Any other speakers to the amendment? Mr. Clerk?
Councillor Murray.
Yay.
Councillor Stevens.
Yay.
Councillor Bryce.
Yes.
Councillor Mancinelli.
Yes.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Flagel.
Yes, please.
Councillor O'Donnell.
Yes.
Councillor Findura.
Yes.
Councillor Young.
Yes.
Councillor Bresciani.
Yes, thank you.
Mayor Fougere.
Oh, yay.
Vote is 11-0. It carries.
Councillor Bresciani, you want to continue on?
Thank you for that, my council colleagues. So the next one I'm bringing forward is administration report to executive committee in Q3 of 2019 on the benefits and the costs of replacing outsourced professional services with in-house staff and operations from service quality and financial standpoint. And I'll tell you how this came about. On page 17, when we look at the general operating budget, oh, thank you.
Seconder, okay.
The general operating budget. One of the things that caught my eye was the professional services is $30 million. And I had to, I'll ask administration what that entails, but I mean, there's many things. But more importantly, I think it's important for us as a council to understand within that why we're going out and doing a lot of the consulting, and I know some of it is specialty work, but I know this was raised at Saskatoon Council 2 years ago, and they talked about the consulting fees and how we need to do some in-house work when we have the staff here. So if I can just have administration just elaborate a little bit on what that entails.
Mr. City Manager?
Through you, Your Worship, the professional services, as Councillor Bresciani has mentioned, there is over $30 million in our budget. I think often that people think that this is discretionary funding that the administration has available to us. It absolutely is not discretionary funding. There are 29 different expense lines in terms of our professional services. They range from $500 to almost $14 million. This includes consulting services. This includes our contracted services. And I'm going to have Mr. Lacey just walk through in a little more detail some of the specifics.
Mr. Lacey?
Through you, Your Worship. So within the budget, there is a line item overall, as Councillor Bresciani referred to, which for this year is budgeted at $30.5 million. So I will speak to some of the items that are within that line item. Many of these, in our view, are not discretionary line items. So I'm just going to touch on some of the larger ones to give people a sense of the type of work that's paid out of this budget. So there are things like actuarial services that relate to evaluation of our pension plan that requires a specialist to come in and do that evaluation for audit purposes, right? That would be about $100,000. There's our actual audit of the city's financial statements is paid out of this line item. That's $300,000. There's banking services, so all the financial institutions, all the transactions that the city does, the city has to pay for those through its financial institution. That's about $400,000 through this line item. As well, services such as EFAP, Employee Family Assistance Program, and the providers that provide that to our employee, as well as some of the joint job evaluation work we do with respect to equity amongst positions. That would be funded through this item as well of $700,000. The operation and maintenance agreements that we have with Riel with respect to Mosaic Stadium is included in this line item as well, and that's $4.6 million. Funds with respect to Mterra, so the waste recycling contract we have, that's paid out of here. That's about $6.7 million. So just on a very quick look, when I start going through the line item here, and I would consider those to be non-discretionary. Just at a quick look without going through it in great detail, over a third of those expenditures relate to those type of items. And the remainder I just haven't had a chance to go through, but I think it gives you a sense of what's in here. So certainly administration could go away and provide a report of what's in this piece, but hopefully that gives you a sense of the type of expenditures that occur here, and they're not necessarily expenditures that could be shifted to city administration or necessarily even eliminated. Thank you.
Thank you for that, and thank you for that clarification. I understand those are things that have to be paid for, and they're in different categories. The one that kind of comes out when we talked about is in the consulting. When are we doing consulting? When aren't we consulting? When are we going out? So I think the report would be helpful just to come back to council to give us an opportunity to hear, to differentiate between when it's done and when it isn't done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Brashani. We have a couple of speakers on this. Councilor Murray.
Thanks. Through your worship. This report, some of the information that's kind of being requested, would this not have been part of the 2016 core service review, looking at consulting versus in-house? Am I wrong in thinking that I remember reading parts of it?
Mr. Holden?
That was in there.
Through your worship, there's always a decision in terms of when we use external consultants, and we usually do that in instances where we don't have the professional expertise in-house. We need an independent third opinion, or we just do not have the capacity. So we always review and examine when it's appropriate to use in-house staff, in-house resources, or whether it makes sense to go to market and seek a consultant. So as Mr. Lacey's indicated, I think a report that would provide information for council and for the public would be beneficial. There's probably not a significant amount of those expenses that can be transferred to the administration to take on those responsibilities.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Murray. Councilor Flagel.
Thanks. So Councilor Brashani was talking about page 17 for 30 million, but on page 19, there's another 5.2 million in professional services under costing fund expenditures. What's the difference between the two if we're talking professional services?
Mr. Lacey.
So that would refer to the costing fund. And so the costing fund is really a way for us to track work that is undertaken that eventually appears in the general fund operating budget. So it would be, I'm trying to think of an example here. It would be where we seek the cost, so I'm just trying to think of a specific service. So for example, if we had to undertake some type of audit work that covered a number of different operating areas, the cost would be captured in the costing fund, but then it would also be reflected in the general fund budget. So the costing fund budget is not an additional budget on top of the general fund.
Oh, okay.
Those costs are eventually transferred to the general fund, and the general fund before you captures all those costs in the costing fund.
So without the costing fund, the general fund would be 25 million. Is what you're saying? You take it away?
Mr. Lacy?
Or is it in addition to the 30 million?
So the costing fund's already included in the general fund.
Okay, that's what I wanted. I just a clarification on what you mentioned to Councilor Bresciani too about Evraz. We're into them for $4.6 million. Can you, what's that for? In the professional services. Mr. Lacy mentioned $4.6 million.
Mr. Onright?
Sure, Mr. Chair, that's the operating improvements agreement that we have with Leo.
For the complete park or the stadium?
For the stadium.
Just for the stadium? Okay. Do we have an operating agreement for the rest of the park that would fit into this professional services?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the other agreement is a lease agreement.
Okay.
So it's different than the operating maintenance agreement that we have with the state.
Okay. That's all I had to ask. Thanks.
Thank you. Other speakers to the amendment? Call the question on this one, Mr. Clerk.
Councillor Hawkins. Yes. Councillor Mancinelli.
Yes.
Councillor Bryce.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Murray.
Yes.
Councillor Flagel.
Yes.
Councillor O'Donnell.
Yes.
Councillor Findura.
Yes.
Councillor Young.
Yes.
Councillor Bresciani.
Yes.
Mayor Fougere.
Yay.
It's 11-0. Vote carries.
Great. You finished? Okay. So, Councillor Young, you're next.
We'll do capital after.
No, we're doing operating.
We're doing operating.
Just operating.
Okay. Your worship, my motion actually has a report attached to it. It's CR 18119 that was in your budget materials. And it's the daycare options.
Okay.
And the recommendation has two parts, and one of them, the number 2, actually isn't dealt with at budget. That one's going to the December 17th City Council meeting for approval, so we're only talking about number 1. Okay?
Just number 1.
Yeah. So you heard speakers to this last night, and daycare administrators have spoken to us several times and provided research and other materials on the importance of licensed daycares that go beyond providing just the essential services of caring for small children to include early childhood curriculum, parenting, among other advantages of the licensed regulated daycare programs in Regina. And they've reminded us that the many licensed daycares in the city reside in tax-exempt buildings like schools, churches, while others must pay tax assessments that eat into the many needs they have to provide buildings, maintenance, supplies, salaries, and programming.
Councillor, can I get a seconder for this motion? Councillor Bresciani? Okay.
Thank you. It's important to recognize that licensed daycares are regulated and inspected by the province for quality of care, and that nonprofit daycares are also inspected by Canada Revenue to ensure they are in compliance with federal guidelines. So why is this on the agenda this evening? 5 nonprofit licensed daycares operating out of former residential homes were reassessed as commercial in 2016, and another was reassessed as commercial in 2017. The Mackenzie Infant Care Facility, which you heard a little about last night, was reassessed in 2017 as the one that I know about in great detail. It's connected to Balfour Collegiate Program for Young Mothers finishing high school that provides wraparound services for parenting, social services, health services, justice services, food security, housing, work opportunities, to name some of the services that in that wraparound. The graduation rates have risen. Many are going on to post-secondary education and others directly into the workforce. 2 full toddler rooms for this program are in the school building, and therefore they're tax exempt. The infant care is across the street in a residential home. Same students, same program. Students visit between classes to feed their infants and experiencing parenting models. Prior to 2017, the infant care was assessed residential taxes because it wasn't housed in the school. In 2017, the taxes were raised to commercial status, doubling the amount of taxes to be paid. This motion lowers if it passes, would lower the taxes on owned, operated, nonprofit, licensed daycares, taking them back to the residential tax level they were assessed before 2016 and 17 for only a 2-year period to allow the administration to develop a daycare policy for the city. This motion is a stopgap measure until we decide if we're going to have a policy or not, and one is brought forward to take the place.
Councillor, you have about 30 seconds left in your
Okay.
3 minutes.
The exact amount of the cost to the tax roll can't be set until this budget's finalized, but I've been told by administration it's around $41,000. I ask for council support.
Thank you for that. Do we have speakers to the amendment? Councillor Murray.
Thanks. I'm standing in support specifically because it outlines owned and operated. Previously, we looked at this. In some cases, they weren't owned. They didn't own the facility, so the savings wouldn't necessarily get to the end user. So in this case, I'm going to support it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Other speakers? Councillor O'Donnell.
Thank you. I'm going to support this in part because it is a 2-year time frame. But I throw up a caution on this. We have and we are now again treading into areas that by legislation do not fall to us. While we recognize, and I think was made very clear by the people who appeared before us, that there is a concern in there, I still have a lingering concern as to what the money will go to. The answer that we received last night was it could go in many directions. And I'm not that pleased with it. I believe that this falls clearly within the mandate of the provincial government, not only by legislation but by authority. And so I'm really cautious about treading into here. I think what is clear to me is that there's a sunset on this. There has to be a public policy, not only by here, but I think that we have to reference, I don't believe this, by the way, lobby, but reference the provincial government as to what they are doing and what they will do. And then from there, I think we can set our place. So if this means that we're throwing out a bone, well, I guess good for us. But I caution that we keep going into areas that are not our responsibility and spreading taxpayer dollars differently.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Your Worship. I rise in support of this motion. This has been a long time coming. I like the interim where we have some time to work with administration on this to get it right. But these daycares have waited, I know before I was elected, they came to council, there was discussion here at that time, and I remember following it quite closely. One of the things that stuck out to me were some of the statistics, and I agree with Councillor O'Donnell. There has got to be a communication here with the provincial government. Absolutely. I think we need to send a letter indicating there's going to be some kind of discussion around this. Plant the seed, whatever it takes. But one of the things that I think I know from in my area as well, these daycares, there is a definite shortage, but these daycares, the one in my area filled up in less than a minute for 90 spots. And these are the ones that are located in the schools. But another fact that I learned is that many of the daycares that are before us, they're in the inner city, in North Central. So they need this money to survive. So one of the last things that I think is very, very important is that Saskatchewan is the only jurisdiction west of Newfoundland where licensed nonprofit daycare centers pay commercial property taxes. And Alberta, Manitoba, New Brunswick are tax exempt, they're nonprofit daycares. And Ontario and BC tax them residentially. So I don't think we're stepping out, I don't think we're doing anything crazy here. I think we're looking at developing a policy for our daycares and that we get it right. So I just think we're asking tonight to go back to look at this piece, and I ask that, I think it's important, I think it takes a village to raise a child, and I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. Just a quick, it says nonprofit daycare centers owned and operated. What does that mean to cooperatives and community daycares?
They have to be licensed,
True.
and so that's one of the criteria. There are some that aren't and some that are.
But it's, you're saying owner occupied,
Yeah.
Councillor Young?
Yes.
owned and operated by license? Does
Yes.
that mean,
Yeah, there are
Councillor?
some that are leased, and that may come later if we
Okay.
do a policy, but
Okay.
right now, we're starting with the ones that were
Sure.
just affected by double taxes.
okay, no, I'm good. I just wanted to clarify that. Thanks.
Okay. Councillor Hawkins?
Thank you, Your Worship. I want to echo word for word Councillor O'Donnell's points. There is need to be cautious here, and I also want to add to those points that we have just passed a tax exemption policy, and now we're operating outside of that policy with respect to tax exemptions. That's difficult. That said, this is an interim measure, much like the condo measure. I expect a policy to come back that's much more detailed and coherent, and on the basis that this is an interim measure, I'll be prepared to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Stevens?
Great, thank you. I want to pick up on something Councillor Bresciani had said, as well as Councillor Murray over here, and to Councillor O'Donnell and Hawkins' point. And the amendment, number 4, would be that the mayor, on behalf of City Council, write to the provincial and federal government asking for improved childcare funding and for a universal, affordable childcare program. Get a seconder.
Seconder? Councillor Young?
That one speaks for itself. I think in this letter, we made clear the jurisdictional differences. We're offering support. Are they? What could they do better? It's not just the infrastructure itself, but we need to talk about childcare programming and universal childcare programming in the context of what we're already doing in the city.
So as you're standing there, Councillor Stevens, just so you know,
Yeah.
The Federation of Canadian Municipalities, of which you're a member, already espouses that. Doesn't mean I don't write the letter, just so you know, there already is
Terrific.
a long discussion by the federal government through FCM on this very issue.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to have to get some wording for you, and then I'm going to need a seconder for that. Councillor Young seconded, that's right. Motions on the fly. Well, it would be, we could vote them separately. I want to ask that they voted separately. Okay. I'm asking that they be voted on separately. Yeah. Must be a professor with your handwriting.
They're hieroglyphics.
Mr. City Manager, just as we're waiting for this to be done, can you tell me where we're at with the mill rate right now, if this passes? Second here.
Through your worship, I wasn't thinking, I was waiting for the light. So if this passes, this would be 41,600. So in total, we would be at 0.25 of an increased cost for a total of 591,600. So that would, if you use the 1.2 million that was discussed at the start of the meeting, you've used half of that at this point. So 0.25 reduction.
We use half of the...
Half of the 1.2 million that was identified, that's 0.5 on a mill rate. We're now at 591,600, which is approximately 0.25 of that amount, half of it.
Okay. Any other speakers? We have Councillor O'Donnell on the second one.
I just want to see what he has up there first, if I could, because I'm not sure.
He's doing great.
That's good, I can see it, if you don't mind. So I'm sure that the people, both federally and provincially, get letters, read them intently, and file them on the corner of their desk or wherever. I kind of look at this a little bit differently. If we need, and if FCM has played a role, I think that's good. There's a couple of opportunities where the SUMA delegation goes to Ottawa and meets directly with people who are representative from Saskatchewan. That's one. Two, SUMA goes to the provincial government on a number of files. That's another one. But we have never, in my time, gone to the convention at SUMA and said, here's a public policy consideration. Now, I think I heard from the delegations over some time that there are some other cities, I remember PA, Weyburn, a few others, where they've done this. In other words, it's impacted other places. What I would prefer that this do, because it's too late for us to have a motion, but in fact you request the Board of Directors of SUMA put a motion on the floor of the SUMA convention so that this can be addressed there. That's one. Two, if that is passed, then what will happen is that becomes part of advocacy, which means it can go to the provincial government and it can go to the federal government. I would call that a little bit more teeth. It's face-to-face and so on. But it also puts this notion on the floor of SUMA so that, I don't know, maybe there's a bear pit session and we can ask the minister directly. And the reason I say this, I'll go back to where I began. If this is now falling on our shoulders as well, then maybe we have to go back and say, excuse me, boys and girls, this is yours. What are you going to do about it? So letter, maybe more direct would be my suggestion to the mover.
If you'd like to add that as an amendment, I would certainly approve of that. Tack it on the end.
Just a friendly amendment.
Do you mean other?
Yeah, whatever you want.
Okay, so.
And further that, yeah.
Yeah, Amber, just give me a second, I'll speak out loud and then I'll try this. The Regina City Council, I'll say petition the SUMA Board of Directors to put a motion about daycare on the floor of the SUMA convention.
Actually, I got a slightly different one, Councillor Donald.
I'm open to the wording. I don't like this on the fly, but I think to what the intent is here.
Okay, yeah, I'd speak to that.
Yep.
If I might, I think that what you want to do here is the City Council is requesting the representatives of SUMA from our council have a motion brought to the Board of Directors of SUMA. So we're tasking you and Councillor Hawkins to bring this motion forward to the executive to bring it on the convention floor next February. Yep.
Thanks. I just want to speak to process, just so you know. There was a deadline for resolutions. They've been agreed to, and it's going to the floor. But the representatives, Councillor Hawkins, I have the ability to go to the Board of Directors just prior to SUMA convention and put this on the table and see if we can get support. Okay? Yep. Terrific. And then you all can speak to it, by the way, at convention.
Mm-hmm.
No.
That's good. That's what we need to talk about. That was fun last year.
No, it's on the resolution at convention. On the SUMA, there's a resolution at the SUMA convention. Yeah.
Beautiful.
SUMA convention. That'd be a friendly amendment to Councillor Stevens' report. Other speakers to this? Councillor Young, I would ask you to take my chair, please, if you don't mind.
Mayor Fisher?
I really struggle with this for the principle that we are delving into provincial responsibilities. And this, to me, is a big problem. It's a principle of downloading onto municipalities the regulation and support for daycares. We are not in the daycare business. We are not. And we hear the delegations who have spoken several times to us about our OCP compels us to do this. It does no such thing. It compels us to talk to those who provide those services to please provide those services, but not that we actually do it ourselves. So I want to be clear on that point. We have enough on our plate already. We're spending lots of money tonight. We're doing lots of things that are different, but we continually have this pressure on us as an urban government to assume or take over bits and pieces responsibility of the province. And I think that's a question of principle, a problem for me. The only saving grace in this motion is that it's temporary. That's the only reason why I'm going to support it. And I do that with great reluctance. Because while the money is not a lot, it's a principle behind the motion, the amount that is a problem for me. I certainly support the second part of the motion, which is to lobby the federal government, lobby the province to actually do what's right. Provide enough spaces so we're not the least in Canada, the least number of spaces in Canada. That's the issue. But the tax exemption from commercial to residential is going to have no material difference on the quality of programming. I can't see how that's going to happen, and certainly from what the delegation said last night and previously, it's indefinable what it will be. Will it be more programming, more staff? What will it be? It doesn't mean that they can't use the resources. It just means that it's untargeted, and there's different answers depending upon which company you speak to. So I will support this because it is temporary, but we have to draw a line in the sand at some point and say we are not going to continue to have a download on our city council and the citizens of Regina who are taxpayers. We have the most inflexible form of taxation in Canada. The ad valorem tax does not grow with the economy, it's flatlined. And so when we take on new initiatives, it hurts everyone else. And we have to keep that as top of mind. And that's why the mill rate tonight is so important, to be careful what we do with that. We cannot continue to push things on the shoulders of taxpayers and say, it's a good initiative, it's brand new, let's just try that. It just doesn't work, and we'll get resistance from taxpayers. Yeah, I know. We're gonna, well, you can close debate.
Unless there's anyone else?
Don't think so, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'd like to correct a little bit of what I've been hearing. There are many parts of Canada that have better daycare programs and even more universal daycare, and the cities don't tax those daycares as well, because that's their contribution to daycares. So the provincial government would probably tell you that they give grants per child for daycare. That's their job. They spend money licensing, inspecting, and visiting daycares. That's their job. They're doing it. We'd like them to do more of it, but that's their job. And in new schools, they're even creating spaces for daycares. So they would tell you that they are doing things for daycares. What we're going to ask them to do, and I think this is a much stronger motion now, is to consider a universal daycare. What we're doing tonight, or what I'm asking you to do tonight, is to do what the provincial government has not done, which is exempt all daycares from taxes. So if this universal daycare comes forward, they'll probably be put in the category with churches and everything else that are exempt. So I think it's a specious argument to say that we're taking on the government's work. I think we are actually doing our work, which we hope in the future they will be in a different category, and universal daycare will also be here. So I ask you to please support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Young. So I'm going to call the question on the amendment. Mr. Clerk?
With respect to the amendment, Councillor Bresciani.
Favor?
Councillor Young,
Yay.
Councillor Findura,
In favor?
Councillor O'Donnell,
In favor.
Councillor Flagel,
Yes.
Councillor Murray, Councillor Stevens, Councillor Bryce,
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli,
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins,
In favor.
Mayor Fougere.
Yes.
The amendment is passed 11-0. It's carried.
Councillor Young, any further on the operating budget? On the main motion? We are back to the main motion.
Okay. Can I see it? Is it on the screen?
This is the whole scroll of what we just...
So you're asking me if I have any other motions to bring
No,
forward?
or
to
just any
affect-
comments to make, not just motions, comments on the operating budget. You've added an amendment to it, we've just done that. You have about 4 minutes left on your,
Okay, so now, yeah,
Oh, I'm sorry, okay.
forward.
Do we have
So I
another
think
one?
we still need to.
Yeah, we do, that's right.
Thank
Sorry.
you.
yeah.
The first one too.
Okay,
Okay,
thank
sorry
you.
about that. Mr. Clerk. Apologize for that.
Councillor Bresciani,
Yes,
Councillor Young,
yes,
Councillor Findura,
Yes.
Councillor O'Donnell,
Yes, please.
Councillor Flagel,
Yes.
Councillor Murray, Councillor Stevens,
Yay.
Councillor Bryce,
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli,
Agreed.
Councillor Hawkins,
In favor.
Mayor Fougere.
How about half a vote?
Doesn't
I vote
count.
yes.
It's carried 11-0.
I request a break, please.
Okay. Before I do that, I'd like to see if Councillor Young has any further comments on the main motion operating budget. You don't?
what it is, which is,
It's your operating budget.
Yeah.
It's the main motion of the operating budget. We're breaking it down tonight into operating.
do I have
capital.
any more motions to bring
Or
forward?
just a comment,
No.
or a comment on the operating budget.
I would like to see the mill rate come down excuse me, I would like to see the mill rate come down from the original mill rate. So right now, it's still at the same rate that we had before, correct?
It is, but we're using the $1.2 million that has
So
been
now-
set aside.
So now, what is the mill rate now?
Mr. City Manager.
Through you, Your Worship, utilizing the 1.2 million that was identified as a proposed reduction and the amounts that have been approved to this point in the meeting, the mill rate would be 4.45, and 591,600 is the amount then that council would have prioritized in terms of the 200,000 for community investments, the 300,000 for condo rebate, the 50,000 for pathway clearing, and the 41,600 for the daycare tax mitigation.
So it's now down to 4.45. Okay.
Through Your Worship, that's correct.
I could live with that.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Young. So let's move on to continue on with the operating budget for the 2019 budget. Any other speakers to come forward? Councillor Findura? Just 1 second as I get my clock set up here. Go right ahead, floor is yours.
So, Your Worship, through you, if I can ask our administration, they can find one-time item from the surplus so they help us lower our mill rate.
How
The
much is
300, not 300,000 that was mentioned before.
Okay,
That's
Mr.
one
Manager, do you
time.
want to explain what those are?
Through you, Your Worship, the administration is projecting a surplus at year-end for 2018 of $1 million. That's basically a balanced budget when you look at a budget in excess of $450 million. Council could use $300,000 of that projected surplus to fund one-time items in our 2019 budget. There are banking services of $100,000. There's some work around Regina.ca in terms of advertising and media work, which is $50,000. There's the Volleyball Canada National Championships, which was previously approved by council but still needed to be funded, or $50,000, and a fire master plan consultation work of $100,000. So those total $300,000. That's equivalent to 0.125 on the mill rate. So if council chooses to use 300,000 of surplus, the mill rate would drop by an additional 0.125%.
Okay, that's your motion and seconder, please. Councillor Murray, debate on the amendment.
Through your worship, yes it is.
So Councillor Murray has moved, has seconded that. Councillor Murray has moved that. Are there speakers to the amendment? Councillor O'Donnell?
Are you done, Joe? No. You're done? Okay, thanks. Could you review for me currently the projected or what you see for the general revenue fund? The
Mr. Lacy?
Through you, Your Worship. So general fund reserve balance is projected to be at the end of 2018 approximately $8 million. The minimum in our range is $22 million, so we're significantly below the minimum amount. There are a number of commitments out there that if they came to being would be applied against that reserve balance, the largest one being the Humane Society, and should they ever build a new facility, we have some commitments that we have made that would come out of the general reserve fund to fund that, and that would be in the range of $2 to $3 million. So right now, at the end of 2018, we're projecting $8 million, and with some of the commitments against it, it's probably closer to 5.
and if we just looked a little bit at, you know, this money off and so on, is there any, as we stand, are there any monies that you would put into that reserve fund now? So council has kind of spent some money and talked about more. If you include this in, do we have any cash left, you know? Pennies, dollars?
Through you, Your Worship, the funding source for the general fund reserve has typically always been surpluses that occur in year. So the million or the million less the 300,000, which would be 700,000 at year end, we would recommend that move into the general fund reserve.
And if you don't mind, Mr. Lacy or city manager, whoever, can we just kind of look back a few years? Would there have been a particular kind of money that we used to throw into this? Would it have, in my estimation, been more like 5 or 6 million? And so, I know that we've oft pulled some out, but would it be fair to say that it was a little bit more?
Mr. Lacy?
Through you, Your Worship, that is correct. Previous year's surpluses have been quite a bit larger than what we've seen in the last 2 years, in 2018 and 2017, and it would have been in the range of 5 million, in some years even greater than that.
Thank you. And would it be fair to say, by extension, that the work that you have done to try and, I hate to use this phrase, find efficiencies, saving costs, 9 million plus 2 million are part of that notion, why we are down to $1 million on this overall last budget?
Mr. Lacy?
Through you, Your Worship, that would be correct. I'd also say that as we've improved our processes and systems, we've gotten a lot better as well at matching budget to actuals.
I appreciate that, thank you. And the last question before I make a comment. So if we were to have projects come forward, no different than the ones that are RRI and so on, so in other words, we're talking about multi-million-dollar ones, would then our option be to go to debt to handle those things?
Mr. Lacy?
Through you, Your Worship, yeah, the two main funds are the General Reserve Fund and the Asset Revitalization Reserve for those type of things. There's essentially very little funds left in those two, and so any other projects, most likely our recommendation would be for council to consider debt.
Thank you very much. I want to be consistent today. I started off by saying I was concerned about how much money we have spent some more, and now we're looking at spending some more. I will not be supporting this.
Councilor O'Donnell? Mr. Stevens?
I'll join Councillor O'Donnell on this one. So if I do the math, $300,000 divided by every household, if you gave it to everyone equally, it'd be 43 cents a month. It's so insignificant, it's nothing but optics. It is a rounding error in the most meager of household budgets. We've added new capital. We've added new services. We're costing the city more, and we're not going to be able to save this money again. We're going to be talking about pools and recreation infrastructure and them falling apart. Now is the time for us to look to the future and not to really make a very empty gesture in terms of offering tax relief. I think we need to save this money. We've already dwindled down virtually no surplus into $300,000. This is something we need to actually give to administration to save for the future. I won't be supporting this.
Thank you, Councilor Stevens. Councilor Mancinelli?
I'd like to mirror my opinion behind that of Councilor O'Donnell and Councilor Stevens. Looking at the prospect of debt financing in an economic situation where there's nothing but rising interest rates, it's not a very promising future, especially in terms of mill rate increases in the future to come once servicing debt. I'm going to vote against this. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councilor Bryce?
Thank you. I've heard from my residents that we're making it unaffordable for them to stay in their own homes. Anything we can do to bring that amount down is beneficial for those who are on fixed incomes. So I think I support this, and I think that I'm looking for support of my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bryce. Councilor Berciani?
Thank you, Your Worship. You know, the budgets are tough because, I mean, there's not much in the budget, and there's not much leeway, there's not much left. But one of the things that I've heard from my residents as well, and I know it's only 300,000, but it's going to bring it down a little bit. But one of the things I've heard is that, I mean, it keeps going up. It's 6%, 7%, and it's not just the $8 a month, right? It's more than that. You add in the library, and then you add in the schools. The school board. So I will support the 300,000, even though it's small, but it will at least bring the mill rate down a little bit.
Thank you for that. Any other speakers to the amendment? I'll speak to it. Councilor Young, if you could take the chair, if you don't mind. Deputy Mayor, thank you very much. I rise in favor of the motion. I don't think this is meager or optics. It is actually us doing our due diligence to show that we are in good measure watching taxpayers' money. We have spent a fair amount of money tonight, made some very good decisions, but there's only one taxpayer here, and they're faced with lots of rising costs that are bothering them, and they say that to us. So I'm not going to say I know better than my residents to say that you shouldn't be worried about your tax levels, because they should be. And our response in the mix of this, of providing services, using tax dollars wisely, is to say when we can find efficiencies, we can find that kind of savings to reduce the burden of mill rate, we should do that. This is not overwhelming, no it's not, but it's a principle behind the issue that we are looking for savings, and we will do that. So I do support the amendment. I want to thank Councillor Findura for bringing this forward, and I ask members of council to please support that. Thank you. Councillor Findura, do you want to close debate?
Yeah, I'm on.
I don't see his light on. Do you want to speak? Okay, just a moment.
Okay.
Councillor Murray.
Thanks, through your worship. At the start of this meeting, we had a motion to reduce it by $1 million. We actually accomplished a lot of things and didn't utilize the entire $1 million. Here's a chance for us to show that we are saving taxpayers a significant amount of money. It's not nothing because it started at $1 million. So I'm happy now to support this motion. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Findura.
We're on?
You're on.
Thank you, Your Worship. I do support this, so I made a motion. We're going to be discussing utility rate, which impacts the taxpayer as well. It's going to be 3%. So we need to look at the mill rate and bring it down as much as we can. As well, we need to look at how city operates. We do need cash to make sure that the services are working and everybody's happy. We need lots of cash to bring the services in. But we need to do everything we possibly can to bring the mill rate down. And remember, we're going to be debating the 3% over 3 years. So that's another increase that the residents have to deal with. So let's bring the mill rate down. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Findura. You have closed debate, so Mr. Clerk, vote on the motion.
Thank you. I'll start with Councillor Bryce. Councillor Stevens. Opposed. Councillor Murray.
Yes.
Councillor Flagel.
Yes.
Councillor O'Donnell.
Opposed.
Councillor Findura.
In favor?
Councillor Young.
Opposed?
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor?
Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Mancinelli.
Opposed?
Mayor Fougere.
Yay.
The vote is 7 in favor, 4 against. It's carried, Your Worship.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Findura. You have some time left on the operating budget. Do you want to speak more on that, or are you okay? Other speakers to the main motion as amended on the operating budget. I'm going to call the question on that. Oh, well, hold on. We'll go on to the operating or to the
We should perhaps
capital.
do those.
So I want to do some bit of housekeeping before we move forward. We have the report from Executive Committee of Daycare Options. We did the first motion that Councillor Young dealt with. We have the remainder of that motion, of that report that speaks to the longer term review. And that is to go to the report to the next council meeting next month, or next week. So I get a motion to move that forward. Councillor Murray, seconded by Councillor Bresciani. Do we need a recorded vote for this one to move this? Okay. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We have two communications. I'd like to clear this off the table as well. This is Hannah Oslin on the Maple Leaf Pool. And the second one is the Canadian Federation of Independent Business proposed 2019 General Operating Budget Report. Motion to receive and file, please. Councillor Hawkins, seconder. Councillor Massinelli. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. Councillor Dowell.
Question to administration. So council in the last while has passed actually a few motions about the future, about sustainability and so on. Can you tell me if there's anything in this budget that addresses that, and if so, could you elaborate, please?
Mr. Holden?
I'll go to... Through your worship, I would ask Mr. Lacey to speak to that.
Mr. Lacey.
Through you, Your Worship, so I'm going to speak about a number of things. So recently the city manager announced a reorganization of administration. And one of those pieces of the reorganization was the formation of a division that was looking specifically at citizen services, policy work, and innovation. And so that restructuring, I think, will bring some synergies with respect to developing the long-term plan, with respect to moving forward as a city, with respect to that long-term sustainability motion by 2015. Specifically within the 2019 budget, there's a number of items that I think will begin to move us forward with respect to long-term sustainability. So we will be undertaking a solar panel feasibility study in 2019 in follow-up to a motion that was made by council earlier, and we'll be doing that work in 2019. As well, we're looking at expanding the landfill gas collection system. So this is a gas generator that is fed off of methane gases that occur with respect to decomposition at waste at the landfill. And so we are looking at adding additional generation capacity to that site. And not only does that generate energy, it also reduces methane gases, which is a greenhouse gas. Further, we are implementing Plan 2 in 2019, a one-year pilot recycling program for city-owned facilities. And this is really about diversion of waste from the landfill and expanding the life of the landfill. The city does not have a mandated industry or commercial recycling program. And so this opportunity, by looking at doing this pilot within the landfill within the city, really has two outcomes to it. First, it strengthens the city's own diversion of waste and recycling of material from city-owned facilities, but it also better allows us to understand the implications and challenges of perhaps having a broader policy with respect to commercial, applying that more broadly in the city. So it's a kind of a pilot with a lessons learned piece around that piece. And then secondly, I guess finally, I would add that the city has been doing work around telematics solutions with respect to areas such as solid waste, roadways, parks, and facilities. And this is all about routing our vehicles more effectively and better utilizing those fuels, reducing gas costs and greenhouse emissions. And that process with respect to leveraging those type of technologies will continue as we move forward.
Thank you. I just want to pick up a little bit on technology. Is there anything else beyond that that you could comment or have pondered or dreamed or, I don't know, hoped?
Mr. Lacey?
Through you, Your Worship, I would not say specifically. Certainly, I think that, we, in 2019, as part of our facility planning process, for example, do want to look at and explore more fully energy efficiency in our facility infrastructure. Okay. Exactly what that might look like, I don't think we've determined yet, but that's an area that we want to look at. Possibly look at doing some sort of a pilot, but it would be too early for me to specifically commit to what that might look like.
Okay, good to hear that. Just out of curiosity, with what you have planned or what you foresee for the future, think any of that's going to cost any money, and would we have to come up with some cash?
Mr. Lacey?
Through you, Your Worship, so to undertake some of these initiatives, and I'll just use two as an example. I mentioned the landfill gas collection system, as well as perhaps looking at doing a pilot with respect to looking at reducing energy consumptions in our buildings. Those type of things usually require some type of initial capital investment. So there is a capital outlay. Part of making that determination of whether or not to implement those programs is what's the return on those investments. So over a period of time, do you recapture that initial investment, and over the long term you have a positive return. So short answer is, initially yes, there would be some investments required. Hopefully over the long term you would see savings from that investment.
Thank you. And the last question on this part is, since we've kind of come up publicly about this, has anybody reached out to you that says, you know what, we're interested, maybe there's a partnership, maybe there's local industry or more than that even that would say, this makes sense to us, can we help?
Mr. Lacy or Mr. Holden?
So through your worship, almost immediately after council passed the renewable city, 100% renewable by 2050, we had a number of environmental groups, oil and gas groups, actually reach out to the city. I know that some councillors were approached. I know that Economic Development Regina has been approached. I think it's created a buzz in the community about what the opportunities are. We all know that we have a lot of sunshine and wind, and in terms of just renewable energy sources, I think that there's a lot of opportunity and there's a lot of interest.
Good, thank you for the answers. My point is a real simple one. We have made a commitment that we want these things to happen, and I think initially, as I believe correctly said, we're going to need some cash up front, and we have to make sure that we find a way. And while I understand that there are other orders of government who may be interested in so on, we still have to have some cash. I ask you to keep that forward in your mind as we not only talk tonight, but as we talk in the next little while. Your Worship, I want to make two statements from last night. We cannot debate, but I want to make two corrections of things that I heard. The first one was I heard from one delegation that there was no tax increase from the City of Calgary last year. If I could correct that, I believe the actual number was 3.8. That's on the public record. I'll also tell you that the City of Calgary has a 4-year mandate on tax, and they are basically planning, if I remember correctly, 4.16% each year for 4 years. And what they do on an annual basis is look at it, and they went down to 3.8. That was no zero tax. The second one was, and I just want to mention a little bit about liability, and I quote one of the people that said the following: I have not seen the engineer's report from the pool. I'm not an engineer, but I don't believe it. I cannot live in that environment. If we get an engineer's report, who, by the way, I believe would be certified and so on, I have to follow that. We follow that in other procedures. I don't have the right to look beyond that. Just wanted to correct those two statements.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell, for that. Councillor Bryce?
Thank you. I started the evening with the 1.2, and I'm wondering where we're at with that, because I tabled a motion to bring that forward to bring down the mill rate. So I'm just wondering, I understand from last I heard there was 591,600 left, which would bring the mill rate down to 4.45. Is that correct through you, Your Worship?
This is $300,000. We took it down again.
I thought we took that 300,000 out of reserve.
Right, so the mill rate's down further than that. But
Right. Oh, yes. Yes, I see what you're saying.
Mr. Holden?
Through your worship. So the original motion to reduce the mill rate using the full 1.2, at this point the decisions to add items into the budget has spent half of that, which means $600,000 would be available to reduce the mill rate, and that was where we would end up at 4.45. With the addition of the $300,000 to fund one-time items out of the surplus, the mill rate would now be down to 4.325.
Okay, so I'll make that motion to bring the mill rate down to 4.325.
4.45 with the 600,000.
4.45, but it's already been reduced with the 300,000.
It's been reduced to 4.325.
Okay, thank you. I'll make that motion.
Okay.
If I could get a seconder.
Do we need to do that? I think we've done that. That's what we're actually at right now. With $300,000 we just did?
I'm taking the rest of what's left over the 1.2 million and putting it towards decreasing the mill rate.
Okay. Mr. Holden?
Yes, the original tabled motion was to use 1.2.
Right.
There's 600,000 left, and if you use that, that will reduce the mill rate to 4.325.
Right.
Okay. Councillor Bashani, you second it? Okay, so discussion on that? Just, you're not next yet, so sorry. No. It's Councillor Massinelli on the amendment.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
I rise not supporting this amendment or this motion. I note that the long-term debt in 2013 was $60 million. In 2018, it's 195.6. If we keep on shaving off at all edges of the city, we're going to put ourselves in a very bad situation. In 2013, the reserves were 182 million. 2018, they're at 83. And one last figure is the interest paid in 2013 was 3.4 million. In 2018, it's 8 million a year. Further reducing everything allows administration less money to plan with. It forces us into a debt situation, and once again, debt situations pay interest. This takes away flexibility of future councils to properly look after a city, and I think this is very short-sighted and penny smart and dollar stupid. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Massanelli. Councillor Stevens?
Same argument as before. Last night we heard again from delegations talking about services and infrastructure. I know there's a capital budget to be discussed. I also remember Councillor, I just forgot your last name. I'm blanking tonight. Yes, I know. I'm so sorry. It's a long couple of days. You had mentioned the need for investment in your community centers, space, the development of Region Park. That takes money. It takes operational expenses, and it takes capital investment. I would argue that's where this money should be better spent rather than arbitrarily reducing this. Everything that we've seen suggests we need to invest in community services and infrastructure. This doesn't lend to that. So I'm going to be voting against this.
Thank you for that. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. Just an accounting. Sorry, I can't remember. So we had 1.2 million. We took 6 to reduce the mill rate. The motion above it says 300,000, which would then take away $900,000. So there's $300,000 left for what Councillor Bryce is talking about, or are you saying there's 600,000 that I'm missing 300,000 somewhere?
Let's try this again. Mr. Holden.
Through your worship. So the $1.2 million is a reduction in our proposed 2019 budget.
Right.
You have added items back into the budget that total basically 600,000, 591,600. So that only leaves $600,000 to reduce the mill rate. In addition, there was a decision to utilize 300,000 of the projected 2018 surplus to further reduce.
Yes.
So the mill rate will be reduced in total by $900,000 through those two decisions if council chooses to elect to use the other 600,000.
You just said 900,000. Sorry, I'm missing something.
3 and 6.
There are two funding sources.
Okay, because this one says operating surplus of 300,000, the one that Councilor Findura brought.
Right, that's right.
Okay.
Out of a million.
So this is on the projected savings. Okay.
Okay. 900. Okay. Councillor Murray.
Thanks. Similar to before, the challenge is every time, given my ward, I have lower assessed property values in general. So it's not, when you look at it, a lot of people say, well, it's not a big deal. The thing is every single time we increase the taxes, and it compounds again and again and again. I see challenges all over the world of people getting upset about rising costs. Even if they're minute, those costs aren't big, but people get upset, and we see it all over the world. So it's balancing those two all the time. So it's a struggle. I would love to always go back to the taxpayer and say, hey, just a little bit more, it's $5 a year, and look what we can do with it. But it's that balance going back and forth all the time. So for this, I'm going to support it. Thanks.
Okay. Councillor O'Donnell.
I'd like to present a novel approach. What if we invested some money in innovation and said, you know what, if we invest a little bit now, farther down the road, when we have, I don't know, things on the top of roofs that bring energy, we can start to reduce. What if we invested in geothermal? What if we just invested in the priority that we of council all raised our hand to and said, let's do this and start now, not later? What if we invested?
Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will support this for many reasons. I hear regularly from my ward we pay some of the highest taxes in the city. And I think every year, the taxes are going up 6-7% is what they feel. And it's not that, people have never said, can't afford it, it's not, but what the point is they're not seeing anything more. So, we talk about, there's many things in this budget that I wish residents could understand. It's not just the 1% to the roads, the 4.4%, 4.5% to the stadium. It's another $11 million in this budget that goes to the stadium for the infrastructure for future to look after that. That's what I want residents to understand. So when they see that in our parks where I live, that there's not a lot that, it's bare bones, they're seeing less and we keep increasing the mill rate. That's a concern for residents. The second thing I always hear is we continue just to develop all over this city and we're not looking after our infrastructure. So, we have to do both. Councillor Murray said it's a balancing act, and that's what it is. But I promised the residents I would be prudent with the tax dollar, and I promise that I will do everything to find a balance. And that's what I think we've done tonight. We have many things to do. We've got environmental, we've got lots of other things on this plate but one of the things that I don't think should come to this council, that should be the fault of this council, infrastructure has not been looked after for the last 20 or 30 years. That shouldn't fall here. It's something that we are changing. I give administration, an A+ for now putting dollars in. Closure of pools. Very sad that we have to look at closing 2 pools in 1 year. If we would have, the story out there, tell the residents, in 2 years we would have had to close both pools. We said, okay, we'll look at maybe considering closing one and the other one goes to a major big pool. But again, I hope that moving and learning from this, that we're going to have a plan moving forward for infrastructure. Tonight we've worked very, very hard. I would have liked to seen it lower, but I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brashani. Other speakers to the amendment? Mr. Clerk. Oh, you want to close debate? Okay. Councillor Bryce?
Thank you. I know it's been mentioned about debt and being prudent. We're not talking about taking money that's to go towards debt. The city manager found some savings. So that's what I'm wanting to use to lower. He did what we asked him to do. Be prudent with what you've got. Take another look and see what we can pull out of this. So he did what we asked him to do. He found some savings. We've utilized half of the savings on projects for the city. Now I'm saying we need to take the rest of that and put it towards the mill rate so all the residents of Regina can lower their taxes slightly. So that we're not paying that higher amount. People can't afford to keep paying more and more and more. They don't see everything that they're getting with their tax dollar. They don't feel they're getting more with it, yet they're spending more. So I think we need to do what we are tonight. At least what I would like to do is lower it and make it a little bit more affordable. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. You have closed debate on the amendment. Mr. Clerk?
Councillor Murray.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Nay.
Councillor Young. I'm sorry. Councillor Bryce.
Nobody can remember my name tonight? What the heck is up with that? It's time for all of you to go home, and yes, I vote very much in favor of this.
Councillor Mancinelli.
No.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor?
Councillor Flagel.
Yes.
Councillor O'Donnell.
No.
Councillor Findura.
In favor?
Councillor Young.
Yes.
Councillor Bresciani.
Yes.
Mayor Fougere.
I vote yes.
It is 8-3 in favor, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. That's great. So, any other speakers on the capital, or on the operating, so we can move to our capital budget? I'm going to ask for a vote on the capital budget. Mr. Clerk? Operating as amended. Operating as amended. Sorry. It's late already.
Yes, it is.
Operating as amended. Mr. Clerk?
Councillor Bresciani.
Yes.
Councillor Young.
Yes.
Councillor Findura,
Yes.
Councillor O'Donnell,
Yes.
Councillor Flagel,
Yeah.
Councillor Hawkins,
In favor?
Councillor Mancinelli,
I guess so.
Councillor Bryce,
Yes.
Councillor Stevens,
Yes.
Councillor Murray,
Yay.
Mayor Fougere.
Oh, yeah.
It's 11-0, Your Worship.
Thank you very much for that. Great job, everyone. Let's move on to the capital budget. And I'm going to ask for a list of speakers of, maybe we have lists coming up here. That's good. We'll start with, clear my decks here. Councillor Hawkins, you're up.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to move an amendment to the capital budget, and I'll read it. Move that the current Maple Leaf pool, which has passed its useful life, be replaced with a new pool in the same location. The planning and construction of the new pool begin immediately so that the opening date of the new pool will be no later than the summer of 2020, and that the pool be financed with a 0.45 dedicated mill rate increase to be levied on property taxes in 2019, 2020, and 2021, with all of the funds being so raised being held in a dedicated reserve for the purpose stated herein. I'd seek a seconder.
Seconder for that? Councillor Findura.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. This is a motion which comes out of what we heard last evening. This is a motion about the poorest of our children amongst us. Tonight, we've dealt with toddlers, we've dealt with condo owners, we've looked after the needs of many people. Now, what this motion seeks is that we look after the basic needs of our young people and our teenagers. We heard what the Maple Leaf pool means to them. It means swimming, it means water, it means summer vacation. It won't be satisfied by simply a splash pad. It means meeting new friends. It means, for one young lady, getting to know the lifeguard who helped her paint her fingernails. It means that kind of close personal contact. Our budget is, the administration's proposal is labeled investing in your priorities. Well, one of our priorities has to be those young people. One of our priorities has to be our neighborhoods. We talked about consultation. Well, last night and for the past week, we have conducted the consultation with that neighborhood and indeed with the city. We heard heart-wrenching stories from the people that were in the audience, but each one of us has had emails, many emails, phone calls. I can tell you I've had many phone calls and emails from the residents of Ward 2 saying, you look after that pool, you give those people a new pool, they deserve our affection, our care, and our love. We want a new pool there. We've talked a bit about timing. If you look at the initial proposal, the timing for a new pool or new something was 2022. In the life of a young person who's 14 years old, 2022 is a long way away. That's why this motion says let's get on with it immediately. Let's look at the 2020 season. Financing is a challenge. You know, we put 0.45 of a dedicated mill rate increase into a stadium for professional athletes. Surely we can put 0.45 of a dedicated mill rate increase into a pool for our children who need it the most. If there are other ways to finance this, I'd be happy to hear from the administration. The important point, though, is that I think we can put 0.45 of a dedicated mill rate increase over the 3 years if that's where we have to go. I want to say this. This isn't a moment for delay. This isn't a moment for prevarication or shilly-shallying. This is a moment for courage. This is a moment to stand up for the people and the students and the young people in one of our hardest neighborhoods. This speaks not to financing. This speaks to our conscience. I'd ask your support to build a new pool in the Heritage neighborhood to replace the Maple Leaf pool. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. We have speakers to the amendment. Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. Certainly support the motion. Councillor O'Donnell had, I just barely remembered that name, thank you. I forget everyone's last name, had mentioned some questions about the status of that pool. There was a 2014 Stantec recommendation. The question is, or a statement, the question is not whether or not to completely rebuild each pool, but rather it is a question of when to undertake the work. So I'm pleased this is coming forward. From a social inclusion perspective, there's no questioning the value of Maple Leaf Pool. And I would associate that value to Dewdney and other facilities, and we need to invest in an infrastructure. It kind of goes back to what we talked about earlier in terms of what we should do with surpluses and revenue left over at the end of the day. Question for administration, when are we going to see the public release and discussion of the Recreation Master Plan?
Mr. Onright.
Through your worship, that'll be coming to council in the first quarter. The intent is to bring it in January of 2019.
Wonderful. If you could, administration, walk me through, from its release, how does that then provoke more public engagement? So will there be an opportunity to still engage the Heritage, Al Ritchie, and Eastview communities about the Maple Leaf pool site and what they would like that pool site to look like?
Mr. Onright.
Through your worship, if what you're referring to, and it gets a bit complex with Councillor Hawkins' amendment. So if the work in the pool is to start immediately, that consultation process would need to start immediately. So we anticipate there would be about 4 months, 2 months for conceptual design, and then the build would start, demolition would start very early in 2020. The build would be in 2020. So there would be consultation with that community, but if the pool is to be built like for like, there's not a lot of room on that site to put other amenities in that site if you're going to put a pool in that site.
Great, thank you. I know administration and through discussions with the consultant, there is a conversation ongoing about what we should be investing in going forward. And we've talked about splash pads, but I think different forms of innovative recreation activities like skate parks. Will we still have an opportunity past this to have a conversation with those communities about other forms of outdoor and indoor recreation facilities and what kind of investments we need to make?
Mr. Onright.
Through your worship, yes, that would happen through the consultative process, even the discussion about the pool to make sure we have everybody on board and they're well informed. Through those discussions, I'm trusting the community would tell us what else they would like to see in that community, and that would then have to come forward. If there is money required to put those other amenities in, that would be a decision by council.
Great, thank you. Cost. Seen some floating numbers here. We had some discussion in terms of the delegations last night. 4 million to 5 million. I'm seeing similar facilities being put out to tender for between $1, $2, and $3 million and communities like Outlook, Davidson, and PA. Why are there so many numbers out there? Maybe clarify what it would cost to remediate the site and build the site somewhat like for like.
Mr. On, okay. Mr. Lacey.
Through you, your worship, so we have seen reports of that as well, and through the recreational master planning process, we've reached out and asked those questions. So the 4.5 million is based on the advice we receive with respect to our engineering consultants. And while that specifically relates to the information we had in 2014, we've just updated those costs for today's costs. When you look at some of the other facilities where you see pools for cheaper costs and where we've reached out, that could be for a number of reasons. And unless you know the specific design, the material that's used in the construction of those facilities, and the methods and processes, all of that factors into the overall cost design. So there could be a number of factors on why you're seeing different pricing, including size of the pools as well.
Thank you very much. I am very aware of problems that happened in the past. I don't want to repeat them. What are we doing to prepare for the eventual erosion of this infrastructure? In other words, are we going to have a plan in place to better invest and maintain over the years compared to what we've seen in the past?
Mr. Lacy?
Through you, Your Worship, so there's a number of pieces of work as it relates to our facilities that have been undertaken. So we have our facility asset master plan, which kind of looks at facilities and the age of those facilities and the priority with respect to replacement. And another important component is the facility asset maintenance program that we have. And we've talked about that, I think, before council before, that we know that we have a significant backlog on maintenance work that needs to be done. In the current budget, it's pegged at $8.4 million for this year. We believe a more appropriate number to be doing the maintenance that we should be doing to extend the life of our facilities should be more in the range of $15.7 million.
Thank you. Do I have time for an amendment?
You got about 30 seconds left.
That's all I needed. The amendment would be that administration seek third-party funding, including but not exclusive to the federal government. And to be clear, this isn't conditional. It's as a matter of process, we look for other forms of funding.
The Councillor Hawkins will accept that amendment to it.
Great, thank you. Is there any discussion? I'd like to hear it.
Any discussion on the amendment?
No, we haven't.
Councillor Stevens' amendment to the motion. Are we clear what the amendment says? It's not going on the screen.
4.5 is what we need, right? What we believe we need.
Sorry, yeah, third-party funding, not including but not exclusive to the federal, yeah, government funding. Whatever makes it sound good. Not thinking as clearly.
Just including.
Yeah. Including government.
No, not. That's a bit wordy. We're clear on the amendment?
Yeah, you know the purpose.
Your Worship? Yep.
On the amendment, are you open to public corporations coming forward too?
What do you mean? Public corporations?
Sure. Private, public, I mean, publicly traded or private companies that want to give you $1 million?
Third-party funding is third-party funding. It's
Okay.
a different question if it all of a sudden becomes labeled, but
Okay.
City Manager.
Through your worship, just in terms of the motion, not the amendment that was just added. So putting 0.45 dedicated mill rate for 19, 20, and 21, I think gets us $3.2 million. So we believe the costs are $4.5 million. We would need $500,000 in 2019 to begin the conceptual, I guess the consultation and then do a conceptual design. And then we would need $4 million to pay for the actual construction of the pool. So what I'm suggesting is $500,000 in 2019, and we would need another $1.33 million in each of 20, 21, and 22. I'm extending it one additional year, which would be a 0.55% dedicated mill rate increase for 20, 21, and 22.
Okay, so let's deal with the, we have an amendment right now. I want to deal with that amendment first. We go back to the other one. So let's deal with Councillor Stevens' amendment first. Are we all clear on the source of funding on? Okay. Councilor Massanelli. Okay, you may lose your space in the queue. Go ahead, to the amendment.
So I think this piece is very important to this motion, but I wanted to know from administration, does this include the capital funding that we'll be getting from the federal government here in upcoming, is this going to be now added to that list?
Mr. Holden?
Through your worship, the Investing in Canada funding that's available for sport, culture, and recreation facilities that is coming to Saskatchewan, total $60 million.
Yes.
If Regina was to get a contribution comparable to what we've had in the past, the maximum amount of investment that we would see come would be $8 million. And that if it came to us as an allocation. And there's been no decisions made whether we will receive an allocation or whether we'll have to compete through a competitive process. So $8 million is limited in terms of the opportunity to invest. When you see a recreation master plan early in January, you'll see the extent of investment that we need. So could it be utilized for this? Yes, but there are probably going to be other investments that are of greater priority than replacing the pool in terms of total dollar value. And again, it has to be one-third, one-third, one-third.
Thank you for that. I just want to ensure that it would be on the list for consideration. Is that accurate? Okay. And I agree with the sponsorship, that meaning any kind if it's big organizations. But there also, I would ask if there's any other kind of funding out there that we would look for, obviously, for pools or any other infrastructure for that.
Mr. Holden?
So, Your Worship, we're currently undertaking a sponsorship, advertising, naming rights policy that will come to Council in 2019. We've had many discussions with opportunities around sponsorship through the development of the policy. A challenge related to a seasonal facility, of course, is an outdoor pool, depending on weather, is open anywhere from 10 to 12 weeks, depending on weather. So it's not something that private sponsors have really wanted to make investment in because they don't feel they get exposure. Not to say that it's not something that we would look at and consider, but to be realistic, I think the potential to receive third-party funding from private sector or sponsorship would be limited.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, or Mr. Mayor, I think there was a discussion around sometime that maybe the bigger players, if it be Saskatchewan Rough Riders, I know there was a conversation there about working something with their inner city. I hope those would be things that would be considered. Thank you.
I think Councilor Barshani. I'm sort of reticent of having people lose their space on the main motion for the capital budget. Who else wants to speak on this amendment? Councillor Stevens' amendment. I'd like to speak on that. Councillor Young, if you could take the chair, please.
Mayor Foucher?
This is a really important amendment because it speaks to seeking third-party funding for the government of Saskatchewan and the government of Canada. And I have raised the issue of recreation funding with Minister Goodale on a couple of occasions. And I know he's aware of our discussions tonight. I know he's aware of the debate happening, both in Heritage and Wascana Park. And on behalf of this council, should this motion pass, I will be speaking directly with him on what is the process to have an application go forward and what is the likelihood of that happening. It's pretty clear, I think, that no one has spoken against any part of that motion. I will speak once again on the formula that Councillor Hawkins has put forward. I don't disagree with that necessarily, but it's the formula I'm concerned about. But in terms of the amendment from Councillor Stevens, I wholly support that. I do support having third-party, private companies, private corporations. There's a lot of goodwill out there, those who see the need, that want to help, and if they don't identify what it is, we'll see that help come forward. We can all think of names of companies that would be doing that, or families or charities that would want to do that as well. So I will support the amendment. Anyone else on the amendment? Councillor Stevens, do you want to close debate on the amendment? Mr. Clerk?
Councillor Murray. Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Bryce.
Yes.
Councillor Mancinelli.
Yes.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor?
Councillor Flagel.
Yep.
Councillor O'Donnell.
Yes.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Young.
Yes.
Councillor Bresciani.
Yes.
Mayor Fougere.
I vote yes.
It's 11-0 on the amendment.
Okay, back to the motion that was put forward by Councillor Hawkins. Are there any other comments on that? Okay, Councillor Bryce, you're up.
Thank you. So my timeline and costs questions have been answered, so I won't go through those. I just want to know, will this delay any other projects that the city has on the go?
Mr. City Manager.
So through you, your worship, this project is not going to delay other projects. However, if you apply a dedicated mill rate increase to fund this, obviously that's a choice that funding isn't available to fund other initiatives, but there's no projects being delayed. It's all about
Okay.
the priorities of council.
Thank you. My concern was the Regent Park project that we've been working on and had lots of public consultation on, that would be delayed because of this project. I'm glad to hear it won't be. Now, I know that we've been doing public consultation for what feels like years for the Regent Park project, so how come this one can be so short? Through your worship.
Mr. Onright. Or, go ahead. Ms. Howard.
Through your worship. So the Regent Park is a little bit different because we are looking at the whole area and looking at potential land sales to help fund the larger recreational needs. So we are bringing a report for it in January to council with 3 different options that would range from utilizing a portion of the land through land sales all the way to no land sales and a full recreational development, which will give all of the gamut with respect to the costs that would be associated with that.
Thank you. I'd hate to see something like this delayed as long as it's taken us to get any movement forward on the Regent Park project.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Young.
Thank you, your worship. I like every part of that except number 3. Does this mean that our mill rate would go back up to 4.7 if we pass it?
4.7.
Through your worship,
Nolan?
we had got the mill rate to 4.325. If we add 0.45 in 2019, it would go to 4.775. Now, it's important also to remember that increasing the mill rate by 0.45% in 2019 basically adds $1,080,000 to the budget, and then of course that money would be there in each of the subsequent years. So you do not need to raise the 0.45 each year, you just raise it the first time. So this would get us to 4.32 if we did it over 4 years. So if we just extended that one more year, 19, 20, 21, and 22, and at the end of 22, that 0.45 could be reduced. Is that correct?
So tell me again, it's late. Tell me again, what would the mill rate be this year if we were to do that?
So your worship, the mill rate would be 4.775.
So
But if you extend it for a year, you said, it goes to 4.32? No. Mr. Holden?
Through your worship, right now, we are at 4.325. If we add 0.45%, In 2019, we go to 4.775.
So last night, I left the meeting having heard two people talk about what I think is how we should go. And one of them's here tonight. We need to build both pools. We need Wascana Pool, it has to be rebuilt. We also need Maple Leaf Pool. So I think that there may be some other innovative ways that we could go about moving both of these forward. I don't know what they are because I'm not part of administration. But just thinking about the fact that Wascana Pool is a big pool, it's got a lot going on. Is it possible to stage it, where we do basic pool and then we begin to add things over the years? Do we have to do it all at once? We would certainly have to do the ground pool the first time, but are there other things we could add as we go on? So could we extend the build over time, or are there other innovative ways we could look at moving both forward under the planning money that we have set aside? Maple Leaf Pool would be really taking the pool that's there out, but we wouldn't have to grade and fill it in and do all that work. We could simply build another pool in there. Now, I'm not an engineer. I don't know what this costs. I would like to see the administration have an opportunity to see how we can use the money at our disposal now and any money in future years to be able to move both of them forward so that we can build both pools, because I left last night thinking we need both. And how do we do that without raising the mill rate up to 4.7 this year? I don't have an answer, and I don't know what the answer is, but I can't support putting the mill rate back up to 4.7 when we just took it down.
Mr. Holden? Or Mr. Lacy?
With the money we've allocated.
Mr. Holden?
So through your worship, the three of us were talking. So you're asking if the money that is in the proposed budget, which is 1.5 million for Wascana Pool and the 15 million that's in the following 2 years capital, that we look at how we can allocate that budget and potentially achieve both builds? Is that what I...
Both,
Young?
both builds, but perhaps not take Wascana all the way to the destination pool in the first year or two. Add some other things as we go along, and hopefully there'll be some third-party funders that will come forth and help with that. And that may or may not happen, I realize that.
Mr. Holden?
So through your worship, I'm not going to say it's impossible. I think it's something that we would have to look at. You know, what we've talked about in terms of Wascana Pool is building what we call a destination outdoor aquatic facility. So it is, the plan is that we would build a facility that would be a citywide facility, would attract families. People would want to access it. It's in the park. It has a lot of play amenities and opportunities to have an enhanced recreational experience than what we have in our community today. If we reduce that somewhat, then I think there is an opportunity to take a look at what the projects would look like. Obviously, we have the money for Wascana in 2 budget years after 19 in terms of some of the design. So we can go down a road where we look at what the design options are, and depending on the extent of how far we want to go in terms of creating that unique experience, there might be an opportunity to reduce the cost at Wascana. But that's work that we would have to do through the design process.
And I'm not saying don't reach the end point of where you wanted that to be, but maybe it doesn't all have to happen all at once. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Flegel?
Thank you. Mine is kind of like Councillor Young's too, but right from get-go, when this thing all started blowing up in our face, it was, we have $15 million. Where's that money, where is that money today that we're going to spend on Wascana? Where's the 15 million? set
Lacy?
out for 2020 and 21.
Mr. Lacy?
So with respect to the proposed 2019 budget and the five-year capital plan as it relates to the destination outdoor pool at Wascana, there is currently $1.5 million in the capital plan.
Okay.
And that 1.5 million is going towards the planning of the design of the new Wascana destination pool. And it also includes, part of that 1.5 million would be used to begin prep work at once the pool closes, prep work in the fall of 2019, as well as demolition work with respect to the Maple Leaf pool, the current structure that's there. So that's what the 1.5 buys you.
Thanks.
Sorry, and then in addition to that, in 2020 and 2021, there's $15 million in the capital plan to actually fund the building of the new destination pool at Wascana. And the plan projects that would be funded through debt, that $15 million.
So could, through you, if, I'm not a huge fan of the .45, but could we advance $4.5 million out of the debt to pay for Maple Leaf in 2019? Instead of going down the .45 route for the next 3 or 4 years? Could we not just put it on our debt out of the 15 million that we're going to put into debt? Could we not put it in 2019 and build Maple Leaf Pool?
Mr. Lacy?
Through you, Your Worship, so with respect to a rebuild of the Maple Leaf Pool, I'll call it a like for like, so very similar to what's there, but a new pool. We project that cost is 4.5 million. We would require 500,000 in the current year to do design work, etc., and then 4 million in 2020 to complete the construction with the hope of opening later in the 2020 season.
Okay.
So to your question, yes, you could fund that additional 4 million through debt and add it on to your debt piece. There'd still be a question of where the 500,000 for 2019 and where would that come from?
Okay. I think what I've looked at with this whole Maple Leaf Pool is my intention at that one point, when I saw $15 million to go into Wascana and not into Maple Leaf, my thought was spend 9 on Wascana, 9 million, spend 4 or 5 million on Maple Leaf and a spray park at El Richie to give those people something else like the design we thought we might do at Maple Leaf would take and add into another effectiveness for the area, because we've got that beautiful play structure at Al Richie, and by putting a water park, spray pad and basketball court, it would just enhance that whole area. The other thing, so I don't know if that's a possibility, because now we're talking 3 different projects, but a spray park, Northwest Spray Park was what, $1 million, no, $1 million roughly? 650 was donated, yeah. Was that the total price?
Ms. Harlock?
Through Your Worship, that's right, the original was around the 6, and then to do the accessibility one, there's about, it's still in the SAF model, the 3 million is needed.
Right, okay. So for $15 million, you can get a new Wascana pool, same size, bigger, enhance it, Maple Leaf pool, and a spray park at Al Richie, which would just enhance the rest of that play structure. That's the route I would take. We got the money, we're going to set it aside capital. I don't know that we need to go after the whole city of Regina when we can just fund it through debt. That would be my thought. I'll leave it for now.
Thank you for that. Councillor Murray?
Thanks. I'm just looking for an update on the other 2 pools that are nearing closure, just so I can get it, make a decision on this levy specific to this pool. I want to know how close we are to those other 2 pools, how long their lifespans are. Looking at, I'm hearing things like near term and those words, so I want to know how many years that is probably.
Sure, Your Worship. I'll have Ms. Hargrove provide a response on an update on that.
Ms. Hargrove?
Through you, your worship, the 3 remaining pools, we have one that would be similar age to Maple Leaf. It's about 72 years old. The other 2 are in their 50s. All have obviously experienced some degree of structural deterioration. Our best estimate right now is we are looking at a lifespan between 5 and 10 years for the 3 pools. We estimate that we would need to invest approximately $3 million in structural work at those 3 pools over the next decade to keep them in service. So when we're talking short term, that's the Maple Leaf. The near term means that we do have some time with those existing facilities, but we need to be aware of the structural deficiencies as well as some mechanical and electrical work that will need some investment.
Okay. Just for clarity, it was $3 million per pool?
$3 million total for those 3 pools over a decade.
Over a decade, okay. And that, what would the lifespan be that they would extend those pools to, likely? I know it's an estimate, but...
Through you, your worship, that level of investment would keep those pools in operation between the 5 and 10 year mark.
Okay, thank you, that's all.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Councilor Murray. Councilor Bresciani.
Thank you, your worship. So I don't think there's, you know, a councillor here, or I can't speak for everyone, but that doesn't want to see Maple Leaf Pool stay open. After we heard all the delegations last night, I think it's very, very important to the community. The only piece here that concerns me is number 3. I don't want to see the mill rate go up. I want to see a financial plan. I think this is how we get in trouble sometimes as a city. All of a sudden we make these rash decisions, and you know, how are we going to pay for this? We should have a financial plan. I think it's unfair to say to administration, we want to, you know, do the pool and figure it out tonight. So, you know, one of the things I think would be great is if we could, I mean, have a consensus that Councillor Hawkins has brought forward, that we have the pool. We want it to be kept open, redone, and financially though, how would we do that? Is it something that administration could bring back a financial plan of how to do that?
Mr. Holden.
Through your worship, clearly I think we heard from delegations and we're hearing from council that there's a desire to not only invest in Wascana but to invest in Maple Leaf. So I think there's an opportunity to utilize the $1.5 million that's in the budget today, and I'll get some comment from Ms. Hargrove and Mr. Lacey in a moment, but utilize the $1.5 million that we have in the budget today to explore what a replacement of Maple Leaf would cost. There's not a lot of space where we can do much different than replace like for like. If we look at a replacement of Wascana Pool like for like, that investment is $10 million. So I also heard that there are a number of folks in the community that really want to see Wascana continue to be like it is today, and whether or not the community wants to see what we call the citywide destination facility, I think there's still an opportunity for discussion. There is $15 million in the budget over 2020 and 21. If we go through those consultations, there may be an opportunity to come back and say, it's not 15 million, it's slightly more, or we may be able to come back and say, there is an opportunity to phase some of the development of Wascana. That's not easy to do when you're building a pool. So unless you're building separate spaces, you can phase it, but if you're looking at building one, you know, large tank and having different components within that, it's not always easy to do. But that would be an option where administration utilizes the funding that we have in the budget today, the 1.5, and then the additional 15 million in our capital, and we see exactly what would be able to bring to council towards the end of 2019 when we're actually looking to move forward on the projects. And I just asked Ms. Hargrove to comment whether I'm off base totally or whether there's actually an opportunity here.
Through you, your worship, I concur with what the city manager has described.
Great, thank you. So Can I just ask in regards to, we had a delegation come forward, indicated that she had done some work with Stantec and got some quotes. Do we actually get multiple quotes on this, or do we just go to, you know, I'd like to know, is it on the table that it's, you know, it's competitive and that we want to get the best deal? I would like to hear about that.
I'm sure it is. Mr. Holden.
Through your worship, I'll have Ms. Hargrove describe some of our procurement processes and the tender process that we use. It is absolutely an open, competitive process. But
Ms. Hargrove?
Through you, your worship, yes, we do go through a very competitive process. So the report that the delegate was referring to was done in 2014, and it actually gave 5 different funding scenarios. But in actuality, if we were to proceed, we would go out for public procurement for an architectural consulting and multiple disciplinary firm. It would be public procurement. We would have a number of criteria, including the price, in terms of awarding that. And then through that design process, as we work through the concept to detailed design, we look at opportunities, value engineering, look at ways to bring in the project within the budget that we are given. And once we have a tender-ready package, we then again go out for public procurement, which is open for a period of time, open for competitive bidding, and then we can evaluate based on a number of criteria, including the price.
Good, thank you. So one of the other things that I'll add on to what Councillor Flagel had indicated, that talking about maybe looking at 2 pools, just redoing them like to like. One of the things that I heard was, you know, instead of doing a big hub outdoors, maybe future down the way, it would be better to do an indoor. So maybe this is the best way to move. But I think that I also like the piece that we need to engage the residents. Great to sit around this room, but I think on moving forward with Wascana, I think that has to be the next piece, that we have to engage the residents of Regina to ensure that that's exactly what they want. So, Your Worship, is there an amendment that's needed in light of what the city manager has indicated? Or do we want to leave that to Councillor Hawkins? Or?
We may be getting, just speaking with the clerk here, that I want to make sure we don't get into a contrary motion.
What's that mean?
Means it's something that contradicts what's there. You can do something that can enhance or can amplify but not contradict the motion. So it would depend upon what motion would come forward before we make that judgment.
Well, I think I heard from the city manager that they would bring back a report to council. Is that not what you indicated? You would bring a report back to council in regards to how to fund this? Is that what I heard?
Mr. Holden?
Through your worship. So what we would do is start some of the consultation in terms of the heritage community and obviously the community around Wascana. Understand exactly what the community wants in terms of both Maple Leaf and Wascana. And at that point, we would come to council, we would have a better sense then of exactly what the total cost of both would be, realizing that we have $15 million within the budget for 20 and 21. So the plan would be, depending on where we end up, to start construction on both of those facilities in 2020. If we need additional money because we find that community for the Wascana facility wants more than just a like-for-like replacement, then there's an opportunity to have that conversation a year from now.
Well, probably the one that I was going to bring was contradictory, so I'll maybe leave it there.
Some are not so good. It could be construed as being opposite to what's being recommended, or a referral motion to refer everything to the administration to come back with a idea that meets the needs for the heritage community, Wascana, those two together. That would not be contradictory. That would be over and above what's being recommended. That's one option.
Thank you. I think there's other people that want to speak.
Absolutely,
so
there are. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks. So there was certainly a number of things that I heard, you heard last night. I think I want to focus first, though, on what I didn't hear. So if I was to take a very, very narrow view, and understanding that the pool operates for 11 weeks of the year, it seemed to be that the pool was a great community place and a place for people to go. What I wasn't hearing was, so what happens after 11 weeks? What do you do for the rest of the time? I heard that the kids need care, need food. What happens the rest of the time? So what I didn't hear was a different option. Everybody kind of came with one focus, build our pool, that's it. I'm wondering if I went 10 blocks away, which would still be the neighborhood, and asked the folks, so do you want a pool or do you want a gymnasium? Do you want a, and then I can go down the list. So the trouble I have with what's before me is that it doesn't have consultation in it. That's one. Two, on the 0.45%, actually I find it kind of intriguing. The last time I had 0.45 before me, I fought an election on that. And so because it encompasses the whole city, I struggle with this right now. I cannot separate Wascana from this build. I cannot, and I'll say it this way, if the folks want a pool, then I'd like to consider that at Maple Leaf. If the folks, and this is the wide range, want a pool and what type of pool in Wascana. But what I also heard is some folks said, I don't know about a pool in Wascana. I'd like to hear that. Then I would like to be able to look at financing options. City manager is very clear about where the bulk of the money is coming from, debt finance and so on. Okay, I get that. But on all of these points, I think it is fair, because we keep saying it here, to go back for public consultation. That's all. Public consultation. We can direct it to be pretty quick and all that kind of stuff, but I think people have a right to have a view, and by what the motion that's in front of us, it is now very wide, that view. It's not just a neighborhood plan, it is much wider in terms of the city. Based on the motion that's before me, I cannot support this. If there is public consultation that comes forward, I'm interested.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Fandera.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, our consultation, I believe, was last night, and today was a pretty busy day. There's a lot of emails, a lot of phone calls, there's a lot of discussion. This is, as some might say, exciting, right? I heard that some of us couldn't sleep, so it's impacting the community. I'd like to see the master plan kind of get here quicker than what it has been, because we need to look at not just one area, but one area is important. One area, Heritage, came to us with an issue. This issue came to them overnight, boom, just showed up, it's here. Wow, so consultation is great, but what do we do in meanwhile? I mean, you hear the story about children, swimming, lunch, you know, I mean, as a social program, as a community, as a people, we do that. The social programs, I mean, this is what we're all about. I mean, questions are asked about the policing and what's better. Is the policing reactive or proactive? And Chief said it's reactive. So what's proactive? What's the cost in all these things? So we need to look at as a group, as a city of Regina, and as a region, because we're talking about regional cooperation and region. So we need to look into the region. Now, of course, everyone has their own stuff. But as a city, Heritage came to talk to us. And I heard loud and clear that the children need a pool. 17, 14-year-olds will not stand under an umbrella or under a shower head. That's not the thing. I know I could probably, I'm older, but not that old yet. I could stand there to cool off, but it's the activity. But it's more of a social program where I'm hearing about lunch. You know, I mean, you know, when you look in some areas, we have low income and we have different, we can't judge that. All families have difficulties. So this is a difficult part for us. So I hear pool. So I would look at, let's say, to to satisfy or to help the whole city is to remove the 3 and then to add what our city manager mentioned about, let's look at, but we need a pool. I do agree, we need a pool. We need a lot of things in the area, but let's start here. We need to do something. And if you look back, I mean, from delegations came and talked to us about back in the 80s. Discussion was about how the first number one thing comes is a community. Community-based, that drives our city. Looks at our young. We look into our young to be our next leaders. So we need to give them that, and people listen. So I would say take 3 down. See how we can word this, make a motion to look into the 1.6, whatever we've got, and start that process. So, Your Worship, thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Fernando. Councillor Bryce.
Vote on that separately. So I just want to talk about number 3 as well, and I'm hoping we are able to vote on these separately. So I just want to throw that out there to start with. And then I want to talk about funding of our crumbling infrastructure recreation spaces like the pools. So a few years ago, a number of years ago, we had issues with fleet replacement. So we as a council decided to have a fleet reserve fund put together, so when we needed a new fire truck or a new bus or whatever we needed, we had money there to do it. We also took a look at our crumbling infrastructure, the roads, how they were, and thought, this has been ignored for too many years. We have to do something about this. So we made a plan and we're doing something about it. We're sitting around talking tonight saying, we've got all these pools that are crumbling, there's other infrastructure recreation-wise that are crumbling eventually. So we need to do something about it. So we need to put a plan in place like we have with the fleet, like we have with the residential road renewal, so that we have a plan so we're not sitting talking about pools every 2 to 3 years. Because we've got 2 right now that aren't really usable, and we've got a couple more in the back mirror that are ready to go. This isn't rocket science. We have to have a plan moving forward to fix the problems that we have, or we're going to continue to have these problems. So I think that we need to refer number 3 back to administration to bring us forward a plan that's going to move forward with our infrastructure. I think like for like, you got $15 million put aside for the super pool, $5 million or 4.5 I heard say for the Maple Leaf pool, $10 million for like at the Wascana pool. Let's move this forward. We can do the public consultation to see what else needs to be added. There's no need for the 0.45 to increase property taxes, but we need a plan moving forward to fix the infrastructure problems that we're having with our recreation facilities. Just like the roads, just like the fleet. Let's do something about it instead of keeping up this talk every year or 2.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thanks. I guess I have a question to start out my comments through the chair. Do we not already have a plan in place for looking after our crumbling infrastructure and facilities under the Facilities Asset Management Plan?
Mr. City Manager?
Through your worship, yes, we have increased our investment in our facility management systems. Mr. Lacey indicated that this year we're at about 8.4 million. We should be investing 15. That's allowing us to take care of the assets that we currently have. That's not putting forward plans for replacement. So you're going to see the Recreation Master Plan in January. It's going to identify a number of facilities that we'll need to consider for replacement into the future. And we absolutely need to look at a funding model that will allow us to set money aside so that we can make investments that improve quality of life for everyone that lives in this community. So 1% for residential roads. We've accomplished a significant amount of infrastructure improvement and rebuilds. And there's a report coming to council on the 17th about a different model where we do more maintenance paid activity. That 1%, this is the last year of that 1%. In the future, council has an opportunity to look at putting a similar program in place to fund recreation. So yes, we're taking care of our assets better than we ever have. We still have some room to go, but we definitely need to look at a funding source that sets money aside so we can replace and add new infrastructure to the facilities that are getting to the end of their life cycle.
I guess just to follow up on that facility asset management, when you say it should be funded at 15 million, so these are the facilities we're talking about right now, like the Schmerler, the Wickenheiser. These are all facilities that we're basically putting Band-Aids and patchwork on because we're not following through with the intention of the plan as it was formulated. Am I wrong in that understanding?
Mr. Holden?
So through your worship, I'm going to let Ms. Hargrove comment because she's the one who has the responsibility to manage the system.
Ms. Hargrove?
Through you, your worship, we have the Facility Asset Management Plan, which is the dedicated plan to take care of the assets we own. And to that is what the city manager is referring to, would be an appropriate funding level at 15.7. We're currently funded around 8 million. So we have made improvements on the amount of funding available and the amount of work that we can do to take care of the deferred maintenance on the assets we own, but there's still a gap. The other program that we have, I think you're referring to, is a corporate facility master plan, which really prioritizes all corporate facility renewal. So it doesn't matter if it's a recreation facility or a fire station or a transit fleet. What it does is it prioritizes all of those facilities so that when we do have a dollar to invest in a facility renewal, we have a priority that has been vetted using multiple criteria analysis. And so that program will look at the results of the newly refreshed Recreation Master Plan, will give us what their priorities are, and then we will prioritize those amongst all other corporate facility master plans. So we have the methodology, but what we don't have yet is a dedicated funding source or sustainable funding.
Okay. One more comment. We've mentioned the $15 million put aside for this program. We don't actually have that money. That would be debt we will incur to do it, correct? So it's not like we have a pot of money waiting to do this. We'll take on debt to accomplish anything right now at the way we're going.
Mr. Lacey?
So just through you, your worship, just to clarify, you're referring to the facility management program?
No, right now is referring to the 2020 and 2021, 15 million set aside for the goals program.
Mr. Lacey?
So through you, your worship, that 15 million is funded through debt. There's not a funding source currently identified other than debt.
Okay. I see a lot of wisdom in Councillor O'Donnell's comments about the 11 weeks. But on the flip side, looking at how we've paid money for reports that advise us to finance things to a certain degree, and those reports become aged and ignored and useless and wasted. And I think that's what's happening right now. I accept motion 3 for the only reason that there's actually a will and a way to finance it, and it's direct. I wish for a lot of things in life, and I wish they happen, but at the end of the day, if I don't put my wishes into action, I end up just having to take whatever comes my way, and I guess in this case, it's going to be debt. And I don't think that's prudent or responsible shepherding of my taxpayers' money, so I'm very torn on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Massanelli. Before Councilor Hawkins grabs the microphone debate, I'd like to close the debate. I'd like to say a few things. Councilor Young?
Mayor Fougere.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I think there's hope close to a consensus that we have agreed that we want a pool in the heritage area. We want that pool to be rebuilt. I don't think that's the issue here at all. Before I go any further, I just want to say one thing that came out last night a bit in some of the discussions, that we neglected that pool. We actually didn't. We actually took care of that pool, and we fixed it. But like any facility, that any asset that you have, it wears out. It's like your car wears out after a number of years. It's going to happen. That is just simply, it's end of life. So we did not neglect that. It's important to know that. Should we put more money into it in the past? Perhaps. We had a schedule of how we maintain all of our facilities. I'm going to follow what Councillor O'Donnell said to some degree here. I think consultation is important. We got consultation last night, but I think it's a broader discussion of the Wascana pool and Maple Leaf pool together, just to understand what that means. I have difficulty with the 0.45% because I would see that kind of dedication to be a citywide initiative. If it was funding recreation facilities, I could say, yeah, we'll do that. But for one particular asset, I say it's hard to do that. I don't want the taxes to go up to 4.77 again. We did a lot of work to get down to that level. I don't think we need to go there. I think we can find a way to refer this to the administration because we're saying, one, we want Maple Leaf Pool rebuilt. Two, we want Wascana Park enhanced. The administration, go away, come back with a plan very quickly about how we can achieve both those objectives without using a dedication of a mill rate to refunding. I know we got to fund that. I don't disagree with that. I want to be able to meet the objectives of those who have said around the table they're concerned about taxes, about the mechanism of 0.45%, but also meet the objectives that Councillor Hawkins has put forward. And I want to thank him for the motion to direct us very clearly to build that facility. So I'm not sure if the mover would be prepared to be flexible on how we achieve his major objective, which is I think we all agree to, is to build Maple Leaf Pool as soon as we can, keeping in mind we have two projects together, the park, or the Wascana Park, and this one together. And we can't, in the floor council, in my view, talk about the funding mechanism until we determine, by way of a quick review, how we're going to go forward with respect to the evaluation of Wascana Pool site and Maple Leaf School site, pool site as well. So I'm wondering if Councillor Hawkins would be flexible on number 3 and just simply allow the administration to come back with it to bring in the funding. The urgency is there. The intent is there to build. Let's give the leeway to the administration to move forward on our direction tonight. I wonder if I could ask the mover of that.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
you would have thought I'd brought a motion to build the pyramids.
I didn't do
Look,
that.
this is very simple. We need to build a pool urgently for the young people of the poorest neighborhood in this city to have some kind of recreation facilities. Now, with respect directly to the question that was asked to me, I would agree that we could pass 1 and 2 tonight. I would be prepared to agree that we refer 3 back to the administration to propose to us a funding mechanism. Frankly, I don't care what it is, just so long as it gets this thing on the road to open in the summer of 2020. I can see no reason, and I've worked with finance in this city now for 4 years, I can see no reason why the administration can't come back to our city council meeting on December 17th, a week from 6 days from now, to solve the funding problem. Almost any solution will do. I would be prepared, if we passed 1 and 2 tonight, to refer 3 to the administration to bring back a funding mechanism. On the consultation question, as I said in my remarks, as Councillor Findura eloquently said in his remarks, we've had the consultation about whether or not to build this pool. It's got nothing to do with Wascana. We had it last night. If you turned on your radio station at any time in the last week, you would have heard nothing but consultation. We've read letters to the editor. We've had phone calls. We've had emails. We know that the people of this city want that pool, Maple Leaf Pool, replaced and replaced in a hurry. I understand financing is a question. The administration can solve that problem for us for the December 17th meeting. That's why I'm prepared to pass 1 and 2 tonight if it's the will of council, and to refer 3 till the December 17th meeting of council this year.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins.
So I
Mayor
still have some time.
Fugere?
With respect, I'm not going to say December 17th is possible. Urgency is clearly in points 1 and 2. There's no doubt about that. But we need time to give the administration to come back with a mechanism that's realistic and will work. So I would hope that we could vote on these individually, maybe refer recommendation number 3 for the administration to come back. When could you come back, through you, Madam Chair, to the administration,
Yes.
come back with a
Mr.
discussion
Holt.
on the mechanism of funding?
Mr. Holden.
Through you, Your Worship, there is $1.5 million in the 2019 budget. That money will take care of some consultation, so we know exactly what the communities want for both of those pools. At that point, we'll come back to council. We will tell you in 2019 what the community wants. If it's like for like, we have enough funding in the budget today to build both Maple Leaf and Wascana. If we need to come back and adjust the amount of funding, the funding mechanism we can bring to you. It can be mill rate, it can be debt. We don't need the money for construction until 2020. So respectfully, December 17th is a bit premature in terms of identifying what the funding mechanism is when we don't need the additional funding beyond the 1.5 until 2020. But you will see a report from us as early as we can in 2019, once we've had those conversations, once we know what the options are, back in front of council. And at that point, we would be recommending the funding options in terms of source for 2020. And the construction would start in 2020 on both pools.
Madam Chair, I think that's totally reasonable. And I hope that we can achieve by having the mover make that amendment, or I can ask the amendment that be done, that we actually provide a report back in early 2019 on the funding mechanism. I think we achieve the same thing. We're going to get to the same place. If we're talking about construction in 2020, we get to the same place, but give the administration time to do some more of the groundwork to bring a report back. I think it's a reasonable request.
Okay.
So I guess to the
Councillor
mover,
Hawkins?
or I can move an amendment, a referral motion.
I haven't heard the administration say when they can bring this report back. I also, the motion says will be no later than the summer of 2020 season for the opening date of a new pool. Can you meet that deadline?
Mr. Holden?
Mr. David, I have the floor, he does not.
So
Okay.
through you, Your Worship, so, sorry, Madam Chair.
Yes.
So 2020, we would start construction on a pool. So if you can, in 2019, you're going to design the pool and go out to tender to start construction in 2020. You can't move any quicker than that.
Mayor Foucher?
Well, I just, again, I'm going to move that recommendation, recommendation number 3 be referred to the administration to come back in early 2019 on a funding mechanism that will support Wascana Pool and Regent Park. Oh, sorry, Maple Leaf. That's a referral motion.
Okay.
Well, Madam Chair, on a procedural point, if it said just Wascana, Maple Leaf, that'd be fine. But Wascana Pool does change the intent of the motion.
The Maple Leaf Pool, that's fine. Let's just
Okay.
move on. We were saying the same thing in a different way. The referral motion would be that this is referred to the administration on the funding mechanism and timelines for report back in 2019, and then we'll consider it that time.
On Maple Leaf Pool?
On Maple Leaf
Period.
Pool.
Early in 2019 on Maple Leaf Pool.
In
Yes.
2019.
Yes. That's a referral motion, so we have to vote on that.
Well, so can we vote on 2019?
Yeah.
Just-
It's now referred.
Just on number 3 being
It's
referred
the
to
mechanism is
administration,
referred to
right?
administration.
Mr. Clerk? We need a seconder for that referral motion. Councillor Bryce. Okay, are we ready?
You might get a few weeks.
It's a referral motion.
2020, you might.
Well, we have to make sure it's up there.
It's a referral motion.
Okay? Are we ready?
On the referral motion, Councillor Bresciani. Mayor Fougere.
I vote yes.
Councillor Findura.
In favor?
Councillor O'Donnell.
Yes.
Councillor Flagel.
Yes.
Councillor Murray.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Bryce.
Yes.
Councillor Mancinelli.
Yes.
Councillor Hawkins.
Yes.
Councillor Young.
Yes.
It's 11 to none. carried.
I have a point of clarification for Bob, please. There's no, on which one? What part?
On 1 and 2.
You've already discussed this.
This is just point of
Point of
clarification.
clarification? Okay.
Yeah. The thing on here is, we've been talking about Maple Leaf Pool in number 1, and then we've been talking about Wascana in the context of the rest of this report, and yet nothing is said in there about Wascana. So we're talking about doing public consultation with the Maple Leaf and the Wascana to see the viability of it. I'd also like the spray park to be in there, and to add to Mr. Holden's say of what he said, it is possible, if you talk to the people that build cooperators, the rinks, they build pools in the wintertime. It can be done. 6 months. I talked to Garfield Ganon, and he will tell you he can build a pool in 6 months through the winter. So it is possible. But I just wanted to make sure, are we talking, because this just says Maple Leaf Pool, and yet we've been talking about Wascana as well. So are we including that in the public consultation through the mover? Strictly Maple Leaf, okay, because I heard Wascana throughout the night. Okay.
Okay. So we have the two other motions up here. 3 is now gone. It's a referral motion. Do you want to close debate on 1 and 2? Just 3 minutes for closing debate.
Simply ask council to support 1 and 2 on the basis there is an urgent need to provide this new facility for the young people especially of the Heritage neighborhood. I ask you to support.
Thank you. Okay, you closed debate on 1 and 2. I'm going to ask Mr. Clerk to do the roll call.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor?
Councillor Young.
In favor?
Councillor Findura.
In favor?
Councillor O'Donnell.
Sure.
Councillor Flagel.
Yes.
Councillor Murray. Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Bryce.
Yes.
Councillor Mancinelli.
Yes.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor?
Mayor Fougere.
I vote yes.
It's 11-0. It carries, Your Worship.
So we'll go back to our main motion again. Councillor Hawkins, you have some time left on capital. Okay, anybody else on capital for tonight? Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. Try and make it really quick. So I have an amendment here for the $60,000 that was allocated to the parking meters around the general hospital. I asked that it be removed from the 2019 budget, capital budget. I also asked that a letter from Mayor Fougere go to the Government of Saskatchewan, the Saskatchewan Health Authority, the Ministry of Health, to ensure that the City of Regina is involved in the stakeholder meetings to discuss the improvements of the future parking around the general hospital. And I'll just
Seconder for that, please. Councillor Findura.
I'll just elaborate. I hosted an open house because I wanted to hear, are these meters going to make an impact? Are they going to make a difference? Are they going to make things better? And it was loud and clear unanimously that there was not going to be anything that was going to be improved by having these meters there. If anything, it was going to be adding pressure onto these. So onto the people who live there as well. One of the things that was, I had physicians, I had residents that live there, nurses, people who visit the hospital, and I think the biggest thing here is that we all have to do our part. It came out loud and clear that the city transit needs to have a part in this discussion. The ride and park needs some improvements. But also, I also had CUPE and I also had the SUN, the Union of Nurses there. And they all shared the same thing, that needs to be a collaboration within municipal and provincial. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Other speakers? Councillor Flagel.
Oh, yeah, I was going to speak to my own capital. Leigh Alvarez to this one. I'm good with this because I think what we've got to do is get this, and there's lots of people like you talk about, even people that go visit their friends at a house, now got to plug a meter, and that's pretty rare. Or if they're there after hours and they're there from 4 o'clock till 7:30, 8 o'clock at night having supper, they gotta go plug a meter. So I think we can come up with some better solutions, and I know we're not gonna be in the parkade business, but that might be something to have a great discussion. We just sent a motion off, or an amendment to go to SUMA. There's no reason why we can't put a letter together, provincial and federal governments, to look at different healthcare values for people, because it's for everybody. I mean, we are not responsible, but we're the most affected. And it's, whether it's this, but you know, the thing that bothers me is I don't hear any parking issues at Pasqua Hospital. I've not heard any, other than a couple of little side streets, but none. And why the general hospital? Is it that much busier? I don't know. But there's a lot of people coming and going out of the Pasqua Hospital. So maybe there could be some things that we've done around the Pasqua Hospital, and there's no meters around there either. So it's and their parkade is small. Their little parking spot is half the size of the general. So not sure what's going on. So maybe that's something to look at as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. For administration, what was the anticipated revenue generation on an annual basis?
Mr. Holden?
Through your worship, on an annualized basis, the expected revenue is 120,000. In the budget this year was 70,000 for revenue, and the 60,000, of course, as a capital installation cost.
Okay, thank you. So to be clear, does that then leave us with a $70,000 gap in operation budget?
So basically the impact of not proceeding with the install and not collecting the revenue, really it's just a wash.
Great, thank you. It's with some irony that the councillor that hates talking about parking the most gets the general hospital, the stadium parking, and the downtown, but thus is life. Can we apply, so the downtown is, the logic there is it generates turnover. If you want to be there long-term, here long-term, forget where I am, you find a parkade, or you take the bus, you walk, and so on. Can we even apply that same logic to the general? I would accept this if we could say with certainty that it would be the same. Was there evidence to suggest that we could free up space for visitors, for residents with these meters, and would they function the same way as they do downtown?
John Wright?
Through your worship. So what meters will do is create turnover. Industry will tell you, and we've been in communication with many different municipalities. Everyone will tell you that when you put meters in and people have to pay, they pay closer attention to their 2-hour limit, 1-hour limit, whatever that may be. So you do create the turnover. I think in the downtown, we see that, and it's to give people the time to go do what they want to do and not tie a stall up for a long period of time. When you get around the general hospital, you have 2-hour parking free, so we have people that will park there and leave their vehicle for 4 hours or 6 hours, or they'll take the chance that, you know, they're not going to receive a ticket. So to your question, the meters do create the turnover.
Great, thank you. It's interesting, this conversation's been going on for a while. It wasn't until Suburbia all of a sudden might get dinged with a parking fee that it became a civic issue. I am curious, how do we address, or how are we addressing the fact that Heritage is the city's parking lot? And what kind of tension does this generate between residents of that community and those who are parking and using the hospital?
Mr. Wright?
From administration standpoint.
So can I just get you to repeat that last part?
From what administration knows, what's the type of antagonism that you hear about? What are the problems that you see currently with the existing parking reality in that community? Are there a lot of complaints? Are there a lot of tickets? In other words, has this become a city's issue from a parking management standpoint?
John Wright?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we get complaints on both sides. So we get complaints that people receive tickets about parking enforcement or through parking enforcement. But on the other side, we also get complaints from residents where somebody may be parked in front of their home, which is public parking, but a vehicle's there for over 24 hours and they don't want that vehicle there anymore. So we get complaints from both sides. We are doing a parking asset review of the downtown area, which is in this year's budget. That will give us a little better view. Heritage won't be directly affected, but I think the feedback we get from the consultant when they do the review will help us better understand some of the outlying communities and the challenges that we do face with parking in those areas.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Stevens. Any other speakers on the amendment? Councilor Young, can you come over here again? Sorry to do this to you, but...
Mayor Foucher.
The benefits or tragedies that I have been on council since 1997 and know a bit of history about this project, this issue. And it all relates to the closing of the Plains Hospital, where the government of the day decided to close that and consolidate its operations of the general hospital. And by doing that, they spread the footprint out. And I can remember speaking with former Mayor Archer when I was first elected, speaking with the health officials saying, we really should solve this problem of parking around the hospital. And the answer was, it's not our problem. In fact, even to engage them in a discussion was difficult. Now, things have changed. There's a collaboration happening, and I'm glad to see that that's going forward. But this is a city issue, and it shouldn't be. When you're an employer, you should take care of your employees to make sure they're safe going to and from their car. If people want to visit your business, in this case the hospital, they should be taken care of. I think a great solution is a parkade. I don't care how they build the parkade, but it's their responsibility. Now, the city would be involved because it's within our limits. But the solution of this is not the city trying to find a way to solve their problem. They've created unending nuisance and turmoil for residents who live near that hospital. They can't park on the street. They have to buy a permit to park on the street. Now, they don't own the space in front of their house, to be sure. But to have a permit to park on your street in your neighborhood where it doesn't happen anywhere else, I think is just a bit rich. So I support this 100%. We should have this collaboration consultation. But the health authority and the Ministry of Health has to step up and take care of their employees. It's as simple as that. We'll do our part. And I think, again, I don't think we all would agree with this, but I think the parkade is clearly a solution that will help out in the long term. But the park and ride, I don't know that much about it, but it seems to me it doesn't actually match the shift differentials between employees. So how effective is that? Can that be expanded? Good question too. But this is another one of inadvertent downloading to the city. We have to deal with a problem that will not be dealt with by the employer. I'll support the motion. Councilor Dowell.
Raised about Pasqua. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but if you were to look to the west of the Pasqua Hospital and behind, so south of the hotel that is there now, there's a large lot. It's a gravel lot, and I believe either there's a lease or there's an ownership that transferred to the hospital. I don't remember how it all worked, but that's where some people park. Just to answer that question. I appreciate the information that this is a wash, so I can support it on that. Again, I offer a caution. I think the role that the city should play is simply asking a question. What are you doing to look after your employees? We don't look after anybody else's employees. I don't want to go real far on this. This is the health authorities, ministry's job, not ours.
Councilor Murray.
Thanks. I just have a quick question for administration on what we do, what's our protocol and our policy on employers that increase the density of their building but didn't increase the number of parking spots needed. I'm just wondering what we normally would do. when that happens.
Ms. Harlech?
Through you, your worship. So when we look at the building, it's whatever the bylaw was in place, and if they're increasing the building size, we just look at the new increase that they're increasing their building by, and then they're required to provide that.
Okay, perfect, thanks. No, just, this is the only employer that's getting away with it, so they should stop.
Thanks, Councilor Murray. Councilor Brashear, do you want to close debate?
You know, why do we get involved? I think because we represent the residents of Regina. We're the voice of the people. When they speak, our residents, I mean, this, I hope, gets the ball rolling. It's the first, I know that there's going to be a stakeholder, as in the motion, that's going to be happening. Saskatchewan Health Authority will be, again, my hope is to get the conversation going that the City of Regina, both CUPE and Sun and residents and other stakeholders in the community are there, and they can have the conversation. But I want to make it very clear, it is about the bigger piece, but we as a city also have to do our job to help. And one of the things, like I indicated, was busing. Busing can be improved as well. The second thing, of course, as well, is the park and ride and other options. But I think when we come together to collaborate, that's how this all starts. So I'll leave it there. I hope I can count on your support for this.
Thank you, Councilor Brett. Councilor Brashear, you've closed debate, so I'll ask the clerk to do the roll call.
Councilor Murray.
Yay.
Councilor Stevens. Yay. Councilor Bryce.
Yes.
Councilor Mancinelli.
Yes.
Councilor Hawkins.
Yes.
Councilor Bresciani.
Yes.
Councilor Young.
Yes.
Councilor Findura.
Yes.
Councilor O'Donnell.
Yes.
Councilor Flagel.
Yes.
Mayor Fougere.
I vote yes.
11-0. It passes, your worship.
Thank you very much. Do you have more motions? Okay. Keep in mind the time, everyone, eh?
Make it quick. So this one is lighting around the ring road. Last night we had a delegation to come and speak about that her daughter lost her life on traveling in the ring road about, not sure how long ago it was, but I think she said 3 years ago. And it's the piece that is from the Wascana Bridge by the university all the way to the south. And you know when you kind of come into that bridge, it's very dark. So what I'm asking for in this motion is that administration communicate with the Ministry of Highways to discuss improved lighting around the ring road, and administration consider doing phase 1 before, phase 2 before phase 1. I'm also asking that Mayor Fougere send a letter on behalf of City Council to the Ministry of Highways in this regard. I'd like to ask administration, is it possible to move phase 2 before phase 1?
Before I do that, I'm going to ask for a seconder for your motion. So, Councilor Flagel, okay. To the administration, to
Is that possible?
Mr. Onright.
Through your worship, so just to get clarification on the part of Ring Road that the city is responsible for and the part of Ring Road Highways is responsible for. So phase 1 funding, which is in the past budget, so it's carried forward, that work is scheduled to be done in 2019. That phase 1 funding covers from Arcola to Wascana Parkway. Phase 2 of that project is from Wascana Parkway around the corner to the other side of the corner, and that's where it stops. That's our ownership. Ownership by Highways goes from that point through to the Louvain. So phase 1 funding's in place. The question about can you move phase 1 to phase 2 work, our recommendation would be not to do that, and I'm going to let Mr. Kyle comment, but the reason for that is you create light spot, dark spot, light spot, so you're almost creating another problem. So I'm going to let Mr. Kyle add his comments, but that gives a little bit of clarity on ownership and phasing.
Mr. Kyle.
Through you, your worship. Yes, we would recommend continuing the lighting as it currently exists going further south. From a driver's perspective, when you're driving at night, it's like coming from a dark room into a light room. Your eyes need time to adjust. And that's our concern from a safety perspective of lighting a portion further south and not lighting the portion in between. The drivers need time to adjust to the light, then they would have to adjust to going back into the dark and then going back into the light. It can create a bit of a safety concern. Additionally, the funding for phase 2 is more than we currently have in place. It's about $200,000 more than what it would cost to fund phase 1.
Thank you. And another question is, does this fit into the Urban Connector program? Through you, Your Worship?
Mr. Kyle?
Through you, Your Worship, this section of the roadway that we are putting expressway lighting on is part of the Urban Connector program right now. The city receives operating funds for that, and we do receive capital from the province when they approve it as part of their funding for the connectors. We have not received any notification of any funding for this lighting at this time.
Okay. I'm just reading the motion though. So improve lighting around the ring road and administration consider doing phase 1 before. So I might just take that out. So consider doing, I'd like to have phase 1 and phase 2 if funding is becoming available, if you have a discussion with the ministry, and I'd like the Ministry of Highways in there as well. Phase 1 of, yeah. And then the Mayor Fougere read a letter on behalf of City Council to the Ministry of Highways.
Okay, that's good.
Thank you.
We do have some speakers to this. Councillor Flagel?
Right. I'm just curious, you're saying Ring Road, but when you go from Arcola Avenue and you go north, do we own that, or does the department, does the Ministry of Highways own that section too?
Mr. Kyle? Question?
Sorry, I'll repeat. We're talking about phase 1 and 2 from Arcola Avenue, but if you go north of Arcola Avenue to Ring Road, or to Pasco Street, do we own those lights, or does the SAS Power, the ministry, own those? Through your worship, to the best of my knowledge, those are the city's lights. We pay for the operation and maintenance of those lights, and our crews do look after them. Okay, because there's quite a number of them out as well, in dark spots as well. So, but I'll leave it at that. I think it's a good idea, because that is a treacherous corner, because I've driven it many times. And, you know, and especially if it's raining out, you just can't see properly. So I'll support this.
So I want to make sure we have the proper wording of the motion. Does that meet your intent? The first one?
Sorry, I'm just wondering if we should be adding, including capital funding, or just funding in general. Ministry of Highways Urban Connector Program to include, I do want to see capital funding, because right now, understanding that it's just operating, so I would like to see capital, but also, yeah, that's good. Thank you.
What are you doing? I'm not sure what you did there. Okay. Okay. You were talking about capital funding. Capital funding? That would be the last line of the first motion of capital funding, is that what you're saying? So last line, phase 1, capital funding if available.
Funding, just leave it at
Do this
funding in
funding?
general, yeah. And then the second one has capital funding. Thank you.
I'm clear on that too. Is everybody else clear on that?
Yeah.
Okay. Other speakers to this? Councillor Murray?
Just wondering if the mover would be open to a friendly amendment in the letter to include the context of 10 fatalities on that corner.
Absolutely, yes,
Thanks.
thank you.
Good. Good point. Councillor O'Donnell?
Just simply offer some information, please. So the ministry heard from many towns and many cities and offered to do a public consultation with the affected ones. And I believe every city, and I can't remember how many towns, a number of towns were contacted, and on your behalf, I represented with staff those consultations. The meeting started with the minister saying, we'll talk about anything about the program in terms of improvements and so on, except funding. So the folks that were present kind of didn't buy into that notion. So there is a report that is done now from the ministry reflecting those consultations. We'll give you a copy, a report back, so you have that information. Just want you to understand that the notion of the two types of funding, the operations and maintenance, which I believe in our budget is $435,000, and that is yet to be approved by the ministry. That goes to budget in March. And capital funding is based on whether or not there is monies in the budget by the province. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Donald. Councillor Bernier, do you want to close debate on this? I think it's pretty straightforward. Mr. Clerk, you want to do the roll call for us, please?
We're just finalizing the wording, Worship. Just to clarify, we're just finalizing the wording.
Okay.
To improvements. Okay.
Good.
Okay. Yeah, we'll get that. Okay, Councillor Murray. Councillor Stevens. Councillor Bryce.
Yes.
Councillor Mancinelli.
Yes.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor?
Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Young.
Yes.
Councillor Findura.
Yes.
Councillor O'Donnell.
Yes.
Councillor Flagel.
In favor.
Mayor Fougere.
Sum up.
That's 11 to none. Your Worship, it carries.
Thank you very much. That's good. Are you finished with your, okay. Any other comments related to the capital budget? I'm going to call a question, Mr. Clerk.
I know, on the capital?
Yeah.
I want to speak on just a
Okay,
couple.
I was asking for that. Councillor Flagel.
Thank you. I was just looking through some of the road works, and I don't see Winnipeg Street Bridge and widening of Winnipeg Street North in any of this. And I'm just wondering, is it because it's already been passed and it's already getting in the process for $38 million, but typically it's usually in the book stating that the work will be done. But I know we're looking at total rail relocation and new bridge alignment, et cetera, but I don't see it in any of the capital unless I missed it. But there is an appendix at the bottom that says past commitment projects, but we don't say what those are. So I'm just wondering where it is.
Mr. Holden?
Through your worship, so the funding for Winnipeg Street is money that we have previously set aside.
Okay.
And, you know, we're now awaiting federal infrastructure funding and provincial funding so that that project can proceed. At the same time, we're doing the study in terms of the rail across the ring road in close proximity to that.
Okay.
And that may have an impact on that project as well.
Yeah. The reason I ask that is because I just see that normally we have it in here because we've got a 5-year plan up to 2023 and it would fit within that. So that's one of them, and I understand. Are we any closer to getting some information about the rail relocation through the feds, or where are we at with that?
Ms. Howlick?
So we're still working on that project, and we're hoping to have an update to council in the new year.
New year, like Q2 or sooner?
Well, we have to have a report back to council by the end of Q2
Right.
of
Okay.
2019.
Yeah, the other one that, thanks for that, and through you, Mr. Mayor. The other one is there's, the increased traffic is coming up, and I'm just wondering what we're looking at in terms of, again, it was in the books to widen Pasqua Street to 3 lanes from the Ring Road going north on Pasqua to Rochdale. There was always talk, and there was in the books here at one point about a 3rd lane to relieve some of the traffic once you got off the Ring Road. And I'm just wondering if we're looking at anything like that in the future, and that would be the one thing I'd like to know about.
Mr. City Manager?
Through your worship, I'll ask Mr. Brown to provide a response.
Mr. Brown?
Through your worship, so there is monies that's not identified in the book that is capital carry.
Sorry?
Through your worship, there is money that's not identified in the book that is capital carry forward to look
Okay.
at those improvements to manage growth in terms of Pasqua Street and Pasqua and 9th Avenue North intersection.
Okay. The other thing about Pasqua and Ring Road is that, again, there was talk of an interchange or an at-grade interchange. I'm just wondering where we're at with that. Again, some funding I thought was allocated back in time, and then I don't know if it got pushed back because traffic, it's the second busiest intersection in the city. So I'd like to have an idea of if there's something coming forward.
Mr. Brown?
Yes, so through your worship again, that same money that is in capital carry forward, it is still available, and it is also to primarily actually look at the intersection, the current intersection of 9th Avenue North and Pasqua. So it is actually work we're actually looking at finally being able to start in 2019. We've been waiting for some of the other improvements in the area to see what sort of impact that's had, including the connection and extension of Argyle Street up to Rochdale.
Yeah. Are we also looking at, thank you for that, are we looking at also the bypass? And are we going to look at the impact that that's going to have on that intersection? Because maybe it won't get utilized as much on the west side, McCarthy and so on and so forth. But I don't think that's really going to change the traffic pattern on the Ring Road internally.
Through your worship, in terms of understanding what the traffic patterns and growth expectations and forecasts would be, we would use and look at future anticipated forecasts for traffic and the impacts it would have on those that road network in that area.
Thanks. And one other thing quickly about Maple Leaf Pool and the Wascana Pool and all that stuff, and infrastructure in the capital, is that we've spent $60 million on the cooperators. That is the type of thing that we can do and culminate all of hockey, because parents drive kids to hockey. They have to. Grandparents do, aunts and uncles and friends and everything. So that's okay. But when you get to a point where you've got a pool, and whether it be Regent, Dudney, any of these ones, I think we need to decentralize and community put these pools in there. So I'm in favor of pretty much the whole budget, and I'll be supporting it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thanks for the answers.
Thank you very much. So just want to keep in mind the time tonight. It's 11:15. I think we're getting close to moving on the capital budget. We have the utility budget to go yet tonight. So I'm just going to ask people to keep their comments fairly crisp, and we can maybe move to the utility budget and complete our work tonight just a bit past 11 o'clock. Next speaker is Councillor Massanelli.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. A couple questions I noticed in the book. The corporate telematics program. Can you just give me a quick explanation what that's about and the effects?
Mr. Lacey, you're the one.
So I'm just going to make a few opening comments, and I'll ask Ms. Tink to flesh it out some more. So the corporate telematics program relates to things like I'd referred to earlier with respect to being able to track vehicles and maximize the usage of vehicles, just as an example. But there's many other components to it. So I will let Ms. Tink further respond.
Through you, Your Worship. Yeah, there's 3 areas where we're implementing the corporate telematics program. The first is roadways. So they will be able to use the telematics equipment to better route vehicles, to do planning, and maybe Norm can jump in actually and talk about his stuff specifically.
So yes, Roadways actually started pushing this forward a few years ago, but what the telematics program will do is like Ms. Tink said, it'll monitor our vehicles, where they're going. We can track them, we can track their usage, idle time, things like that, routing. But for operations like winter maintenance, we'll be able to track how much sand or liquid anti-icing agent we put down where and when. That will help us track our quantities, our usage, and it will ensure that we have safe roads, and we can track the liabilities too, because we'll be able to have data that says somebody has an accident at an intersection, they say it was icy, we'll be able to say, well, no, we just were there a half hour ago. Those sorts of things. It'll be expanded to the rest of our fleet. So in the summer, we can track our routing for our paving equipment and where we're working, things like that. We hope this will realize efficiencies through those programs and how we utilize our equipment.
And another example is in parks and open space. They'll be able to track and monitor how often trees are watered, so we can use that if developers challenge us on replacing trees. So those are a few examples.
So as well, this could answer questions raised by the public sometimes on use of assets of the city.
Yeah.
How come it's spread out over so many years? It seems with a 1.7 forecasted increase in fuel, we might be better served to implement this sooner than later. Am I jumping the gun?
It's really just about capacity. Oh, so through you, Your Worship. It's really just about capacity and our ability to implement it on the vehicles. So we can only do so much at a time.
Okay.
And so it is a phased approach with different departments kind of coming on as they're ready.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem.
Second question about the capital budget. I see on page 123 there's a spot laid out for a senior engineer that's unfunded, talking about a position that will increase efficiency of the residential road renewal program. Just wondering what that encompasses and how come it's laid out like that.
Mr. Lacy?
Yes, through you, Your Worship. So if I recall correctly here, and I will look to Mr. Kyle with respect to confirming this. This relates to funding a position with respect to efficiencies around the roads program and renewal of roads to ensure that we are timely procuring the services necessary to advance that program and ensure that program is undertaken in a timely manner within the calendar year.
Just to follow up why I'm asking, I know that we've come down from 60 years to 15 years for a forecast to address poor roads. I'm wondering if this has effect.
Can you repeat the question? I didn't hear the question.
I asked about on page 123, there's a senior engineer position that's unfunded out of current contributions. It has to do with the residential road program for efficiency, and I'm wondering if it has any play on the 60 years down to the 15 years, if it's unfunded, if we're going to be able to achieve the 15.
Mr. Lacy?
So I'm sorry, I'm just going to seek clarification here. So you're referring to through you, Your Worship, the senior engineer position where we don't have funding on that line?
Yeah, on page 123.
So actually, this does relate to the residential roads improvement program. And I can see now looking at the budget book that number, I understand, has been merged and is rolled into the $12,042,000 related to the residential road improvement program. So it's part of the overall expenditures. And we should have broken that number out. But overall, it is part of the residential roads renewal program. That's why there's not a number shown.
I'm fine. I just wanted to make sure we achieved the 15 years we talked about. That was my big worry there. Sorry, here, I just got to look through. I have another question on page 124 under landfill gas collection system expansion. The funding source is listed as other for spending this year of $1.2 million. I'm just wondering what that other funding source is. Page 124, mid-column.
Mr. Lacy?
So I'm going to refer that to Ms. Vidal.
Mr. Dole?
Worship, the city has been given the opportunity to apply for federal funding through the Low Carbon Economy Fund, and we are waiting for that funding to move forward. If that funding doesn't come in at any point, then the funding would come directly from the Solid Waste Reserve.
Okay, nice to see funding from other opportunities for funding. Thank you. Just because I like to beat a dead horse once in a while, the facilities asset management Once again, that 15 million, what year was that identified as the necessary spending to go into that plan?
Mr. Lacy?
Through you, your chair, I'll refer that question to Ms. Hargrove.
Ms.
Through
Hargrove?
your worship, you're referring to the 15.7 that's identified in the corporate facility master plan. We developed that plan in 2016, so we had estimates before somewhere in the area of 12 to 14 million, and through the work in 2016 to develop that plan, we solidified the 15.7.
The new police headquarters, will that serve to drop that number a little bit, being as that's not one of the facilities that we're going to have to worry about and we're spending money on already? Will that number be adjusted, or is it adjusted accordingly already?
Through you, your worship, the 15.7 anticipated that we would be advancing the priority projects that were identified in the 10 years. So in the short term, no, it will not decrease the need for the 15.7.
By not funding to that 15.7 extent, are we incurring more expense in the long term as an organization?
Ms. Hargrove?
Through you, your worship, we are increasing the backlog of deferred maintenance, and yes, potentially increasing the cost by the time we're doing smaller repairs until we can do a more robust repair.
I'd like to move a motion that 0.5% of a mill rate be set aside to apply towards the facilities asset management in hopes of stemming some of that flow of lost money.
0.5% of this year?
Yep. Here again, I think that'll have a long-term effect on us for saving money in the long run and putting more money towards future budgets to achieve more for the people of Regina. To set aside 1.5% of a mill rate to be applied towards the facilities asset management plan. To fund needed projects, I guess.
Your seconder for that, please? Councillor Stevens?
And just to repeat again, here's my hope is that by applying some money into this fund, we can free up funds for more needed projects throughout the city. Right now, a lot of that money is being used towards small repairs on foregone conclusions. By putting a little bit extra, hopefully we can save some of that small repair money by putting proper repairs in place, putting that money towards more needed solutions for the city in the future.
On the amendment, Councillor Fundera? Oh, you're speaking next on the, sorry, just keep your place there. Councillor Bryce.
5% or, okay, so that's different than to set aside, so. Thank you. I don't support an increase with this. I think that if we need to have a plan to do this, we should actually refer it back to administration to actually have their input so that we can have a good plan going forward. So I will move, if there's no other speakers.
Are there any speakers on the amendment? You want to speak to the amendment? Okay.
Okay, I'll
You
hold
just serve
referral.
notice that you're going to move that, okay. Councillor Stevens?
Great, thank you. I'm inclined to support this. Could administration clarify is there a plan in place for this particular fund?
Mr. Holden?
Through your worship. So administration has been making a conscious effort to put budgets forward to council that are increasing our current contributions to capital. So within our 5-year capital program, we will be getting to over 15 million within the 5 years. So it is our intention to continue to increase our current contributions to capital and increase the investment that we're able to make to achieve the 50.7. So we are looking to advance that as we move forward through each budget cycle.
Okay, thank you. So there is a plan, there's a purpose to that particular fund. In your mind, does this align with existing strategy and the existing purpose of this particular fund?
Mr. Holden?
Through your worship, if you're referring to the fact that we increase by 0.5, which would add 1.2 million, it would just move us further along that path, but it would require a mill rate increase by council tonight.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Other speakers to the amendment? Councillor O'Donnell?
Clarity, please. Is this one time or ongoing?
One time.
Thank you.
Councillor Price, do you want to give you the floor?
So what I just heard administration say is there is a plan, and there is a plan to fund this, so there's no point in actually referring it to administration. Am I right? Through you, Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Holden?
Through your worship, referring it to us, we're already headed down that path. You know, making the decision on the motion adds another 1.2 million that would allow us to put some other projects forward.
Thank you for that. So I'm not in favor of raising the taxes to do this. We've already got a plan and a pathway to get there, so I think we need to stay on that. I just don't want to do this at a whim. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Other speakers to the amendment? Councillor Massanelli, do you want to close debate?
Being that the funding of this plan was one of the first things I learned as a councillor, I don't perceive this as a whim. I see it as meeting a need that's been neglected. I hope to move it forward because I hope to obtain better results for the money spent. And that's the only reason why I would suggest that we spend the taxpayers' money this way. I would like to make it more than a one-time, but this late in the day at this council meeting, I'm not comfortable doing that. I just want to efficiently spend the money instead of putting Band-Aids in place. That's my biggest push. Thank you.
Close debate. Thank you, Councillor Massanelli. We'll do our roll call. Mr. Clerk?
Councillor Bresciani.
No.
Councillor Young.
No.
Councillor Findura.
No.
Councillor O'Donnell.
Yes.
Councillor Flagel.
Nope. Thank you.
Councillor Murray.
Nope.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Bryce.
Against.
Councillor Mancinelli.
Against, I'm just going for
Councillor Hawkins.
Against.
Mayor Fougere.
I vote no.
It is 8-3. Against. It is defeated.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Councillor Massanelli, you have a few minutes left of your time. Are you just willing to speak? You got about a minute and a half left. You don't have to use it if you don't want to.
No, I think that I covered off what I did. I made my views on the debt very relevant. I wasn't followed down. Said all I can say tonight. Thanks for giving me a chance to speak.
Okay, Councillor Findura, you want to speak? Just a second here.
Thank you, Your Worship. On page 119, it's got to do transit accessibility improvements. Just like to get a little bit of not clarification, but a bit more update on what the process is and what we are doing. I know we're doing some textile or tactile things, doing some stuff with the concrete, easier access to bus stops and all that. Can someone give me a little bit more on what are we doing there? We have government funding here that's started in 19, and then we follow as a current contribution, and the government funding continues till 2023. So the question would be, some bus stops have sidewalks and then grass and then the road. Is that part of this improvements?
To hold it.
So, Your Worship, refer that to Mr. Bells for a response.
Mr. Bells?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor. These improvements are, again, mostly to deal with accessibility of our bus stops, so our shelter program, leveling concrete into the shelters and the pathways, tactile markers, as you indicated, yellow poles for sight, and other improvements related to infrastructures on the bus for our voice command inside and outside.
Okay, now through Your Worship, that goes throughout the whole city then?
Bells?
Yes, it's for our, it's most, well, again, the bus stops are for both systems, paratransit and conventional, but most of the amenities on the bus are for our conventional transit system.
Okay, then one question to your worship is that with sidewalk stops, you have piece of grass of 4 feet or more than the street. Is this investment is going to be part of that? Like I said, that would be accessibility to the bus. Your worship?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, we're looking at our first and last mile of our infrastructure. So at times we do look at the pathways through our roadways department, that the two departments look at ability of getting from the sidewalks to the actual bus stop and making them more accessible right inside to the bus stop location for the shelters.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Maduro. Other speakers to the capital budget? I'm going to ask Mr. Clerk, therefore, to do the roll call on the capital budget. Mr. Clerk.
Councillor Bresciani.
Support.
Councillor Young.
Yes.
Councillor Findura.
Yes.
Councillor O'Donnell.
Yes.
Councillor Flagel.
Yes.
Councillor Murray. Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Bryce.
Yes.
Councillor Mancinelli.
Step away.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't look up. Can't vote now. Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Mayor Fougere.
Yes.
That's 10 in favor. It carries. Can't vote. It started.
Okay. Was unanimous, though?
Yes.
That's got to be stated. Okay. So I think that if I would recommend that we do the utility budget tonight. It's a bit past time, but I don't know how much time we have, how much debate we'll have on this one. So I'm going to recommend that we proceed with the utility budget. And I'm going to ask for speakers who would like to speak.
I'm going to move adjournment. It's 11 o'clock. Utilities are important. We've had a long day. We can do this December 17th. I move adjournment.
Okay. This is a referral motion. So, Mr. Clerk, you want to do the roll call?
Councillor Bresciani.
No. No.
Councillor Young.
No.
Councillor Findura.
No.
Councillor O'Donnell.
No.
Councillor Flagel.
No.
Councillor Murray.
Yep.
Councillor Stevens.
No.
Councillor Bryce.
Yes.
Councillor Mancinelli.
No.
Councillor Hawkins.
Yes.
Mayor Fougere.
No.
3 in favor, 8 against. The motion's defeated.
Okay, so I'm asking for speakers to the utility budget. And before we, is any comments the administration wants to make on the utility budget by opening comments? I don't think so. Councilor Findura.
Thank you, Worship. I did this last year, and I'm going to do it again this year.
You have 5 minutes to do it now.
Through your worship, I will vote against the 3%, and reason for that, but before I go any further, I'd like to ask the administration, when was the last time we did the rate review on the base on the water? I think I'm reading 2001, but is that correct?
Mr. City Manager.
Through your worship, refer that to Ms. Wilson.
Ms. Wilson.
Through you, your worship, it has been some time since we've done a formal rate review. There was a change in structure, I believe in 2004. We eliminated the amount of water that was provided with the base charge and went to a strict per cubic meter charge. And in 2007, we went to a monthly instead of bi-monthly charge, but there has not been a substantial review of the structure of the rates in some time.
Okay, through your worship, so then discussing with the citizens, the most of the conversation and the hardest conversations was discussion about the base and the water. Water becomes a challenge. I know that we pump it from quite a ways. I don't want to be the one responsible saying there's a problem with it, but at the same time we have to recognize the impact on the families. We have seniors, we have low income. That water bill that's now once a month. and the base rate that we charge, I understand that water comes in, what leaves, someone has to pay, we're all in the same camp, but at the same time, we need to look at it to maybe, kind of loosen the, or lower the rate, or lower the impact on the citizens. Taxes, within this budget, there was no discussion, but everything was about water. So I would like to ask administration, I don't know if it's a motion to make or a friendly, to bring back a report within, I would say, third quarter of next year to, with some kind of a report of what else we could do or impact on lowering the base rate, and I need help to ask for that. What would do? How would I do this?
Well, you just moved your motion just
So
now.
I just moved the
You
motion
moved an
for
amendment right now.
administration to bring back a report on the base rate, lowering base rate, and the impact on lowering base rate, because like I asked last year about what would zero look like.
Okay, let's get the motion down first before you
Okay,
do that.
sorry.
Okay, just pause for a moment. We'll get the motion down, then you can
Okay.
you can get it. You can defend that. We'll make sure we get that down. So do we understand the nature of the amendment? Is why it's being written down here. I can ask for seconder for that report. Councillor Stevens seconds that. Is that what your intent is, Councillor Findura?
So then, what my intent on that one is just what lowering the base rate would do. What's the impact on the lowering the base on that?
Okay. Okay.
We're
Okay,
going
so
to a
you-
second. Okay.
so-
And reason for that, I mean, I know we need the funds, and I know we're looking to the capital for the future. We went from 2 months. Once every 2 months, the bills come out to us. We had 8% increases. Now we went up to once a month. I think we've gained 10,000 dwellings or homes or bills that we send out there. So the next question would be, what's our reserve in the fund that we have now for any kind of 2 months left of water or emergencies? Where are we at?
Mr. Lacy? Mr. Holden?
Through your worship, is the question about the financial reserve?
Yes.
Mr. Lacy's trying to grab that now.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Mr. Lacy?
So through you, Your Worship, the utility reserve at the end of 2018, and it's on page 109 of the budget book, projects a ending balance of $104 million, which is over the range of 25 to 90 million, which is the min-max range. I would note, however, that if you look out in the out years, that the fund will be substantially reduced as planned capital projects are undertaken. So if you look at the 5-year capital plan for the utility, by the end of 2023, that balance will actually be projected to only be 10 million. So while it's over the maximum limit right now, there are capital projects planned that will be using that reserve balance to bring it down substantially over the 5 years.
Okay. So I do understand the impact, and I understand the stresses and all that, but the motion is here. I would like to have a support here. This doesn't, I mean, there's no financial implication in this. I'd like to see where we are at, what can we do, if we could help. I mean, so my question would be, and understanding of it, what is the base rate does to our final bill when I receive it. I know there's drainage and there's wastewater and all that. So that would be in all of the three, water, wastewater, and then in drainage. So that's my that would be, I don't know, say that would be part of that review. So I don't know if that's clear.
Okay, it's clear.
Okay.
So there's speakers to.
Okay. So I'm good with that. So again, I will not supporting the 3% increase.
Let's deal with the amendment.
Okay.
Okay. And we have speakers. Councilor Bryce, you want to speak to it?
Thank you. I think I just stood up and said it's not rocket science when we were talking about the pools and planning for our future. And here we are planning for the future of our most valuable resource, well, people are most valuable, our second most valuable resource of water. So by taking away from what we're actually planning for the future and making sure we have good drinking water, we're actually going a step backwards in my mind. So although you guys know how I am about budget and keeping things as tight as possible, I think we do need to plan for the future, and I think that this is planning for the future. We have some huge infrastructure issues and huge investments going into water over the next couple of years. So I think we need to be cognizant of that and make sure that we provide clean drinking water. We don't have the option of having a nice big lake right beside Regina to get all of our drinking water from. It piped in from so far away, so it doesn't make sense to go backwards. There's always financial implications when we do reports as well, because it was made, there's no financial, it costs money to do reports, so there is a financial implication with this, so thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bryce. Other speakers to the amendment? Councilor Stevens?
I guess a question for Councilor Frindura. I kind of see where you're going with this. I was wondering if you would entertain a friendly amendment here, and that has to do with actually shifting the cost from the base rate to the consumption charges. I've heard us talk about that as well. Just lowering the rate seems self-explanatory. There's no less money. Are you interested in seeing what would happen if you change it from the base to the consumption charges? And would that be something you'd be interested in your amendment?
I would.
Councilor Frindura?
Yes.
Okay. I guess the implications of freezing or lowering the base rate and shifting the cost to the consumption rate.
I think that's what he says there. In some ways, that's almost there. So how I read it.
Well,
Does-
I would. That's fine if that's if that's how people are interpreting it. That's fine. Otherwise, it's just.
There's some other wording here to see that meets what you want as well, Councilor Stevens. Councilor Frindura, you okay with that?
I'm good, yeah.
Okay. Anything else, Councilor Stevens? Okay. Any other speakers to the amendment? Oh, Mr. Lacy.
Through you, Your Worship, so just a couple of comments. So just given the amount of work that would be involved in this piece, there'd be some coordination between our finance folks and our water operation folks. I think what would be more achievable for us is that we would return as part of the 2020 budget to bring this report forward around this piece. And I guess just further to Councillor Bryce's comments, that we do have a 25-year model, and we've talked about having a plan. And I think that the city and council over the years has really put us in a good position with respect to the utility fund. And so this, I think, is a part about how we charge for that, and certainly we can bring that back, but I'd ask that it be as part of the 2020 budget process, so Q4.
I see Councilor Frindura's agreed to that. So, other speakers to the amendment? Councilor Frindura, do you want to close debate on this? Okay, Mr. Clerk?
Councillor Bresciani.
Yes.
Councillor Young.
Yes.
Councillor Frindura.
Yes.
Councillor O'Donnell.
Sure.
Councillor Flagel.
Yep.
Councillor Murray.
Yep.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Bryce.
Opposed.
Councillor Mancinelli,
Okay.
Councillor Hawkins,
Okay.
Mayor Fougere.
I vote yes.
Vote is 10 in favor, 1 against. It carries, Your Worship.
Are you finished, Councillor Fedora? Councillor Flagel?
Yeah, thank you. Couple quick things. In this white page document, it says we're gonna have a budget of $95 million by 2023, and, no. It's projected to be $95 million at the end of 2019, and $10 million at the end of 2023. Where's the money going? What are we doing with that? $85 million.
Mr. Lacy?
Through you, Your Worship, I'll ask Ms. Wilson to respond to that.
Ms. Wilson?
Through you, Your Worship, there are several large projects that will be happening during this time. And just looking for the list. Among them, we'll be looking at the automated meter reading system, which is a very substantial piece of work. There's also, just a second. We have upgrades happening to meet our commitments to the Water Security Agency regarding our wastewater capacity upgrades so that we can meet a 1 in 25-year storm event. As well, we are investing a very substantial amount in water infrastructure renewal, wastewater infrastructure renewal, so those linear assets, the pipes in the ground, doing relining and replacement projects on them. So the amount of those projects has been increasing year on year, and we're delivering more in order to get our infrastructure into an improved condition.
Okay, excluding water in our water bill, how much of that is infrastructure cost? Like, what have we got invested on an average water bill of $100? How much is infrastructure?
Ms. Wilson?
Through your worship, I believe that about 50% of the bill is going towards operating costs, and
Yeah.
about 50% is going towards capital every year.
Capital,
I think
okay.
that's been approximately
Okay.
the balance.
The debate out there, it was, people are still talking about it, and I think the administration said one time, carburetors, good or bad for the wastewater treatment center?
Ms. Wilson?
Through your worship, in general, the only things that we want going to the wastewater treatment plant are the 3 Ps, pee, poo, and paper.
Pee, poo, and paper, but if they're ground up, they don't constitute something else?
It's too much information here.
Yeah, exactly. That was what I was wondering about, because people are going through the organic side of things. They're trying to throw stuff in the celery stalks, et cetera, et cetera. The 3% increase that we're looking at, where is that going to go? Where is that fund, the extra funds, where are they going to go to?
Ms. Wilson?
Through your worship, there are general increases in costs, increases in the purchase of materials that we might use filling the holes that we are having to dig. There is increases in costs on various pieces, and then of course all of those large infrastructure projects. So we are working on doing more on the drainage system and delivering some of those improvements, the increased piping, as well as ensuring that we are able to continue to look after assets like the wastewater treatment plant, like the water treatment plant, so those to ensure that on an ongoing basis over the full life of the asset, it is maintained and kept in good condition.
Right. Thank you. Through you, one other thing about the water plant. We were all out there, and there was to the tune of $50 million upgrades, I think is the number of that, somewhere in that range. Where is that money in the books, in the budget? Is it already allocated? Is it coming next year, or where are we at with that?
Ms. Wilson?
Through you, your worship, with the new governance structure at the Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Plant, we no longer budget for that as capital. We pay a capital component through our operating budget to the plant, and then the plant is responsible to look after the asset and to ensure that the capital investment happens at the appropriate times and in the appropriate ways.
Yeah. So, okay, so This utility budget has nothing to do with the organic waste.
Ms. Wilson?
Through you, your worship, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all I needed to know for now. Bye.
Thank you, Councillor. Other speakers to the capital budget? Utility, I'm sorry, utility. You're on. Raise your hand. Just kidding.
Thank you. A couple quick questions. A little while ago, we had the fellow from the water plant, and one of the comments, excuse me, that he made was that they're in the bottom 25% in terms of water cost, but we have a little different rate in Regina. Can I ask for some clarity on that statement versus what we actually charge?
Ms. Wilson?
Through you, your worship, Mr. Johnson was speaking about their cost, their operating cost to deliver the water. As I mentioned, we do now have a capital component that we are paying. This is a very responsible approach to take, similar to the approach we have with the management of the wastewater treatment plant, where those upgrades are planned for and considered over the long haul. So all of that work still needs to happen. We have some very substantial upgrades to happen there. As well, while their costs to produce the water they're very efficient, we are still a very long distance and we have to pump it. We also have challenges in our other systems, wastewater and storm drainage. So we have shortfalls in drainage in certain areas, and we have some large projects to bring some of those areas up to a higher standard. And we have a very flat piece of property that the city is on, so that creates some problems for us with our gravity-fed systems, the sewer and the storm drainage, where we need more lift stations and so on. Gravity and hills don't help us.
Thank you. Can you confirm that this year in Saskatoon, we always want to compare, that their rates went up 9.25%, and maybe some of the things that they're looking at, if you don't mind?
Ms. Wilson?
Through you, your worship, yes, my understanding is they have passed a 9.25% rate increase. They have some similar challenges that we face. They have some lead lines that they're working on replacing. We also are working on a lead program. And similar kinds of infrastructure shortfalls that they will be working on. And every city has its own specific situations, but Saskatoon is seeing some of those same increases that we saw some years ago.
Thank you. Last question. We have talked here a few times about selling treated effluent. Any updates on demand for effluent?
Through you, your worship. So we do have a contract in place with Western Potash,
Yep.
and they do pay then a maintenance fee to us annually until such time as they should be ready to draw. I believe it's $200,000 a year, for this year, and then $100,000 a year. I believe until 2025 they need to draw, or the contract could lapse. We did also put the correct structure in place so that we can enter into contracts with other organizations. We have not been approached at this time by other organizations, but we are ready to participate.
I appreciate hearing that. Thank you.
Ford. Mr. Clerk, roll call, please.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor?
Councillor Young.
Yes?
Councillor Findura.
No.
Councillor O'Donnell.
Yes.
Councillor Flagel.
Yes.
Councillor Murray.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Bryce.
Yes.
Councillor Mancinelli.
Yes.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor?
Mayor Fougere.
I vote yes.
That's 10 in favor, 1 against, your worship. It carries.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. So before we get into the bylaws, just a couple of things to go over. I'll need the help of the city manager and his staff with respect to report CM 18-15. We do have an amendment to recommendation number 1, which would be related to the B. I know the mill rate itself will come later with the bylaw, but the percentage, 3.70, I think is wrong, or needs to be changed. If I could get that number to be inserted.
So through your worship, it needs to be revised to 3.33 with the additional 1%.
3.33, additional 1%. Okay, can I have a motion to, that would be a friendly amendment, so I'm looking for a motion to adopt the entirety of Report 15, because it talks about library and other reports in there as well, all of which we done. So Councillor Flego does that. Seconder, please. Okay. Councillor Bryce, discussion. Been done the whole night doing this, so Mr. Cook, you'd like to do the roll call for us?
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor?
Councillor Young.
Yes.
Councillor Findura.
Yes.
Councillor O'Donnell.
Yes.
Councillor Flagel.
Yes.
Councillor Murray.
Yeah.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Bryce.
Yes.
Councillor Mancinelli.
Yes.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor?
Mayor Fougere.
Yay.
That's 11 to none. It's unanimous.
Unanimous. Thank you very much. That's great. So we have 4 bylaws before us. And Deputy Mayor, you want to lead us through that, please?
So I move, seconded by Councillor Findura, that bylaws 2018-62, 63, 64, and 65 be introduced and read a first time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor O'Donnell, that bylaws 2018-62, 63, 64, and 65 be read a second time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Flagel, that council hereby consents to bylaws 2018-62, 63, and 64, and 65 going to third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
I move, seconded by Councillor Hawkins, that bylaws 2018-62, 63, 64, and 65 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Before I move adjournment, I just want to take the opportunity to thank the city manager and his staff for firstly crafting the budget that got us here today. Lots of work done and lots of time spent over the last 2 nights answering questions and providing support for City Council. I also want to thank members of City Council for their attention. We have a better budget than we had when we started. And everyone deliberated and provided great input on this one, so thank you very, very much for this. Great work on behalf of residents of Regina. A motion to adjourn, please. Second by Councillor Bresciani. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Good morning, everyone, almost.